Oh, I've known Sharia for years when she produced the live food events in Sedona, and she's been a a warrior, but in a very positive way for peace and change and love and ascension and possibilities. So she is a huge ally in this awakened movement. So I'm very excited she's here, and she's always getting amazing downloads and poetry. She's also the author of some great poetry books that I have.
I didn't
So
know that.
yes, I'm excited
Well, and
about
I'll
what you have to say, Sharia. You're muted,
yeah, and I want to do an intro as well. Let's do two intros, okay?
but I'm just really excited about leading off the day with the positive intention that Sharia always brings to an event. So
Yes.
go ahead, Neil.
Yes, and I would like to also say that Sharia was our first host at our first big conference in 2012 in Irvine, California. That's how we got connected. So we've been friends since 2012. Since then, she's assisted me with so many projects, even designing the current website that you see right now. She basically laid it out for me and then helped me hire someone to design the whole thing and walk with me the whole way. And whenever I have events and I need assistance, I always bring Sharia on. And just been right there next to me the whole time, and I'm there for her. We're just like, I love you so much, and everything you do. Not only does she, is a spiritual teacher, does energy work, but she's also an entrepreneur. Can help you with all types of technical stuff. She can jump onto anything. She's a really multifaceted person. So, Shreya, I love you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be here with you guys. And I just want to say what a great job everybody's doing. Brendan, you're a genius. Thank you. Alan, love you so much. Michelle, thank you so much for being the light that you are. You guys are great. And I actually feel for some reason stirring inside of me is this kinesthetic enthusiasm about the fact that you got booted off of Facebook today. And it's funny, but it's almost like it's the beginning of a new era for us. It's like, okay, great. If they don't want us on their platform, where do we go? How do we recreate this so that we do our vibration? And maybe we're just not a match. Maybe those vibrations are just not a match anymore. And we will recreate anew and take this as a positive thing that will propel us forward. And that's what this whole talk is about today. And Alan, feel free to chime in with questions or comments or what have you also, if you like. I created a little presentation for us, and we're going to talk about how consciousness is driving reality. And it truly is. And even though it's a little bit strange right now in the sense that, it's all mixed up with lower consciousness, higher consciousness, things coming to the surface. Nevertheless, even though all of those karmas are playing out, consciousness is still nevertheless driving reality. And that is our safety net. That is our keynote. That is our way out of the fray. And here's just a little bit more about me. Everybody mentioned it so nicely. I do write books. I've got a podcast that I do occasionally, and I do research into ancient history and all kinds of fascinating things. I'm an artist, and I'm a lover of life. Now, what you think you become, what you feel you attract, what you imagine you create. And so Buddha has said this, and this is some of my art dotted throughout this presentation, by the way. Now, let's think about this. What we think we become, what we feel we attract, what we imagine we create. So does that mean that we've created all the chaos and craziness that we're experiencing right now in the earth plane? Yes, in one level it does. Now, we didn't intentionally go out and say, hey, we're going to create a bunch of chaos, but there's a lot of levels for how these things get created. We're going to get into that. And the good news is, despite what's bubbling up in the collective consciousness, we have the capacity to, and can, and will, and do reframe and refocus and pivot and shift so that our own personal experience and even the experience of our families and our communities and even our world can stay more and more positive, uplifted, harmonious, pointing to that well-being, that beauty, that love, that cherishing, that energy of compassion, that energy of friendliness and helping one another. This is what I feel humanity really has in its heart at the deepest level. And there's been a lot of interference with that. And there's been a lot of challenges to that, and people have gotten off track a little bit. But sin means missing the mark. So have we been missing the mark? You know, you could call it sin and bad and go down the negative hole of the conditioned religious thinking that actually is a lower consciousness, or you can think of it as, oh, we've just been slightly off track here with how we understand who we are and how we create. So let's keep refocalizing ourselves and get back on track. I mean, if this dude can walk on coals of fire while blowing a trumpet, you know, how much more can we do, right? So our consciousness really does drive our experience in this world. But who is in charge of your consciousness? That's really the question. Who has gotten a hold of your consciousness and who has pointed it in certain directions that you might not even be aware of? Is it all you? Are you the only one steering your consciousness right now? Or are you being influenced by the social media, by the news, by your interactions with others and your family, by social policies right now, right? So when you look at people behaving en masse in certain ways, and when you look at people having challenges, fighting with each other, now that's imprinting what? Our consciousness. So, you know, Esther Hicks says, well, you know, to Abraham, like, well, are we supposed to put our head in the sand? And at some points, the answer is yes. Actually, you know, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, kind of what Michelle was pointing to earlier. Like, it doesn't mean have no fun, because the negative polarity would say later after that, they say, well, if you don't do any of that stuff, then you're not going to have any fun. But the truth is, when we focus our consciousness enough towards what we want, we're basically not seeing the negative. We're not hearing the negative. We're not speaking the negative. We reframe it. Like, something negative happens. We see contrast in the world. And then it's not that it didn't happen. It's not that it's right or wrong, good or bad. It's not that you're not going to have emotion about it. It's not that you're going to like it, or you have to love it, because you're not going to love it. We can love unconditionally without loving the negative things that have happened. We don't love them, but we can open our heart, you see? So now we have to pivot, like Strega Nona says. So Strega Nona is the author of a children's book series. Or she's not the author, she's the character in it. And Strega Nona says, the art of magic is to see and not see. So we witness and we see all these things going on, and then we shift our consciousness and put it where we want to go. And as enough of us begin to do that, then that is literally the driving force of creation. It supersedes the power of the existing social media news, interactions with others in your mind, and how that makes you think, social policies, and everything else from the collective consciousness. You thinking for you, your inner being, focusing positive energy towards a bright future is more powerful. Okay, the other places where we get conditioning to our thinking is our ancestral lineages, our past lives, and our early childhood. And these things aren't going to be necessarily obvious to us. And we haven't on purpose decided we're going to run these old patterns. I mean, in a way, we have decided on purpose, because we decided to come here and take a body, right? But that doesn't mean that we wanted to have the challenges that they brought forward. Now, on some level, you could argue maybe we did. But the point is, you're being conditioned on multiples of levels, and that conditioning can be cleared by you with the help of healers or on your own. And so all of the conditioning from ancestral lineage, past lives, early childhood, and cultural conditioning can, in fact, be cleansed, cleared, cleaned away, washed away, and our consciousness can be recreated anew. Our subconscious can be clean, pure, and pristine, white as snow, as they say, so that we can recreate the world in our own image and recreate our lives in our own image. And this is why we must learn to focus our attention on our own desires for a positive, harmonious experience of life. So we leverage the contrast, and we notice what's arising as a manifestation from all this past collective conditioning. And we forgive it, we love it, we bless it, we heal it, and we move on. And We may need to experience some of our own emotion as it arises and love that and forgive that and heal that as well. It's all part of the process. So that's why it's so important to have a daily practice right now. Divine Mother, in one of the books, gave me the recalibrations process. And you can see the books on the website, shiraidharma.com. And the practice is attune, align, dissolve, design. We attune to our high self, God, source, our spirit, whatever you call that. Just call it. I don't care what you call it, just call it. We align with our purpose in the moment, whether it's your larger purpose or a particular purpose you want to create on. We dissolve the blockages and the belief systems in the way of that coming true. And then we design our way forward by deciding how we want it to be instead. And then we can utilize numerous different types of techniques, everything from affirmations to meditation to positive thinking to reality creation scripts to vision boards to mind movies. There's dozens and dozens of tools for that designing phase, because once we have dissolved the old conditioning in the way of what we want instead, now our job is to put the inputs in that help us remain on focus towards the new goal. And as we do the energy work to dissolve the debris and detritus of the ages stuck in the subconscious mind from all those areas, it becomes easier to think the new thought. But if we don't think the new thought consistently, the default setting is probably to fall back into the old patterning. And so that's why it takes practice. It takes coherence. It takes a plan. It takes a bit of a strategy and a decision. It doesn't have to be a hardcore mental strategy decision thing where that makes you feel funky. Like that's maybe counterproductive. But how are you going to set up your day so that you can attune, align, dissolve, and design your way into the higher harmonious future that we are all feeling and know exists for us beyond these strange times that we're in? And even now in these strange times, we can have the most amazing days. We can create peace on earth every day. I really like what Maureen St. Germain said the other day on the conference. And she said, every day, wake up and steer yourself into heaven on earth. Tell the universe, tell God, tell source, hey, today I want an experience of heaven on earth. And I just love that. I think that is brilliant. And yes, absolutely, we can do that and we should do that. And the 5 keys around being able to navigate through this are forgiveness, non-attachment, non-judgment, non-resistance, and unconditional love. And these things are all deeply woven into the books that I have written. And so, well, that have come through as transmissions from the star elders, from source consciousness, from divine father consciousness, and from divine mother consciousness. Now, each one of these is a whole essay or a whole program really to go into. So we're going to briefly go over them today, just to touch you into it and get a bit of a reminder going, because I know you guys know this stuff already, but especially when we're in the mix of it like this, we need reminders. So forgiveness means giving up the old for the new. It's cleaning, it's cleansing, cleaning our brain, like that old Talking Heads song. I'm cleaning my brain. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. We're giving up the old for the new. We're doing Ho'oponopono. We are cleansing the subconscious of old debris and detritus. It's not really about, oh, this person did something bad, but I'm going to forgive him because he was such a bad person, but I'm going to have mercy on him and forgive him. It's not really that mindset. Ultimately, when you get into the deeper spiritual code of forgiveness, that's maybe one level, right, that you need to get to in order to be able to do the radical forgiveness of like, somehow, some way I created that. I have no idea how, because it came from all that conditioning. And that person showed up with his conditioning and met me with my conditioning. It was a match. Something that I didn't like happened. I don't want that to happen again. So I'm going to clean. I'm going to forgive all the conditioning that led me to have that experience. I forgive my ancestors. I forgive my past lives. I forgive my early childhood. I forgive the cultural conditioning. I forgive this person and all the conditioning in him. And I clean it from my subconscious. And that's super, 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 super important. This is what we do, radical forgiveness. And non-attachment is something that emerges and arises as we do forgiveness, as we awaken spiritually, as we realize that this earth plane is ever changing. It is always in flux, and it will never be the ultimately most satisfying things. It's like a playground where our consciousness outpictures itself into these images of what we have thought, really. But if we become attached to it, this is like becoming attached to Leela and Maya, and we're not really, we're like being tossed in the wind and always grasping and always trying to get something, but that something that we're trying to get is never something that's going to last. So non-attachment comes from the spiritual realization that we are immortal beings having a transient physical experience. And then non-judgment, we're talking about judge not lest you be judged. What does that mean? Well, if you put out the energy of judgment, since this is a reflective universe, that energy of being judged is going to come back to you. And it's going to box you in because you're thinking now, you've just judged those people. So now your perception is filled with thoughts about how they are. So now you have to keep experiencing them like that, most likely, unless some other thing comes in to positively change them. But it could be you. It could be you that comes in and positively helps them on their way to being different by seeing the truth of them instead of seeing how they're showing up and being negative to you. So I had a great teacher named Dr. Sylvester, and he's now passed. And he used to say, yes, there goes God. I see you in there. I see you in there. Despite whatever is going on the surface, we look for the higher consciousness. We look for the higher being in all beings, and we find it. And in that way, we can overcome our judgments. And non-resistance means we aren't reactive to all those things that are happening in a negative way. We start to go with the flow. Again, it's similar to non-attachment. And by being non-resistant, Abraham talks about this a lot. Now we are going with the flow. Now we are allowing source energy to come in. Now we are allowing all the good stuff to happen to us. And there's a lot more to say about this. It's even in physics. But let's move on to unconditional love. And unconditional love is sort of like the culmination of all these things together. Because when we love unconditionally, all that is as it is, then we step above the fray. We step above the fray. You can think of the two pillars of polarity, good, bad, light, dark, right, wrong. And then our job is literally to rise above both of them and see this drama on this earth plane for what it is, a drama unfolding, and to witness it from a higher perspective and to not get caught in the fray, in the battle. It's like maybe at some point you're enjoying the fray and the battle, but it gets wearying, doesn't it? And it becomes time for us to literally rise above. It's a practice. We also need to act from our highest guidance by practicing meditation, positive thinking, getting up and setting your day in the morning. You're going to be attuned to the highest guidance, and regular daily practice is really a must for this. I really want to encourage all of us, if you haven't already got a solid daily practice, to tune in with your source, to meditate, to set your day, to decide you're having heaven on earth today, or whatever it is that you like to do. I want to really encourage us to do this, especially at this time on the planet. And I am offering a meditation for free as a service. I'm doing Sunday meditations and a little talk about these things every Sunday morning for people who subscribe on my list. You get free access to the group. I'm really not selling anything. I'm just doing that for us because I know that when we focalize our consciousness, when we still our mind, when we go beyond words into the silence of love and light, things can transform in a meta way. And so I just invite anybody who feels moved by this or called to go to shraidharma.com and subscribe, and then you'll get invitations to join that meditation. So we'll finish up here with a little quote from Ramana Maharshi. God dwells in you as you, and you don't have to do anything to be God realized or self-realized. It's already your true nature and state. Just drop all seeking, turn your attention inward, and sacrifice your mind to the one self radiating in the heart of your very being. Awesome. Yes, please do feel free to check me out at shuraidharma.com. And let's just go back to the chat and see if our lovely friends, Neil or Alan or anybody, has any comments or questions about this particular little conversation we've been in.
Hey, Jerea, thanks for that.
Absolutely.
I mean, what's adding to all this wisdom that you're sharing is that the times are changing, that the vibrational frequency of the earth is changing. I think someone said maybe that's why Neil has to forge ahead on new platforms, because those are old vibrations that are keeping us in an old place. So talk about that new energy that all of us, including our bodies, our cellular structures, are embodying, really.
Yes, it's being said that there's no turning back. It's not going to not happen. There's no chance of this awakening not happening. There's no chance of this new dawn and this new day for humanity and the planet not happening. It is going to happen. And we're waltzing through this time. Let's just think of ourselves as waltzing through it, right? Dancing through this time frame where this old energy from the subconscious, from the hidden, from the shadow government, the shadow social things that have been going on, all the hidden stuff is showing up so we can see what's been underneath humanity. And at the same time, in our higher consciousness, we need to steer it to what we want. So what do we want in a social media platform? Right. What do we want in our ability to broadcast? Neil, Alan, just riff on this with me here.
Neil's the perfect person to design a social media platform because he's dealing with it.
It'll just take too much effort, take away from creating events. But what we really want is definitely the censorship element of it all and transparency, because they can just do it without giving you information on why, and it's I understand that the argument is they're a private company, so they have the ability to do that. However, when you get to the point where you can sway public opinion all over the world, even more than one single country, you're no longer in the private sector. You need to have some regulations. So what's going on with social media platforms is they don't have the regulation. So that keeps them in check so that it's better for us, So we need to create something that has those involved in it.
Let's brainstorm about it, but let's also ask people in the, online here for their contribution, so it becomes a whole community thing. So maybe we can have a forum you could schedule with all this 7,000 people signed up. Just think about that,
Yeah, yes.
Yes, and we could riff on it a little bit here. Just let's imagine we engage on social media, on our beautiful internet, in ways that feel so nourishing to our soul. We feel safe and confident in the platform, and we trust that it is going to allow us to express ourselves and to share the things that we feel are important to us and attract the people who love that. And we know that these companies and these platforms are so full of integrity and love and harmony that we can really count on them and rely on them moving forward. And we know that there's whatever kind of regulations or other agreement fields are needed are in place, making these beautiful places to share beautiful truths that help us move beyond these challenging times on the planet. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Sounds great to me.
There's a question in the chat. Where can I learn more about daily practices? I didn't get it fully. This from Daniel.
Yeah. So, okay. At my website, there are a number of books that is going to have they have so many exercises in them. And if you join my list, if you feel called to go to Shirai Dharma and join the list, and we do a weekly practice together, and then you could translate those practices into your daily life if you feel called to, or modify them to your liking. So that's one way I'm offering to help support people with the daily practice.
There's another question here too. I find the survival I am an immigrant solo show, so pervading that I am trying to figure out how to effectively counterbalance. Just a quiet meditation doesn't seem enough. How to amplify to finally get out of survival mode.
Yeah. So the quiet meditation will be the first thing to still your mind, because the survival mode means that your brain is kicking into the fight or flight mentality, and that's what happens. There's no judgment on that. It's just we get into stress mode, and that causes a lot of chemical reactions to happen in our body, which makes it more difficult to slow down and quiet down. So believe it or not, the simplicity of practicing silence is really just the first step. It's a first very important step to being able to get into the energy where your new thoughts of what you want instead become potentiated enough to carry you beyond the old experience. And that's a very quick nutshell on that. I hope that that is helpful. And yes, there are many things, many steps after quieting the mind, or even while you're quieting your mind, because when you're in a quiet mind state, now that is when you want to recite your reality creation script. You want to do your visualization. You want to feel the new feeling of harmony, positivity, and well-being from that state. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, great. That same woman says, I think loss of Facebook is no loss of yours ultimately. This other comment from Bill Van Horn says, it's about phase shifting reality deeper into darkness and false conditioning. When that happens, it creates an energy. The dark hand feeds on it. It makes Sharea's work more important than ever. Do you have a comment?
So I'm going to strive to comprehend exactly. That's a deep thought he has there.
They're talking about, it's about phase shifting reality. Do you see it under the comment section?
Q&A, or it's in comments?
Yeah. So, okay, it's all about phase shifting reality deeper into darkness and false conditioning. So phase shifting reality deeper into darkness and so shifting out of it, I guess. When that happens, it creates an energy. So when you try to do that, it creates an energy the dark hand feeds on, like when you are basically involved in it. So it makes what you're doing more important than ever.
When you try to shift out of the darkness and conditioning, it gives more, they come after you more in a sense. So this is why what you're teaching is.
Well, yeah. And so it's like, that's that polarity, right? That's that my two elbows are representing the columns that are battling each other. And what Bill, I think, is we're phase shifting to a higher consciousness where we can witness and see the play of this drama. And like Alan said, this sort of war almost is becoming apparent here, this battle for what are they doing when they censor you? They're saying, we don't want your thought forms to influence anybody else. We don't want your thoughts that you're thinking to condition the people that are on our platform. That's what they're saying. They're saying, we don't want you to reality create in your way, because we know that when you put out new thought forms, it's going to create a different reality, and we don't want you to do that. So in essence, that's what they're saying. But we're saying, well, okay, we won't do it there. We'll do, because we're doing it because that's what we want to do. And we're free beings. Yeah. We have the right to do that. So yes. And I agree with Bill. It is important. And that's why I'm speaking about it, because never has there been a more important moment for us to get a hold of our thoughts and get a hold of our consciousness, because it is being conditioned in multiples of ways. And if you go back to what John D'Souza was saying yesterday, I recommend people to go back and listen. There is some very naughty things going on potentially that he's talking about with conditioning people who are watching mainstream news and things like this, like literally like programming. Right. So now, how do you counteract that? Your own thoughts for yourself are still more powerful. And again, what do we do with these guys who are doing these things? We love, we forgive, we become unconditional. We feel the pain, the hurt, whatever we're feeling about it, and yet we move beyond it. We love that part unconditionally. We love this whole co-creation unconditionally. We become non-resistant to it. This is what's happening now. Oh, wow, censorship. Okay, how do we want to respond? What do we want instead? How do we now focus our consciousness towards these new realities of our own choosing and continue to do it?
Right.
With love.
I just wanted to say, Timothy Leary used to talk about the thought police. And one of the reasons he was banned is because he had something that would make people think differently. but we're not talking about drugs here. We're talking about exchange of ideas, which I think is even more powerful than anything Timothy Leary was doing. So we are really helping people to think differently. We're helping each other to think differently. That's why I'm here for 5 days, because I want to learn everything everyone has to say. So it shifts the programming that I've been fed my whole life. So we're all helping each other to lift up into these new realities. What were you saying?
Yeah, you kind of tapped into like the whole concept of the saying, don't be against something, be for something. You know, when you're against it, you create more of it, you create more of the energy. And then when you're for something else, by default, you're not energizing the other thing that is on the opposite of the spectrum, right? Like you're energizing the solution. That's right. And that's actually what a lot of people have been saying. Billy said it like 4 times in his talk, at least, like that focus on the solution. And that's what it is right now. We've a lot of people, including myself, I really do check myself a lot of times, have been complaining a lot about the way things have been going. And but now we have to realize there are actually more of us that are complaining about the way things were, that we don't think that we're for the best interest of humanity. So there's enough of us now to create something different. So events like this is what's key. We are all independently having these thoughts. Let's bring a cohesiveness together and synergize our energy so we can create that change.
Don't you think we've just been pushed to find a better solution? It's like, it's like the need for invention, because now we're at a critical moment where we can't rely on the old forms. So we are all being pushed to awaken to new creativity, to see, okay, we have these basic internet platforms. How are we going to make it more accessible to a larger number of people that will start to influence more people? So
yes, exactly. So there is so much good in it all, and we have to be gentle with ourselves when we do have emotions, we do have reactions, but we're learning how to navigate and to continue to pull ourselves back into that still point within, from which we can really bring in the focused thought and creativity of what we're co-creating. And imagine with me all of the millions and even probably potentially billions of people around the planet right now who are beginning to awaken, or who have been awakening, who are already awakened to these higher truths and this higher knowing about how humanity really operates from the heart. And it is unstoppable. It's an unstoppable force of love that is, we're going to have to ride through. I think of it as a big bar of translucent soap right now, like 2020 to 2020, whatever, when this stuff settles out, right? See all the way through that translucent bar of soap to the other side where this new reality is already birthed. Spend as much time each day as you can feeling yourself in that new reality. We are being that new reality so strongly that it must come, and it will.
After the end of the last 2 days, I felt my body buzzing. I felt a shift. I think everyone's knowledge and information and just presence is already at another vibration. If we take it all in, it will affect our cellular structure. And for me, I actually physically feel it,
Me too. Yeah. And that's important for us to feel our physiology, to feel the energy moving through this vessel. That is our communication system with the universe, with love, with source. And more to take care of our vessels, to feed it really high vibrational food, to do what we need to do, to clean it out, to clear out the old toxins, to do the detox, because even though we're an eternal spiritual being beyond the physical vessel, the cleaner and clearer that we can be down here, the easier it's going to be for us to navigate and receive that guidance and feel good and have the strength to move through all that.
Right. Hey, Neil, do you want to bring in Gerald in? Are we ready?
She's not in yet, so I emailed her, but she did email me today asking about it. But let's just do this last question for you, Shreya. So Dave is asking, can you just say a little bit about your history and how you got into this path?
Oh, thank you so much. Well, it's kind of got into me. So my earliest memory, before I actually did have memories of the womb, but my earliest memory of being a little conscious being is at age 3, when I was doing reality creation with God and talking to my parents about it. And I'm sure they were like, who is this child? And then by age 7, I was naturally doing energy clearing on myself. And I didn't call it that. I was just I was raking my aura, you know, when I went to bed at night. And then by 16, I was creating healing processes for myself because I intuitively knew that because of the negativity that was surrounding me as a child, God bless my parents and my family, but there were challenges, right? So I knew I needed to work on myself. And then by 18, the earth started talking to me. By my early 20s, I started having connection with the goddess and the word spirit. And I'm like, what does that mean? And then throughout my 20s, I took multiples of healing trainings in different modalities, everything from soul clearing to healing touch to energy work and on and on and on. And then, and had a lot of direct teachers coming to me. And then the guides started teaching me directly different healing modalities and speaking to me about these things and how they were helping me on my path. And then from there, it just kept increasing in terms of the abilities, the psychic abilities that started unlocking and all that, excuse me. And then I was informed that I would be writing some books that would be important books for these times, for this transition. And that has started happening. And a lot of the books are already out now. And so thank you for asking that. That about sums it up in a nutshell. You can read a little bit more deeper on my bio page on the ShariaDharma.com.
Well, thanks, Sharaya. We're going to be hearing from you later, right? Anyway.
And I'll be hosting a few more interviews. And again, I just want to remind people, if you want to do the weekly meditation with me on Sundays, just join my list and then hit reply and say, hey, I want to join the weekly meditation. And I'll be happy to invite you to those.
Great. Thanks.
All right. So I'm going to get off too. Thank you, Shreya. I love you.
Love you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to get off too. You and Geraldine, take it away.
Well, I just want to introduce Geraldine Orozco because out of the few conversations I've had with her have been really influential in me understanding these higher realities. And Geraldine, her story, we'll talk about it later in my interview with her, but she's had an awakening of galactic consciousness. So all the words, all the information she brings through, it's for the awakening of the planet, and everyone listening here will be in that vibration because she lives this truth. She embodies it, and it wasn't out of her own conscious choice. She had this ET contact, this awakening, and boom, she was pulled into this higher realm as a sort of ambassador and embodiment of this consciousness. So I'm very honored and happy you're here, Geraldine, to lead us into the rest of the day at a super high vibration and intention. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Alan, and for that wonderful introduction. I am thankful to everybody that's here putting together this amazing event and to everyone that is joining us today to hold space to create a powerful coherence that we're about to create here in this meditation. I'm going to take you through a meditation, a little journey that we are going to come into a state of complete connection. But more importantly, I want to invite you to come into a state of nothing. Okay. So during this practice, I'm going to be sharing some techniques with you on how to do energy work, running through our grounding, our protection, our alignment, to allow ourselves to utilize the tools that are available to us in this multidimensional body in order to tap in, to allow those higher informations to enter into the body, to feed into our experience. Our experiences are a product of subconscious programming that is fed in and informed by all of the experiences that we had throughout our entire life. And so if we are in a constant state of cause and effect with those experiences, our ability to navigate how we choose every single moment is a key element to creating and choosing the timelines that you and I are co-creating here in this moment. So I'm going to take you through a meditation where we're going to do grounding. We're going to do aligning, something that I call GPAC, grounding, aligning, protecting, and co-creating. And more importantly, we want to train ourselves throughout today. This is an invitation to see if you can come into nothing. When we want to judge something, we bring ourselves into a state of nothing instead of responding to that state. Bringing ourselves every single time into that 0 point is the most creative, expansive aspect of this human body. It has that clarity, it has that balance. So let's get started. We're going to start by inhaling deeply, breathing deeply into the solar plexus. Exhale. Sitting for a moment with the silence that surrounds us, bringing the body into absolute stillness. Noticing the parts of the body that want to respond to that stillness, that want to move out of that stillness, and just being present fully with that sensation. Breathing deeply. We're going to visualize the center of the earth. You're going to create a cord that connects your waist, your hips, your pelvic bone, all the way down to the center of the earth. Go ahead and visualize that grounding cord made out of something that is completely unbreakable. Go ahead and visualize that. What you're doing is you are holding on, you are supporting and controlling the first three chakras, which are the connection to the physical plane around you. Breathing, inhaling deeply and exhaling. Very good. Making that grounding cord nice and thick all the way down. Your intention is the most important. Your imagination is creating in this moment. Noticing any thoughts that come into the mind, we just allow them to dissipate, returning back into this state of nothing, of just observation and awareness. Taking our attention to the body now, focusing on the toes, the shins, the calves, the knees. Focusing on the thighs, the hips, the pelvic bone, the solar plexus. Breathing into that solar plexus. This is where we tend to store the majority of our information, our emotions. So breathing deeply, visualizing almost as if you're draining the body of any emotions that may be within the body in this time, bringing ourselves into a state of neutrality. Going back up to the chest now, the heart, the lungs, the shoulders, the arms. Breathing into that stillness of the body, connecting with the body, waking up those cells. Going up to the head, the face. Now that we're connected with the body, let's extend that attention outward to how far out does your energetic field extend around you? I want you to tap into that. Tapping in. We are only a very small percentage, perhaps 10, 20% of this human organism is actually physical. The rest is non-physical. So tapping into that information now. Now creating a sphere around that body, visualizing and closing yourself in a sphere that is made out of something that is impenetrable. Visualize that sphere all around you, becoming aware that in this space, everything within this space belongs to you. Everything outside of this space does not need to enter without your permission. Breathing deeply. Now that we're here, taking our attention up now to the root chakra. Go ahead and visualize closing that root chakra all the way down to the size of a dime, disconnecting any imbalance of the root chakra. Allowing ourselves to disconnect that root chakra. Breathing deeply. Going up to the second chakra, closing that chakra all the way down to the size of a dime, disconnecting any imbalance in the sacral chakra. We reset the information that we're sharing with this energetic physical plane around us. Going up to the solar plexus, closing that chakra all the way down to the size of a dime, disconnecting any imbalances within the solar plexus. Going up into the heart chakra, visualize expanding that heart chakra as wide as possible, opening the center of unconditional love and connection. Open that space. Visualize that green light expanding out from the front of your chest and the back of your chest. Notice any resistance and just breathe in, pushing gently, opening, expanding this space. Activating the higher realms of this body, going up to the throat chakra. Go ahead and open that throat chakra as wide as possible, opening the center of communication, of balanced expression. Going up into the third eye, expanding that purple light, that intuitive center, opening it up, front and back of the body, opening the center of intuition. Breathing deeply, becoming aware of the body, making sure we are completely protected inside our sphere during this space. Excellent. I want you to visualize now a color that represents your highest vibrational frequency. Go ahead and see intuitively what color comes up, the first word of a color, name, the first image. If it's more than one color, that's okay. Go ahead and take that color up. We're going to go up to the crown, activating the crown chakra. The crown chakra is the center of manifestation. This is where we project into this holographic reality what we are going to experience next. And it is informed by everything that's within this system. So if we change that vibrational intention to the highest expression, we can now choose how we experience our timelines. So go ahead and take that color and enter into the crown. We're going to fill it in to the center for intelligence, the intellect, aligning, almost as if you have a wheel or a flower at the crown of your head. And every single one of those sections, we're going to fill them in with this intention. Breathing deeply, going into health, fill that in. Setting the intention that our health, our body comes into alignment in this moment. Going into relationships. Going into abundance. Going into our spiritual journey, our purpose. Fill that in, setting the intention that this organism is now intending to embody that purpose now. Breathing deeply, your crown is shining brilliantly with your creative color. From the center of the earth now, I want you to visualize that you're going to bring up a powerful wave of green healing energy, this earth orgone energy that enters into the body, creating a vortex of energy at your center core. Breathing in that green energy into the body as it cleans the multidimensional body. The intention is to release old programming, thought forms, emotions that no longer serve you are ready to gently move and inform us what we need in order to process through the system. From the universe, from source, I want you to visualize bringing down a powerful wave of gold energy that comes down through the crown of your head, down your spine, combining with that green earth energy. Bringing that in, that green cosmic energy and earth energy cycle through the body now. Imagine you're expanding this vortex to the size of this entire whole organism, physical and non-physical, and you are clearing the layers of your body, okay? Clearing them of any stagnant information, fears, anxieties, doubts. Breathing deeply. You're going to take 10% of that combination. You're going to send it back down to the center of the earth, eliminating what no longer serves you. You're going to go back up to your solar plexus, taking 80% of that up your spine, and from the crown of your head, creating a fountain coating the outside of your sphere. Your intention is so important in this time. Visualizing this neutral energy, severing any cords with people, places, and things that no longer are in alignment with your body, with yourself. Excellent. Going back to this solar plexus, pulling up that final 10% up into the body now through the arms, feeding it into the organism. Imagine your body absorbing it into the pores, the flesh, the muscles, the bones, healing those layers of the body into the cellular level of the body. We speak to the cells, waking them up, becoming aware from the crown of our head to the feet, to the toes, to the base of our feet. We are awakening this body with awareness. Breathing deeply as if you're breathing into the entire body, into every cell. And you're going to visualize now that you're running this energy through the body, becoming aware. It's called running energy. As we are running the energy through the body, we're going to take a moment to reset our karmic contracts, the agreements that we have made to experience things through the physical sensory body. And oftentimes these express themselves as difficult situations, blockages. So I want you to visualize a room that is filled with these karmic contracts. Go ahead and visualize that room. It is the room of karma, karmic agreements. This is just a visual to simplify this work. Go ahead and see those stacks of books, papers. Visualize your crown chakra shining on top of those and completely removing them from that space, clearing that room completely. Breathing deeply, inhaling and exhaling. Visualize filling that space now that it's empty with your crown chakra. The color that's in your crown chakra. Fill that room as we are changing and shifting that intention. Excellent. Breathing deeply, feeling lighter, lighter and lighter as we transform the experience. We're going to take our attention back to the root chakra. You're going to open that root chakra back into a balanced state, spinning it as fast as possible, eliminating any blockages from that root chakra that are holding us back, limiting our expression, our balanced expression. Breathing deeply. Going to the sacral chakra, opening that orange light back up into a balanced state. Spinning it as fast as possible, clearing it until it's crystalline orange, front and back. Going up into the solar plexus, go ahead and open that yellow chakra back into a balanced state, spinning it as fast as possible, clearing that space. Going up to the heart chakra, clearing the heart chakra. until it's crystalline green. Going up to the throat, crystalline blue. Going up to the third eye now, crystalline purple. Your chakra colors may vary, so use your intuition. Trust what you see there. You're going to go up to your crown and we're going to activate the higher levels of the body. Go up to the 8th chakra, turn it on with your color. The 9th chakra, turn it on with your color. 10th, activating the 10th. The 11th, the 12th, and the 13th. And above you is a powerful white light of source. I want you to connect up into that white light. Bring that white light down over your body, this incredibly powerful unconditional love. You're going to absorb that into the body, into the pores, the flesh, the muscles, the bones, into the cellular level, embodying the state of neutrality and awareness, which enables us to embody this unconditional love for ourselves and all things around us. Breathing deeply. Breathing deeply, exhale. You've just completed an entire healing and cleansing of your body. So thank you so much for joining me today. And if you want more of those videos and learn more about that, you can visit my channel, Geraldine Orozco on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geraldine. We're going to take in that energy throughout the day and give it out to the planet. And we'll be talking to you later about your in-depth life story and more energy coming through you. So next, Michelle Anderson, take it away if you're connecting. Thanks, Geraldine.
Thank you so much, Geraldine. That was absolutely beautiful. I'm really uplifted and inspired by that. And I want to jump right in with our next guest, Adam Apollo. He's an incredible galactic powerhouse. Adam, are you with us?
Hey there. Good to see you, Michelle.
Wow, I love your background. Thank you. You're from Command Central, Galactic Federation of Light, right here in the house.
It's one of the easiest ways to see what's happening on the planet. Got to have that planetary dashboard.
I really love that. It's given, full vision right there, where you can look through the lens of seeing it all right before us. And I really want to jump right in since we're trying to get back on schedule. And I want to let people know that you and I spent some time yesterday talking because we are good friends. And I just want to get across, you have your fingers in so many pies. One of the things that I loved that you did was way back in 2005 and 2006 when you coordinated the prayer runs for world peace with the indigenous elders and the youth from around the world, from around the North American continent. And you've also been involved with the White House with speaking on future technology and unified and with the United Nations. But what I really wanted to kind of hone in on today was where we're at, kind of like a check-in with our galactic families, maybe give an overview of our galactic history and how each one of us can identify with our star family and really activate those traits within us, and then go into our vision for what we're co-creating right now. We're seeing a lot of disruption in the field and how we exercise that discernment meter inside each one of us and really activate that. I know that you can shed some light on that. So you can take it away wherever you want to start.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I spent a good bit of time working with White House aides and a lot of young philanthropists around the world back during the Obama administration. I imagine that if I was, asked to do the same now, I don't know if I would. But certainly the United Nations and the sort of planetary collective of people who are dedicated to seeing us come together and make a world that is more equitable for all, that is environmentally balanced, that is conscious of our impact on all life around us. That is holding a role of stewardship for everyone to get what they need to survive and thrive and create a beautiful planet, that's the alliance that I work with these days. That's the people that I work with. I'm less concerned about working with people that are overly concerned with their nation state or their sports team or their particular brand of the flag, so to speak, and more those that are really here holding the flag for a unified and interconnected planet Earth, and one that is coming into peace. And so, this is a really important entry point to talk about our relationship with other worlds, because if we don't understand that acceptance of each other and an acknowledgement of each other, and actually, growing up past our kind of like young, 12-year-old fight on the playground kind of vibe with each other, where we're all trying to one up each other and be better than the other person, as long as we're in that zone, we're not going to have world peace. We're not going to have global community. We're not going to have deep, planetary interconnection. But if we can actually learn to acknowledge each other and realize that most of the conflict that we create in our lives stems from trauma that we have not yet accepted. Most of the things that we attack others for are shadows that we have not yet integrated, right? And when you start looking at the world that way, you start to see that, some people that you think of, are supposed to be leaders are actually not leaders at all. They're just completely traumatized people that have not yet dealt with their own inner work. They've not done it. They haven't faced the shadow. They can't see their own pain and they can't see their own hurt. So they absolutely are not in a position to lead us out of a place where we're acting collectively out of that trauma, creating more pain and more conflict with others, right? So why look to the stars? Why look to the galaxy? Why look to the galactic family out there? Well, let me tell you, there's one really, really crucial reason related to this, which is that in my experience of these beings from other worlds nearby and throughout this galaxy, what I've experienced in connecting and communicating with them and exploring with them, whether that's been through, calling in starships and having telepathic communications with beings on ships, or as my, personal, like actual physical contact experience that happened back in 2005, which I talk about on my show on Gaia with Ruben Langdon, interviews with Ed, and tell that whole story if any of you guys, want to hear that one. It's a long and deep one, so we won't go into it here. But whether through that or through, my experiences after that, or communion with this, galactic council of species, 73 different species that I met around the galaxy, what I found is this incredibly deep commitment to conscious evolution. This state of being where they're no longer working out how their planetary group or their particular species can have more resources or be more empowered or outwit or outsmart the other species. Because most of those species all operate in a completely open source format. And what that means is, like, if I develop an innovation on my world, I come up with a great idea that solves lots of problems. The first thing I'm going to do is share that insight with everyone everywhere else. You can think of it as like updating the software for the galactic network. And now everybody has access to the more advanced software. So everybody gets lifted up at the same time. When we see on this planet, a lot of that happening in the technology space. The more there are technology-oriented developers and builders who are deciding to operate in this format of open source. I want to share these gifts. I want to create a platform that's open to everybody. I want to enable others to benefit from the insights that I've had. The growth, the acceleration, the innovation, all of these things explode the more open source sharing there is.
Couldn't agree
it's just
more.
a totally different approach than how much secrets can I keep and how much money can I make because of my secrets in order to beat the competition, right?
I do feel there's a common thread happening throughout this whole summit of people talking about conscious collaboration and how if we truly want our species to survive and thrive, we've got to all come together, even though we're different. We don't want to be robots. We free expression and honoring the divine in each one of us, and seeing more and more people come together for the greater good for all. You're hearing that more and more and more. People, if they're getting a message, instead of keeping it to themselves so they can make money off of it or so their ego thrives or any of that, to share it because it is universal knowledge. And that feels to me what will get us through this narrow pathway we found ourselves in, once we open ourselves up to intergalactic peace. But in order to have intergalactic peace, we have to find peace within ourselves first, and then, stream that out to our communities and to the world. And so I really feel like after speaking with you yesterday on the phone, I really was tingly for the rest of the night, feeling that you definitely have a strong message to share about unity and about visioning where we want to go. And also, reminding us of how we can tune into our own intuition from our galactic source, who give us an idea of what we're working with here in order to visualize what we want to see on Earth.
Yeah. Well, one of the big, shifts in thinking that I think it's valuable for a lot of people to make is, just like in that meditation, you're working up and down your chakras, you're working with different layers, and you're doing that in order to, create and move energy in different ways and in different operations. Well, when we look at the galaxy and we look at the species out there, there's this very common kind of conception that all of these beings are like higher dimensional. They're not vibrating in the same way on the same plane. They're not visible in the same way in the physical, that they're more like spirits, right? In the way that we would interpret, like if you have an aunt or an uncle or a grandparent that passes away and then you're communing with that grandparent, they may come into your space and you may feel them, you may have an interaction with them. But that's a very different thing than when, your housemate walks into your space, or your husband or wife or your partner or whoever it is, right? There's a different level of interaction that occurs on the physical. And there's also a different level of concerns that you deal with, right? So if I'm talking with my grandma or grandfather who passed away, like I'm going to be more interested in the conversation that just has to do with like where his soul is at and like the guidance he has to offer around like my life and my living and my being, right? Now, if I'm talking to a species from another world, like, let's just really get this straight. I'm talking about a species on another world, right? So there's a physical planet around a physical star that has a being that's evolved on that planet and has gone through a journey of growth and evolution and learning how to work with that planet, right? And so by my communion with a being that has been living and growing and evolving on a planet and developed the ability to actually steward that planet going into the future, and then travel between worlds and connect with other planets and develop the technology to do this, the technology to have unlimited resources as they need to travel to different worlds, superluminal technology to jump across the galaxy so they don't have to take, hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of years to travel because they're not limited by the light speed barrier. There is very specific contextual assistance that we can get from species like that can help us understand exactly where we're at right now. Because in this world, we're in the process of going to the stars, right? We're launching rockets into space, although we're still, as I like to call it, pushing pencils through the fabric, right? So we're basically taking giant bombs, lighting the fuse, and then we're riding the explosion of the bomb to push our way, trying to accelerate through the atmosphere and into space. Whereas, a lot of these other species out there, what they've figured out is that pushing through space-time is not the best way to travel. The best way to travel is to create an envelope around your craft that separates the internal space-time from the external space-time, allowing you to sort of slipstream through the fabric, jump to different locations rather than traveling through all the space in between, which creates all kinds of problems, time dilation and et cetera. So if we start opening ourselves up to what is it that these beings have to teach us, you know, each of these different species have different gifts to show us. For example, if there's life in the Sirian star system, there's 2 suns in that system, and the planet in that system is then thus, because of its positioning between those stars, going to have daylight most of the time for most of the year, except for one portion of the year when the 2 stars are kind of on the same side of the planet. So they're both on the other end. Then you're going to have day and night. But the rest of the year, just kind of like as we have summer and winter, and there's more sun in the summer than there is in the winter, if you're in the northern hemisphere, you know, or the opposite in the southern hemisphere, then basically for them, you can think of it as, well, when it's summertime, there's actually sun in the daytime and there's sun at the nighttime, right? And so there's a key to this, which is about understanding how to deal with light, right? And understanding that light is this really important thing you have to learn how to operate with in order to be a living being on a planet and develop certain kinds of technologies and do these kinds of things. And there's also a reason why, you know, those who have memories or connections with the Sirian star system feel like they lived in these massive tree cities and they have all these elven characteristics, because on a world where you get sun most of the time, most of the year, trees are going to be the most successful organism, right? So you have massive, massive trees because they're just constantly absorbing that sunlight and turning it into energy. And it also protects other life forms because trees can protect other kinds of beings from the intense solar radiation and the heat and the light that's coming in all the time. And so as a species, you know, the Sirians develop this capacity to work with light frequency and to develop the ability to bend light, to work with light, and to use light in order to interact with space-time itself. Because when you really get down to the quantum mechanics of it and the actual structure of space-time itself, it's all just light. Everything's just made of light. All we're dealing with is this beautiful light lattice that is composing the universe itself. And really everything, all of empty space is full of this lattice of light, and gravity is just when that lattice of light is flowing or moving because it's in curvature. So right now you're experiencing yourself being pulled down towards the center of the earth. And that's literally because space-time has gotten curved so much around the core of the earth that it's causing an inward flow of that light lattice that you feel every time you relax your arm and you stick it out, right? And so for them, it's like learning, oh, that's interesting. So if it's just space-time flowing in one direction, if I change the way that light around my ship or around myself or whatever is interacting with that flow, I can change the way that that flow is operating on my mass and my matter. I could create a field where that mass or matter is not as susceptible to that flow of space-time and thus is free from that field of gravitation, right? So that's like a huge insight for the Sirians, and one that opens up to like jumping to other star systems and et cetera. And it can teach us a lot about thinking about developing new kinds of transportation here on this planet.
Wow. That's just such a small, teeny little piece. We're just focusing on the Sirians right there. That is just infinitesimal little piece. I do see some questions coming in for you. And
sure.
Before we go on to some of the other things, I wanted to ask this question. Andrea Murphy asked, has Adam been given an indication when mass disclosure of these other species will take place and what that could look like?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So one of the best ways to approach this that I think will help you understand why I'm giving you the answer that I'm giving you is to look at the standpoint of what's happening on Earth from the standpoint of being a galactic being, right? So you've already evolved your planet, you've already balanced your ecosystem, you're already traveling to other worlds, you have communion with other worlds, and you come across this planet of this with a species that's, you know, frankly, still weaponizing itself all over the place, you know, and you have small wars going on all over the place, plus all these like energetic battles and conflicts. You have leadership that's completely incompetent in a lot of different areas of the world. And then you've got a ton of people who are like, hey guys, we're ready. Like, let's get, like, come on, like, help us out here. This is a serious mess. And this, like, this pattern of control systems on this planet are totally due to be expired. Can you help us out? And so they're like, all right, look, you know, we've come down to Earth a few times before, right? And when we come down and we really interact with humans, the problem in the past is that you guys just treat us like gods, right? And you worship us like gods. And that's not going to work going forward, because if you worship us like gods, then we're not going to be able to be equals on a galactic stage. And we actually want you guys to go through this initiation in these intense teenage years, right? And actually come into adulthood through your own growth and self-development, because then you're going to meet us as adults and as equals. This is your big initiation. Right. And so they're like, all right, we're not going to let you blow yourselves up. So don't worry about the nuclear weapons thing. Like, we'll show you, we'll shut them down. We'll do a bunch of shutdowns on a bunch of tests just to freak out all your generals. So they end up on Larry King Live and they're like, yeah, there was a ship and it flew around my rocket and I just saw the dang thing shoot a bunch of lasers and the whole thing came apart. And, you know, and so that people can feel a little bit more safety around that. Like, there's this support, there's this backup. We're going to leave a bunch of geometric, amazing imprints, you know, on fields all over your planet, so that as you're getting downloads and as you're sketching and drawing and you're thinking about these new levels of technology and connection, we're there to confirm. We're like, yeah, check this out. That's exactly what we're saying. You're on the right track. You know, it's a nudge in the right direction. And we're going to show up and talk to you anytime you want, whenever you develop your capacities to communicate telepathically, because you're going to need that communication system in order to participate as part of this galactic community, because we don't use phones to talk between worlds. You can't send a signal, you know, through the phone line and beam it and expect it, you know, to get to a star system that's 4 light years away, or 400 light years away if it's the Pleiades, you know, in less than 400 years. So you have to use your telepathic capacities and you have to really develop those. So anytime you show up for that kind of conversation, we're down for it. But you're going to have to take these hints, take these downloads, take the work that you've been doing on this world, you know, integrate yourselves, those of you that traveled to Earth back in Lemuria or Atlantis and have been incarnating there ever since. You guys got to pull it together, because now it's time, and you need to build these technologies, and you need to actually initiate these transitions yourself towards a planetary culture. And as soon as you take those leaps, we're going to be right there with you. And it's just like Gene Roddenberry, you know, he had a really brilliant vision when he wrote the story of First Contact into Star Trek. And I always knew there was this like beautiful hint of truth. But in First Contact, you know, what happens is the humans figure out, you know, this kind of like drunk, gruffy, you know, scientist guy figures out warp drive. And, you know, he sobers himself up and he takes the rocket into space, turns on warp drive. And as soon as he activates warp drive for the first time, the Vulcans come to visit, right? And contact happens. And the Vulcans in this case are kind of like basically a combination of Syrian and Arcturians. They look kind of Syrian, but they've got more like Arcturian culture, really fascinating kind of translation of the species there. But yeah, we have to actually do it, because then we're on an even playing field. We're acknowledged as equals, and we've really taken responsibility for our own planet, because nobody else can take responsibility of our planet for us.
Mm-hmm. So when you think about mass disclosure, you're saying it starts with us and that we really need to hone in on some of those skills that maybe we forgot: telepathy, discernment, and how we're functioning within this vessel that we came to Earth in our human suit, right? So I think when it comes to when mass disclosure, for an answer to Andrea's question, I don't think that you're actually giving us a time frame. You're saying it's up to us. So we're co-creating it in the moment, right? With every moment.
Yeah. I mean, my goal is, Musk says Mars by 2030. I say like Alpha Centauri or the Pleiades by 2030. And that's because I'm not interested in building rockets and getting us onto Mars, which is like a dead, lifeless world that had its period of life. I'm interested in us communing with the rest of the galactic species out there. And that means actually getting real about superluminal travel, right? It's the reason why my company is called Superluminal Systems. This is a huge area of my research and my work. And we have to get real about resource allocation, which means understanding replication systems, understanding duplicating matter. Again, Gene Roddenberry there, another brilliant insight, the idea that, if once humans develop the ability to reproduce matter, what he calls the replicator, in those films, and I still think that's probably the best term for it, suddenly there's no need for an economic system the way we know it anymore. Because there is, gold backing ended a long time ago, but, gold is still extremely valuable because it's rare and it's this like valuable object, right? But if you can generate as much gold as you want in a replicator, right, you can molecularly reproduce that same structure, then what value does it have? It's not about the thing anymore. It's about how it's used. And then it's not about, objects and resources being worth money anymore. It's actually all about the art and the consciousness and the creation of something. So for example, you could, I like to use the analogy of a cup of coffee, right? You could always like replicate a cup of coffee and get a cup of coffee, but it's not about that. It's actually about the value of the coffee. In other words, it's about the person who grew those beans and roasted those beans and ground them down just right. And, milked that goat, and frothed that milk just right and added that local sugar or honey or whatever and made that particular cappuccino. Like that art is something that can be passed. And each and every person is an artist. Everyone has gifts, right? And there's no reason not to value those gifts. We can give away tons of our art and we can highly value a lot of our art and use that in order to get recognition and value exchange and to create economy, right, between us and connection between us. And this is really the nature of a future economic system, is where economics are based on trust. They're based on how much you're sharing the gifts that you give, how well you're valuing yourself, how much leadership and stewardship you take over situations that are happening in your life and in the world and in your community. All of these are markers of value in a future economy, not just how much money you have in the bank and, like whether you won the lottery or not, or your crypto went crazy or not, or whatever. Like that means nothing, really. It all comes down to relationship.
I love that you use the analogy of what Gene Roddenberry started with his vision, because Eric Rankin and I on Awakening Code Radio, we've talked about this quite often, about how unusual it was in that time frame when that series was launched, seeing the diversity in the characters. And it could have been portrayed as controversial back then, for sure. And yet what you're seeing is unity consciousness being modeled right then and there, and what is the prime directive? Where are we going with the prime directive? We're being faced with all of that right now. I want to read you a couple more of these questions, because I don't want to run out of time before we answer them. Sure. Geck, is it Geck Benestar asks, have you found any global organizations or platforms as a kind of true United Nations for this new era to create New Earth?
Yeah. So, you know, the issue with just saying there's an organization or a platform is that, in my experience, I think people are kind of tired of the umbrella concept, right? Like, so the trouble with creating a unified coalition of organizations, which, believe me, I've been working on that for a very long time. I'm co-founder of Unify back in 2012. We've been trying to bring together organizations. We've had many iterations where we tried to unify all the projects under kind of one brand or one name. And the problem is it just like people's egos get in the way a lot, right? Because people want to have their own brand. They want to have their own name for it, you know, whether that's, you know, the New Earth Nation or the, you know, Earth Sovereignty Corps or the, like, you know, whatever, everybody's, or Unify even, or Uplift or whatever, like everybody's got a brand, everybody's got a name, everybody's got a flag, right? And yeah, as Chris said, it's variety is the spice of life, right? So it's beautiful that we all have these different flags that we organize under. Now, the real key is not just being individual organizations, but being organizations in connection and coordination with each other, right?
I feel like what you're talking about is exactly what Portal to Ascension and Disclosure Fest and Unify are all doing right now. Weaving together and showing that we're uplifting each other by all of us coming together, setting our egos aside, and really knowing that whatever we're co-creating right now is going into the unified field and helping to uplift what's happening rather than focusing on the things that weigh us down. And so many of our speakers are now really sprouting this kind of information because we're watching what's happening around us going, wait. Let's not focus on all the negativity we're seeing. Let's focus on how we can work together side by side, no hierarchy, no egotistical structure. And, you know, we're still in the human skin. So we're still working on our own evolution as an individualized being, but at the same time being part of the whole. I'm so glad you brought that up. Really important concept. So that's a great answer for that. No one organization, many organizations that are working together collaboratively.
That's right. And I want to speak a little bit to his follow-up question in the chat too, which would be the communication protocol. So like how do these organizations commune and connect? Well, this is the next big project, right? Because here's the thing is, you know, we all these organizations, they all have social media accounts, right? Across a variety of different networks. The identity is fragmented across each of them. The audiences are different across each of them. And every one of those social media networks pretty much all basically are built on a business model which thrives by throttling posts from the people that are on that platform in order to force them to pay for marketing. And this is just the game, right? Because it's like the business of Facebook, for example, their business model is, you know, two big things. One is they make money by selling your data, like giving analytics to certain groups and people and whatever. And now not as much that business model because they got really reamed, you know, by Congress. And now Congress is like, no, you got to give people their data back. You got to be real explicit. But everybody has had the experience of being on a Facebook product and just being on a phone call and then opening up Instagram or opening up Facebook afterwards. And guess what? They're marketing right to you based on what you said in your private conversation, right?
Yeah. Within 30 seconds sometimes. Yeah.
Is being used to be sold that way. And then you have this other business model that says, oh, well, we need to make money through people marketing. Well, what's the best way for us to do that? Oh, I know. Let's keep them from actually reaching their audience to followers, and then they'll pay us to reach that audience. You know, right now it costs, I think the last time I checked, it was like around 125. No, it was right around $200, $225 to reach 5 to 10% of the followers that we have in Unify. So even though we've got, 1.8 million followers or whatever, to reach 5 to 10% of those costs $125 for one post, right?
Oh.
This is the arm twisting that Facebook has done and has set us up in. And so we can't actually use the social networking platforms that we're on right now to globally coordinate in an effective manner, especially when we're talking about communicating to millions of people simultaneously and aggregating movements between millions of people. Television is actually a better mechanism because there's not throttling. If everybody's tuned into a channel, they're on that channel, right? But we can go way beyond that. And so a lot of different groups and organizations and a lot of my partners, we've been building the infrastructure for a distributed data-based web where information can actually move peer-to-peer, the way the internet was actually originally designed, but that we also have the kind of cloud backing that we need in order to ensure that our data stays intact, right? So if we turn off our computer, we don't just suddenly disappear to the rest of the world, that there's a persistence, but that we're in control of that data, that we command it, and that when we have connections, those connections are direct and true and directly peer-to-peer, and no one can ever get in the way of you reaching your network again. You could think of it kind of like email, right? Except for that email has been so botched and so spam overloaded and so marketing content overloaded, we can't even use it as a mechanism anymore. And yet email is a beautiful, example of a peer-to-peer network. Like if you have people's email addresses, you can email them, right? Like you can actually reach them. But of course, when it comes to, the kind of marketing overload, all of a sudden now we have problems. So there's a reconditioning of the communication network on Earth that's occurring. And what me and my team are doing with Core Network is building a dashboard for that. So we're building this kind of system that you see behind me here, a global planetary dashboard that we can use to interoperate with these different networks, communicate with each other, and do it the way that it should be done as a galactic species, not just as a planetary species. So all of the favorite interfaces and badass technology that you've seen in superhero movies for the past 10, 15, 20 years, all of that is becoming real. So you guys are going to have to be patient for it, though, because it's a big project and there's a lot of infrastructure being built at the same time. So when it comes, it's going to come fast, but don't expect anything for at least another 6 to 12 months. And there's a big process and a big movement happening right now, but it's coming. And what this is really about is it's about freeing the communication systems of Earth. Because if we can truly free our communication systems, then we can connect, we can collaborate, and we can coordinate to develop the Earth that we're all envisioning inside.
That's a great visual for all of us to hold and to keep that intention in our feeling bodies, in our emotional bodies, and pulsing that out, that we're holding that vision with you and supporting you on that mission. For Core Network, I see that people are asking, can we join already? And I know that was a great way to let people know that it's a massive undertaking that you're doing, and there's a lot of sensitivity there, to keeping things pristine and in a beautiful container. And I ask all of our viewers if we can all hold that vision with Adam, that we're putting this project in a beautiful crystalline container so that it's protected and it's being energized by all the people who want to see this new way of communicating, where we all feel uplifted, seen, heard, felt, and held in our highest selves, where all of us feel that we're coming from a protected state, where we feel safe. I think that's a big element of what a lot of people are feeling lately, is that wonkiness in the field with our communication. So that was beautiful, beautifully put. Thank you for that, Adam. I see somebody else writing in. I'm in the Q&A section, so I'm trying to answer the Q&As. And then there's a bunch of people writing in the chat as well. There was a YouTube viewer, Jonathan Smith. He's he's asking, what is a Merkaba and how is it used?
Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. So your energy body has many different layers to it, right? So you can understand if working out from the center, I think Barbara Ann Brennan does a great model of sort of illustrating this, but a good approach is to understand you have your core star, right? Which is like central network, the singularity point where the you becomes all and the all becomes you, and the infinite eternal kind of linkage is ever present if you're moving from that space of deepest sort of soul calling or core star calling. And then you have the next layer of your field, which is where you have a vertical pillar that runs through your body, and you have a series of dantians, right? Mm-hmm. And those dantians, there's 3 primary ones in your system, and you have a bunch of minor ones. So you have a lower dantian, a central dantian in your heart space, and an upper dantian in your third eye, also sometimes called like the Om point, for example. And there's a few like minor points above the heart. There's a point that's known as the soul seat, but it's more kind of like, if you imagine the heart as a torus system, it's the place of the gate that goes in the top, and you can ride it in. And Drunvala Melchizedek does a great job of describing a heart meditation where you kind of ride that little wave to get into that heart center point, and then ride that all the way into the core star point. So this layer with the dantians is often called the haric field, right? Because the hara is this central pillar through which your energy system operates. And then beyond that, you have generally what's known as kind of the chakric layers, right? And the chakric layers is where you have your root chakra, which is like literally a vortice coming out from your perineum down out of your body. Sacral chakra, which is a vortice in the front and the back around your lower pelvis. Solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown coming in through the top. And each of your chakras acts as like a fractal harmonic organizing system. Okay, so it's important to explain that piece a little bit in order to really understand the Merkaba, because what you're doing in your body is you are always, and when I say body, I mean not just physical, but all of your bodies and what you are, is you're actually interfacing with different geometric and harmonic, meaning color vibration or sound vibration, layers of space-time, right? So I'm plugging myself in to the physical experience of reality through the geometry of my root chakra. It's literally regulating the physical experience I have. So if I'm hot or if I'm cold, the key is to actually work with my root chakra. And by changing the harmonic vibration of my root, I can change the physiological experience that I'm having throughout my entire body. This is why for ancient cultures that were deeply focused on root chakra communion, so to speak, with the divine, right? They used fire, air, earth, water, and spirit, elementals, right? The 5 and the pentagram, which is very connected to the root, in order to operate and in order to connect with that system, right? And so each chakra plays this role in regulating. So root is physical, sacral is emotional, solar is mental, heart is interpersonal, and then the upper chakras deal more with our collective interface with others. So we have collective physical, collective emotional, and collective mental. And because of that, there's a ratcheting that occurs between the throat and the root, my inward physical experience, and my shared physical communion or communication experience with others, right? Or sacral, my individual emotional experience or energetic experience, and my shared energetic experience, my empathy, right? My shared field with others. Now, the Merkaba is a structure that's generally seen as 2 tetrahedrons interpenetrating each other, forming a star tetrahedron-like formula in which each tetrahedron is spinning in opposite directions. Well, inside of our energetic system, the chakric system and the haric system interact through this sort of hexagonal geometry intersection. And when I say hexagonal, I mean upward triangle and downward triangle, right? Or upward tetrahedron and downward tetrahedron. There's a balancing operation that's occurring through the sacral, which is a 6-petal lotus, the heart, which is a 12-petal lotus or 6-6, and the third eye, which is an 18-petal lotus or 6-6-6. Interesting on that one, huh?
Yeah.
And also it's generally seen as 2 petals, right? And the 2 petals is 9 and 9. And then 9 and 9 form the yin and the yang, right? We look at the number 9, it looks like a yin yang, or 69 is like a yin yang, right? But it's a 9 and a 9, but it's 9 for the infinite yin and 9 for the infinite yang. But it's made of 3 6s, right? And so you have this individual orientation, a collective, interpersonal, shared orientation. Like in your heart, when you feel someone, it's simultaneous and you're both feeling and experiencing as if it's you at the same time. And then third eye, which is like, I'm feeling me, you're feeling you, and I can see what you're feeling and what I'm feeling, and I'm able to discern and differentiate between the two, right? So these are the main operator locations, and they also rest over those Haaretz line dantians. And so these are the piloting systems for the spin of this larger field that we call the Merkaba. So by actually connecting to each of these 3 pillars, you're linking the upper sort of vertical ray coming through your field with the lower vertical ray that's going upward. And you're establishing through the mind positioning within that ray field. You can think of it as a cone, but we're establishing positioning, which we're triangulating in order to let our triangulated chakra systems operate those triangles. And we spin this upward triangle and we spin this lower triangle. And as we spin it and it reaches different harmonic states, it changes the way that our entire field and our consciousness are operating with the surrounding space-time. And so when you get it spinning at the right kind of rates, and as I experienced back in 2005, my first extremely powerful astral travel experience where I literally portaled out of my body and shot through a stargate and met all of these beings from around the galaxy happened because I was literally running across the desert and spinning up my Merkaba, and I got it spinning to this point where it was like every part of my system came into high level harmonic communion, and all of a sudden I was able to just like shoot out of my body. And then I was able to sustain that connection so that when I was brought back down into my body, I was both experiencing myself standing on the ground in the desert, as well as being in this astral council chamber and still being able to literally see with my physical eyes the beings that I was communing with from all over the galaxy. And so it's like the Merkaba is designed in a way to help you bridge higher level, operations in your field with lower level operations. So your physical body and emotional and mental body can more easily interact with collective bodies and astral fields, spiritual causal templates, catheric template, et cetera, et cetera.
That was the best explanation I have ever heard. Seriously, like a lot of people talk about this, but the way that you language that, I think we all really got a visual. I see Sparkling Light is writing, wow, a most excellent explanation. Adam, absolutely amazing. People are really writing in and connecting and also putting links to your some YouTubes of you.
Thanks,
so
you guys. Really appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much to all of our viewers here. I'm seeing 222 on my computer, 1222 here in California, and we wanted to wrap up by 1225. So there's so much more. You are so multifaceted. There's so much more we could have gotten into, but why don't we end with how people can find you, or maybe give one more little message about, because we didn't really talk about that discernment meter that you and I talked about yesterday that was so important to us yesterday while we were talking about, our feeling body and how to exercise that muscle inside of us with everything that's going on right now? How do we bring it back to self?
Yeah, well, that's a deep one, and we didn't go there, but it's a topic that really deserves, I think, more time than we have right now. I'll just speak really briefly to it and say that in the stages of our opening and awakening, the first stage is really about breaking out of the conditioning that we've been in before, which requires us to be extremely open and start receiving information from all kinds of sources, right? And that often means that we're just taking in the deluge, right? And the deluge of all of the stuff that's being shared out there, to be honest, we're still in a situation where there's a lot of truth being shared from a lot of fronts and a lot of people that have direct, real experiences that are happy to share about their own experiences and are happy to admit their faults and their weaknesses and their challenges, you know, and that really shows us more about who they are as people. It lets us trust them. And then there's a lot of stuff that's coming in that doesn't have that accountability. Right? It's anonymous. It's hidden behind a field. You don't know exactly where it came from, but some secret information has some secret bit of truth for you. And when it doesn't have that accountability and it doesn't have the backing, and you can't actually line up the pieces, it's a lot more tricky to just say, oh, well, all of that must be true, because it's challenging the things that I've challenged when I woke up. And this is where that big opening process needs to start kind of coming in. And we need to start actually building better discernment and boundary conditions around how we test information and we test truth, right? Because you got to fact check, right? You got to test things, because I promise you, like, the stuff that's really true out there is true across the board. In other words, the truth is self-evident. It's self-referential. It shows up everywhere and everything. And I mean that not as like, if you think something's true and you Google it, if you see a bunch of websites that say the same thing, that does not mean it's true. Because as we learned from Cambridge Analytica, there's a ton of operations that were put in place quite a while ago where they realized, oh yeah, all you have to do is say one thing, and then you make a bunch of fake websites and blogs that validate that thing, and people are going to believe it. Well, we're in a landscape right now where disinformation is at an all-time high. So you need to really take things with salt, and that means with groundedness, right? Being anchored in the earth, anchored in yourself, and really weigh things out and test the truth. See how it feels. Does it actually bring us closer to communion and connection with each other? Or does it make us more hateful? Does it make us more spiteful? If somebody challenges something that you're following or you believe, do you attack them back and say that they're, you know, bad or evil, or they're part of the cabal just because they have a different idea? Well, if you are, you're actually playing into the very game that the disinformation campaigns are designed around creating, which is creating that kind of disconnection and distrust, you know? And so it's really important that we sit with it and we listen to other perspectives, we listen to other ideas, and we really consider where people are coming from and their direct experience and their lineage. So that's all I'll say on that. If you guys want to catch me, if you want to catch me some more this weekend, I actually have a live session going on tomorrow. I'm on Bardcast with Alan Green. I'll pop a link in the chat for you guys. But that starts at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time. And Alan Green is absolutely brilliant. He's decoded the work of Shakespeare, found that it's all encrypted, found that the Great Pyramid of Giza's mathematics are hidden inside of it, and there's so many interconnections between our work, and we're gonna just have a blast. And it's gonna be, you know, several hours of humor and ridiculousness between Alan Green and I downloading the truth of the universe. And then tomorrow after Bardcast, I'm back here on Portal to Ascension on a panel with Grant Cameron and JJ and Desiree Hertak, two of my heroes. I have the Keys of Enoch in this lab here, and it's one of my most precious books. And I believe that panel starts at 5:20 p.m. tomorrow. 620 Mountain is where I'm at. So I hope you guys come and check me out tomorrow. Come join. We're going to have a great time. And you can find me on Bardcast at Bardcast on Facebook if you search for events. and it's a live stream there.
Thank you so much for that. And Tanya in the chat room, thank you for giving the link to check out Adam's Galactic Technology webinar on Portal to Ascension. All of our attendees are getting 3 months free of all the back catalogs for Portal to Ascension. This is the beauty of this platform and the beauty of what Neil has created. So thank you again, Adam. You always uplift and inspire, and I look forward to hearing more from you and supporting you in my meditations for what's coming with Core Network.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It's really an honor and pleasure, Melody.
Big hugs.
Thanks, everybody. See you again soon.
All righty. I think we're turning it back over. Are we turning it back over to Neil and Alan?
Hey.
I love Adam so much. The amount of amazing information, you know what I mean?
He really, I mean, and that's just such a small little bit of what he teaches about. I say, get involved with what he's doing and find him on all of his channels as well.
I'm starting to think that maybe like 3 to 4 hour conversations are needed with some of these people online.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that's what you're doing, Neil. That's what Portal to Ascension's all about, is creating a platform for these speakers. And, Adam has such a big future ahead of him, and taking that knowledge that he's already presented and building upon that. These are the pioneers of our new time, so
absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you, Michelle. That was great.
You're welcome. I'm excited for all the rest of the speakers that we have planned for today and tomorrow and Monday as well. So let's get back on schedule and go ahead and take it away.
Cool.
No, that's what we're here to talk about. Not just, you can stick around, Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Neil has a huge platform of what's coming up after this conference. And this is sort of why I think, I can't talk for you, but why you're building on these free 5 days is to start to get people more aware of everything that's coming up. So you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well, right now we're in the process of launching a new website. It's taking 3 months more than I wanted it to, but we are launching a new website that's going to be really like state of the art. Our current site has a watch now feature, a continue watching feature, an add to watch list feature. So we have a lot of bells and whistles on our website right now for people to view the replays and the archives. And this is what it looks like right now, but it's going to look even more epic in about 2 weeks. And you can click it, you can watch your video. So this is how people are going to watch replays. And you do have 3 months access to all of this footage here. And there's around, there's over 8,000 hours of footage, and it's categorized in all types of ways. So you have the opportunity to take a look. You can continue watching. You can watch suggested webinars. But what we have coming up is, yes, exactly, like why I'm launching the new website, why we're launching the app, why we're going to have the cast to your TV feature, is that I'm creating a completely independent platform. It's already been created, really, but now I just need to bring more awareness to it. We have like 30,000 subscribers. But I want to get to hundreds of thousands of subscribers, right? Because this is literally a one-stop shop for consciousness. The amount of topics that we cover, like everything and anything I've had the opportunity to think about that I wanted to learn, I've created an event on. In 16 years of figuring that out, we've created all of this footage. Many speakers, you see Adam Apollo because his name starts with A, so he's the first one up here. Alan Steinfeld's the next one, Barbara Lamb. So it just goes on and on. You can see Adam right here. We have 6 presentations, and they're 2 to 4 hours each with Alan on there. With Adam on there.
I love that Jedi Master training. That's awesome.
That was the first one I ever did with Adam. That was the first year I started doing webinars 5 years ago. So, he's been on it for a while.
That's great. And I wanted to just add, Neil, that after we were done the other day with Chief Golden Light Eagle, I suggested he get on board with your platform because we had so many people writing in about those star messages and the 11-11, 12-12, and 13-13 teachings.
Yes.
So hopefully you can work through that.
So just to talk about that, I did actually reach out to him as well to be on 12-13. It's an event that's not on the site yet. We're doing an event called Sacred Ceremonies Online Conference. It's in unison with Sacred University, and we're going to have 4 different ceremonial practitioners from different parts of the world, from Australia to India to a native in the North America, South America, doing 15-minute ceremonies. And in between, we're going to have hour to an hour and a half presentations on the energies of these sacred sites. It's going to be around a 10-hour event all day. We'll have it up on the website pretty soon, but I haven't even reached out to you because I felt, Michelle, you're really into sacred ceremony, so I wanted you to be a part of it, and Alan, I wanted you as well to be a part of it, and maybe we could host it together. So that's something coming up, and I invited Chief Golden Light Eagle is what I'm trying to get at.
Wonderful.
So
I was looking at this. What's below? What's that extra insight into extra dimension?
Yeah, with Ruben Langdon.
Oh,
So
right.
he has the film series that he did where he interviews extra dimensional beings like channelers, right? And he's doing a 3-hour presentation on a platform on all of his findings to come to consensus of what are the similarities that all these beings are saying, to do the research and figure out, what kind of reality is really out there.
That's great. That is.
And Adam has been on Ruben Langdon's show on Gaia.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have the China Secret Space Program with Michael Sala. So he's going to go into, the evolution of the Chinese program and how it got to where it is today, which is going to be interesting. And then Jason Quitt, the space in between. So that's going to be about the space in between, is the space in between dimensions and realities. And that's where a lot of people utilize to travel interdimensionally. And he's spent a lot of time there. And he's clocked in many hours. So he's going to spend 2 to 3 hours explaining what he's discovered in those realities.
He's one of the nicest guys on the planet. He is such a beautiful human being.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And who else? And then just let's fast forward. Laura Eisenhower.
Yep. We had 1,200 people sign up on our last one. So we're going to get definitely over that this time, I believe. I'm going to drill through these so we can move on. Unsolved Mysteries of South America with Brad Olson, coming up November. Preventing Amnesia in the Reincarnation Process on November 21st. Sonic Geometry with Eric Rankin, who you guys are going to get to experience on Monday, I think, right, Michelle? I think you're interviewing him Monday.
Where's my thing on November 22nd?
We're right here, boom.
Oh, okay.
So you want to tell everybody about that really quick and what we did?
We had 1,500 people for this initial remote viewing introduction that we did, and it was a little hard to manage that many people because I wanted everyone to have an individual experience. I wanted everyone to open up a window in their mind that is connected to non-local consciousness, and we already are connected, but the practice of remote viewing is to make that awareness conscious. So we took that initial introduction, but I think a lot of people got that sense of how to just tap into this non-local. So we're going to go much further. We're going to visit other dimensions, other beings. We're going to interpret light language. We're going to talk about personal channeling. So it's going to be very advanced.
And just to say as well, if you are already into remote viewing, you can just jump onto this one. But if you aren't too familiar with it, just go to the page, and I'll put it in the room right now. And there's the link to the first one. So you can still sign up for Alan and JJ and Desiree Hertak. They did it together. You can sign up for their first one and, do all the techniques they have there and then come to the advanced one.
Yeah, it'll be great. And it'll be it's not so much, once you have this window of awareness open, it becomes a group project, a group process where everyone's feeding each other information to build a picture of what we're trying to remote view. So it's very exciting.
Yeah. And then one last one here is the Psychedelic Awareness and Plant Medicine Conference that we're doing. So I want to let everybody know, a lot of people donated to us. Your donations go to doing these free events, right? And we're doing we do 4 or 5 free conferences a year. And so this one is an all-day conference on psychedelics and plant medicines and the legalization and decriminalization happening all over the world. And we have some amazing presenters, even founders of centers down in South America that are going to be on it. So you guys can go to our website, go to online events, sign up, and you can attend anything.
Great. Okay.
Wow, that's fabulous.
All right. Thanks, Neil. That is very exciting stuff. I mean, you're a visionary and an organizer, and it's what we need to keep moving forward as we enter this new time. I mean, this is a totally new territory that humanity is facing, and there's no path forward. So what we're really doing is hacking our way through the underbrush to create a path to something that's hopefully leading to this amazing unfoldment of humanity. And no one knows the future, but we are creating it with these seminars.
Yes, and this is the connection portal. This really is. This is the connection portal where we're stepping into higher consciousness and those states of awareness that Adam's talking about, coming into this new way of being and teaching. I love what you're doing, Neil, with teaching people through all of these different speakers. And I think one of the things that's really important to mention is how diverse everyone is. Yeah. When we're witnessing a lot of division on the planet, and we see that, Neil, you are honoring all walks of life, all belief systems, and that's what free will is all about, and free thinking, and being critical thinkers and independent thinkers, and then bringing in what Adam's talking about, that discernment meter, to really feel into where the truth lies for each one of us, not just believing outside talk and words, but actually feeling in our bodies, getting in tune with that muscle that gives us the discernment, frequency, and asking the universe, our guides, to really give us clear vision and discernment, exercising that discernment, and then what to do with it, focusing on where we want to go. When we listen to all of these different conferences that you're putting on, Neil, and I'd like to add, very reasonably priced. Very reasonably priced. A lot of people, doing big conferences are charging lots and lots of money. This is the Zoom school that we all needed. All our people are talking about how their children are in Zoom school. This is the school that human beings need right now. So let's spend our time in school learning and connecting. Just thank you, Neil. I know that, this is a launch point for you and for many people that are collaborating on this platform, that we all came here with this mission to get this information out and to have people understand that they're a part of the solution. We're all a part of the solution. Yeah, exactly. Again, thanks so much.
Michelle. One thing I wanted to say that Adam Apollo just said, truth is self-evident, but it's only self-evident when you know who you are, when you know the self. And this is what the whole platform of Portal to Ascension is about, knowing who we are as human beings and know in our potential. So you're activating potential. So
exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
So our next, go ahead, Neil.
I just want to take a detour really quick, and because she's about to leave in 19 minutes to go on a break, but Tanya Fitzpatrick, who has been at both of our PTEC events, but she was actually at one of the venues, Temple of Light in Irvine, that we started at. So she's known us since the beginning, literally the beginning. And she's been helping a lot on the back end, and just been assisting us. She's typing in the room right now. She just typed in right there. So I wanted to just give her gratitude, because she's in the back end. Nobody's gonna she's not gonna be coming on camera as much as us or anything. So if everybody can just send energy to Tanya right now, and gratitude for really helping out with the back end, helping out with the emails and assisting. There we go. Love you.
Oh, goosebumps all over. Tanya, she is phenomenal at supporting you, Neil, and supporting the vision, and doing it so selflessly and humbly. Thank you, Tanya, so much. And everybody's writing in. Thank you, Tanya. That's so beautiful. See, look at this community you've cultivated here.
It's beautiful.
Love it. Soul family reunion on high right here.
Nothing's going to stop you, Neil. Nothing's going to keep you down.
Not with you guys behind having my back. You know what I mean?
We have your back, Neil. We have your back.
All right. So should we move into the next presenter?
Right. Geraldine Orozco. So how long do we have here? What do we have to finish?
Okay, let's see how far behind schedule we are. We are only 10 minutes behind schedule. So you've got until 1:15 Pacific.
1:15?
The 1:20 Pacific.
1:20. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right, take it away.
Okay. We are back with Geraldine Orozco after that amazing opening meditation she gave us today. kick off the day. Geraldine, start your mic, and we can cover so many aspects of your teaching. I just want to give a brief introduction that from what I've known of you, which is just only recently we really connected, and there's so much coming through you. There's so much downloads of higher knowledge and ET knowledge, if we want to call it ET, because they're really an aspect of our own greater mind. And I think, you know, you do your 30-day challenge on your YouTube, you're in the middle of that, but you're giving us tools, and these are practical tools for awakening. It's not just talk. And the other thing I really like about you is that you're living your truth. You're living the reality that you are teaching other people. So do you want to just start off with, you know, sort of who you were? You were sort of a normal person in the real world. Not that that was the real, I think this is more the real world, but unless you had a presentation, I'll just ask you some questions, or what would you like to do? Because I want to just introduce your teaching. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I do have a presentation, but we can either do it in talk form or I can present that. So just really briefly to talk about my background, you know, I was an event planner for over 10 years, moved into that from the corporate world in telecom, and then started my own business. And alongside of that, I decided to start teaching meditation, and it turned into another side business of corporate meditation and private meditation. And during that time, I became certified in pranic healing, quantum energy healing, qigong. I just started to get very interested in these healing modalities and, you know, in-depth understanding of what meditation actually was. So that was my first entry into this world of the spiritual work.
But then it became very dramatic. And I think your meditations and your going in, this is what Whitley Strieber said, who's one of my favorite contactees. He says, because he did 50 years of meditation and deep work, the light that he emanated from those deep experiences attracted these beings to him. And also, I would call him an ambassador. I don't know if he calls himself that, but talk about what happened to you, because it's very dramatic.
Yeah, so I had been working deeper into trying to understand who I really was. I realized there was an experience and awareness of disassociation between what my intuitive self and my soul was telling me I was and needed to experience. And there was a disconnect between what internally I was feeling and what I was seeing in the world outside of me, right? So that really pushed me to go deeper and really question. I've had traumatic experiences where my partner passed away, and that really made me question reality, that if I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing in this world, why isn't my life this boudic, incredible, unconditionally loving state of being? And so I began to peel the layers of programs and perceptions that I had been adapting from my lineages, you know, my mother and my father, their culture, their religion, everything that we've gone through. And what I found that I was absolutely none of those things. I began to discover a self that was new to me. I began to understand that emotions were more of temporary tools of experience to help us understand and inform us on what really is happening, which is the embodiment of a huge soul of this infinite consciousness that is a holographic projection in this physical body that we're experiencing temporarily. And so that really shifted everything. And I do believe that it did raise awareness into these realms through that work, where I then found myself in 2013 with that experience of being introduced to hybrid children.
And being on board a UFO, and then realizing your true mission, I would say, as an ambassador of this higher consciousness. And one more thing before you go into your presentation is this idea of this huge soul that we are is in a way beyond extraterrestrials, beyond anything that is out there. The real discovery, the real disclosure and awakening is in the infinite space that's in us. So
Exactly right. And the most powerful part of that is that you begin to realize how you really are a participant, a co-creator of everything that we're experiencing collectively in this world. And that can open a lot of responsibility. It can feel like a lot of responsibility, but at the same time, we begin to understand how to embody free will. So one of my biggest I guess you can say missions or purpose in the information that I embody and share is to help people find and understand that free will, how it applies, the functions of it. And so, what the presentation I'm going to go into right now is we're going to talk about how holographic DNA stores information and its connection to the hybridization program, which is very interesting how we store information, which makes us valuable in that sense.
great. I just want to add one thing when you talk about free will and how everyone's creating reality. I mean, the image that came to me, and I've had it before, but you just activated for me, is as if we're surfing on a wave, and this moment, this reality is like the edge of the wave. So we're not here to sit back and let it all come to us. We are actively surfing reality as it comes into us. This moment is being created with our consciousness right now. It's not being given to us, it's being created from us, and we are actively coming into it. It's coming into us. It's hard to describe, but it's as if we are moving into a new space every moment, every second. The newness of the unknown is impacting us. And what you talk about is getting rid of the old programs to really embrace the unknown, the
Exactly.
unformed. So go ahead. Thanks for
That's
that.
exactly right. Thank you so much. So I'll just share my screen really quickly,
Mhm.
and we are going to get started.
Okay. Yes. And let me see. Let me just, is it letting you share the screen?
Let's see if it is. Let's
Oh,
see. Okay.
there you
Yeah.
go.
All right.
Okay, great.
So let me go into presentation mode. There we go. All right, so we're talking about holographic DNA, and we're going to start this by looking at what happened in 2013. I had an abduction experience in which I was presented to these 6 grays that took me into their craft and introduced me to all kinds of information. They introduced me to mathematical alien language, which helped me understand that the language that they communicate with is actually multidimensional. It's almost as if they are communicating in galaxies, in universes, in infinities, if we were to put it in a way of explaining it. And they also showed me what the matrix is, these grids of information that are running through the grid of the planetary, Earth, but also are very interconnected to the human body. And I'm going to show you how in just a moment. Now, I was introduced to 8 hybrid children, but physically met 4 of these hybrid children. These hybrid children, caused an incredible impact within me because I recognized myself in them. And more importantly, I was able to see myself and recall memories of other times that I had been abducted and had been relating and interacting with these children. It was a very interesting and powerful experience. But what I was coming into, meeting these children was the question of where did they come from? How did they know, who I was? How were they made? How come I didn't remember them? So it really caused this incredible impact where I didn't even know if I should call the police or who should we call when we have such a powerful experience that is informing you that you have children that were made out of your genetic material and you are now connecting with them. And I had a million questions that flooded my mind as in regards to what my role was with these children. Was I supposed to parent them? Was I supposed to guide them, connect with them? What was it all about? So it really took me into a very deep dive of a few years of trying to understand what had happened. As a result of this contact experience, I was activated with the ability of seeing the multidimensional body. And so that very next Monday, when I had my first meditation client, I saw colors, light, shapes, circles, all these lines, attachments in the body. I could feel everything that they were feeling, and I can even see what they were thinking. And so it began to open. It lifted a veil that I did not even know was there between the physical and the non-physical, and it allowed me to have a much deeper understanding of all of the education that I had had with pranic healing, with quantum energy healing. It started to make sense why things move through the body, the meridians, the grid lines of energy within the body, and that how they interconnect to the much larger picture. And so, what I began to realize and dive into the information through looking at my own multidimensional body is an understanding of how the soul is connected to the body and why these hybridization programs are occurring. My question was, why was it happening? Who are we? Are we special? Does it make us unique beings that are holding unique information? And so, if we look at how the multidimensional body is created, our soul, when it attaches to the body, it actually attaches to two aspects of ourselves. One of the layers is the DNA, the ancestral information, which is connected to a 3D human network. It's what you come into. When you come into the body, you connect to the layers of the Akashic records, to the astral plane, where your spirit is now embodying into the physical form. And then all of that information is, in a sense, funneled into this tiny little holographic projection that is your body. And the human body organizes this infinite consciousness into a certain range of frequencies within the body, which we know as the chakra system. But the chakra system is not just limited to these. We have many chakra systems. They're vortices of information, of vibrational frequency that hold on to these networks of information. They are reference points of those vibrational frequencies. And so the human body actually has these rings around them of energy and information that are interconnected to a much larger network. Now, what is that larger network? This really made me question the evolution of mankind, how we have evolved. One of the things that was shown to me through my hypnosis is that our entire human race is genetically modified from an origin point, one origin point within this planetary realm during this dimensional timeline. And if we look historically at where these genetic timelines originated, we have an idea that they are somewhere in the Sumerian area, okay, where the Sumer were. And from this point, these gene codes that were modified at this certain timeline were then spread out, have then evolved from that point out to the different planetary, I'm sorry, not planetary, the different continents, creating different layers of what we now know as our matrix of our world. These bloodlines have been heavily preserved with incredible information. And I talk about this in other presentations about how the genes are storing information and how they have trickled down into everywhere from Rome, down to the royal lineages, going all the way down to even our presidential lineages that are holding on to this very important information. And so, what is it that is within our genes, within the DNA, that makes the human so incredibly important? We look at the information that we hold, and what we actually store within the organism is massive amounts of information. Information that is brought down through the mitochondrial bloodline, right? The mitochondrial information through the DNA of aggregate copies of our before ancestors, going down for our mother and father's lineage, our grandparents, going all the way back to our ancestors. And we are interconnected in this unseen network of information that makes us one whole global organism. We are all collectively experiencing this human body, but in reality, it's a hologram. And a part of that hologram, and what makes this entire holographic structure function, is that we are a network that is in the three-dimensional plane, the physical plane, but also we are embodied other aspects of ourselves. So we have extraterrestrial aspects of ourselves. The timeline, the linear timeline no longer exists. In fact, we are actually this giant sphere almost of information that consists of layers of archetypes that we come into when we come into this three-dimensional plane. It's a pre-designed archetype layers in which we fall into and experience. And we cyclically experience those archetypes throughout this historical timeline that we are continuously reincarnating on this earth. So, as a part of this information, we also have ranges and fragments of ourselves that are in future aspects of ourselves. So, for example, extraterrestrial, much higher intelligence, these advanced aspects of ourselves. And so, what occurred in my case, for example, and what may occur in some of other people's experiences, these contactees, is that when we are undoing these layers of information, when we are peeling away at the programming that is a part of this physical three-dimensional plane, we are going through the layers of the archetypes. We are then met with other fragments of ourselves. We can enter into past life information, we can enter into future selves, and we begin to become in alignment with some of these extraterrestrial DNA aspects. Now, what makes the soul so interesting is that the soul is moving in and out of these timelines. It is interconnected with all of them in simultaneously in this present moment. And whichever one of these fragments is aware and conscious is the one that is creating in that moment. We also have the ability of creating false timelines by imagining, or let's say if you're informing the present moment with fears from the past or fears of the future, you're also creating timelines, but they are false timelines that are coming from a different intentional reference point. So you have the ability of changing your experience and timeline by whatever is being informed in that moment. That's why our present moment is so incredibly, incredibly important.
So if
And so
we,
what,
I just want to interrupt.
yeah,
One, sorry, but if we create a false timeline by fear or fantasy, we no longer have access to the essential soul nature, it seems like, right?
that's exactly right, Alan. It's within the present moment. That is all. That is the creative power that we have. Actually, the present moment is not just, we saw The Power of Now, that book by Eckhart Tolle, but we're taking this to the next level. Our creative power becomes activated when we create presently, because you're creating from all truths,
Right.
not pasts or future possibilities that are not actually present here. And so that's where actually the body, this entire organism is then creating. It's creating a magnetic field within that information, encoded with that information.
Great, great. One more question, or you want to take it afterwards, maybe. Someone says, can you
Go
talk
ahead.
about the 3 original bloodlines, or we can take those questions later. Depends what you want.
Yeah, I actually do a whole other presentation on that because it's a very, very complex topic. But to briefly summarize, what was shown is that there are 3 main bloodlines that seeded life on this planet, and they are a combination of vibrational frequencies at different ranges, one being a blue bloodline, which is a Pleiadian bloodline, one being more of a reptilian, which all of them have manage aspects that make up the whole human organism. Okay, the reptilian brain, they were in charge of supplying this kind of information for our system. And also another aspect that is, like we can call them builders of a matrix per se. They are the ones that will design the hologram, this construct, which is so heavily compartmentalized, which we come into when we embody this body. When the body is manifested in the physical here, we are coming into a system, a very organized system of information that knows you better than you know yourself. Okay. So it's like it knows your dreams, your illusions, because all of those things are a product of a very systemic and organized system that was created and to create society, culture, religion, all of those things that make up your belief systems are designed for a purpose.
Okay, I know you're going to 3 hours of that or more, so I
Oh,
won't
yeah.
interrupt you to the end of your presentation because I'm really enjoying this. So please.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for that question. Great question. And so what happens to these bodies of information is that what we actually look like is we look like these giant layers and overlays of information that are interconnected. Let's say this is the body, but it also interconnects to the planetary grids and the information that connects us to one, making us one whole organism, are interconnecting some of these layers. So we have the ability of accessing Akashic information. We have the ability of accessing the higher soul through this physical body. And so that makes this body an incredible record of information. That means that within the body, we are holding the historic timeline of this planet and the universe, in fact, because we are holding on a molecular level, stardust, as they say. The entire body is made up of this information that surrounds us. Now, how that information is encoded in the body is incredibly important, because we are this made out of these chemical compounds, and of course you know them as nucleotides, and they tell your body what kind of molecules to make. And so this massive storage system, which Silicon Valley right now is trying to replicate, because we are running out of storage space, right? And so this is what happens. Our entire planetary grid has entered information age, where we are overwhelmed with incredible amounts of information. But the human body functions the exact same way. We are storing that information, and the entire human body has the ability of storing programs, correcting and changing those programs as well. And so all of the programs that we're holding within the body are creating a vibrational magnetic field that will be a match to every experience that you have. There is Dr. Garyev from Russia that studies really in depth how these DNA codes store information. He talks about the utilization of DNA codon sequences using modulated laser light to reprogram the DNA from their discovered grammatical syntax. So the language of DNA, they were used to create and modify by adding semantics or meaning to that through a carrier wave. And so this reprograms in vivo the DNA in living organisms by using the correct resonant frequencies of DNA. The most impressive discovery made so far is that the spoken language can be modified to the carrier wave in the same reprogramming effects. So our own DNA can simply be reprogrammed by the human speech utilizing the carrier frequency. And so this is how DNA is reprogrammed from this sense. So the DNA functions in a way that correlates with this holographic projection, because in reality, it's more of a holographic projection. And so the DNA projects a blueprint for the organism that is translated from the electrodynamic to the molecular level. When we look at the DNA, it functions more like a biocomputer, like a massive biocomputer. And it reads and writes the genetic code constantly. And so we look at how, for example, epigenetics, the study of epigenetics over the past 20 years informs our environment, informs the DNA and what it's going to write, our emotions, what we're speaking, our intention, everything, our environment, what we're eating is literally feeding information into that code and changing it, which is why we have become so heavily manipulated, in a sense, by our unconscious mind. When we are unconscious of the choices that we're making, we are storing in the information things that take the body out of balance completely. So we can be eating junk food, taking in bad emotions, all these heavy emotions that are stored within the body, literally. And later on, they crystallize into the body into a more heavy thing. They can turn into illnesses and disease. A little more on that in just a second. Now, how is it that this DNA is holographic? If you look at this molecular level of the body, it is actually oscillating to create these toroidal fields that create these magnetic fields of information that are intercommunicating with one another. So we are one entire network of information. And each one of these gene codes are holding on to that vibrational frequency of information. It's a magnetic resonance. And so all of the information that's within the gene code is made up of everything that you've experienced. But what we know in our modern day science is that there is a bunch of junk DNA, the dark DNA, right, that we have yet to discover. Now, it's my belief that within this dark DNA is actually all that information that I showed you in that grid of reference points. That is what is encoded in that dark DNA. And we have yet to understand how to read it. But what we're learning is that in that code, we are much more interconnected. It literally is an expression of how we are one whole organism. And it holds on to aspects of ourselves that are much higher intelligence, future selves, past selves, all of that is within this information at reach. So when there is hybridization, this is the information that is being utilized to create even further interconnections with other intelligence and species and beings of information when we talk about. So how is DNA holographic? There was a test done with mice that were sent down mazes. And even though they removed 80% of their brain, they were still able to remember how to go down those mazes. And so what we're understanding is that the body stores information not just in certain local points of the brain, but in fact, the entire system is remembering and recording information like a crystal, for example. We have a crystalline body which holds on to that information. And how it communicates is by quantum non-locality. So this is how the body is it's almost like a teleportation of genetic information from one aspect of ourselves to the other. And they communicate through this electromagnetic field. We communicate like this internally in the body at the cellular level, and we communicate like this on a much larger level. So our entire human race has the capacity of communicating in this way as well. So this is how telepathy can be activated in the body, and remote viewing, for example, because everyone, in a sense, is a projection, is a fragment of our own self, is a mirror of our experience. Now we look at how the gene code is written, and literally the way that this gene is created is much like we look at language. As a matter of fact, research shows that maybe even the language was mirrored and fashioned as looking at how DNA is written. It's codes that are put in a certain order in order to create sound, vibrational frequency, and is encoded with intention as well. So we look at light language, for example. Some people that are tapping into light language, we're tapping into some information that is verbal, and it's also co-creating in a holographic sense information. This is how I also do my healing, is through this kind. A lot of healers utilize this technology within the body. So we just transfix and move some of these codes to create new codes. This is how DNA is written. Just like a sentence is put together in a sequence, we can change the order of those words to change the meaning, and therefore the product will change. And so that's how DNA is being written. Now, what information is stored within the body? We have the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. In a study of abductees, it was found that the majority of this information goes down through the mother's lineage. The mother's lineage is the one that has memory, suppressed memory that begins to arise of contact experiences, abductees that now recall their memories. And usually the mother will be the one to send down this information genetically, which makes it very interesting. In my experience, all the women in my family have had abduction experiences. They have also been a part of the hybridization program. And so we hold that. Men are also part of it. So whether you're a man or a woman, both of you are having that information brought down through the mitochondrial DNA. So what occurs when this genetic modification begins to occur? When there is the union of this meiosis process that occurs of the cell and the embryo, is an explosion of life force energy that is created. And it is scientifically proven that in that moment of that, the meiosis process where the cells begin to divide, there is actually a heat signature that is produced from this. Now, what's occurring on larger levels, on the metaphysical level, on these levels that are within the quantum field, is that they are almost like these explosions are creating black holes or white holes of information. And within those vortices of information, you see snapshots of the entire universe and that entire grid of interconnection that one human organism has to the whole. So this is what is being encoded into the body. Within that heat signature is being generated a snapshot of the universe that will then produce information for this organism to create. And when they are merging these different kinds of genetic codes, because these children are actually a product of multiple genes. There are reptilians mixed with Pleiadians, mixed with grays, and then mixed with these humanoid type of beings. And so all of that interconnection that is giving you, that DNA is giving you a snapshot into the lineages, those pertinent lineages of those species. So the human body is then creating this incredible vortex of information at that time. And this is a momentary moment where in this 1 second, this frequency is transforming into a liquid form, which forms the DNA, and then into a crystallization, which creates the human body structure. The spinal cord, which is the first one to be created in the body, then feeds information into the rest of the body and the development of the human organism. And so this is how the holographic structure is then formed, almost like an exoskeleton, like this image of the exoskeleton. We are actually forming in that moment of explosion of energy, a coding of everything that this organism is a part of. And so this is how we are moving through these dimensional layers, just like we're merging from the human aspect of ourselves to the larger aspect of ourselves. Now we look historically at the understanding of the creation of this universe. And within this dimensional timeline that we live in, the law of three is the law of creation, okay? And so we are creating from here, manifesting all of the organisms that are a part of what we are. And so these white holes and black holes give and receive information. We are all a part of that constant funneling movement. Even the universe is moving in this way. So our human bodies are storing that information. How vibrational frequency manifests into the body, it's creating these waves of frequency and information that go from high to low, and they organize within the chakra system here. This is what we are made out of. So, for example, the bone structure, which is a crystalline. I know that we are need to rush on time. There's so much to talk about.
No, keep going a little. We have, I think, another 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So the crystalline structure of the body is holding on to these informations. But now let's talk about how this relates to abduction, right? So according to Paper Roll, which was conducted in 1991, 3.7 million Americans say that they have been abducted. And so what this helps us understand is that more people than we think are actually in contact with some of these interdimensional beings. And I strongly believe that we actually are a product of the hybridization. So the entire human race, therefore, is a product of this hybridization program. The hybridization program is in order to change biologically the body. And here are some ideas as to why they breed with us. But for me, one of the reasons why I think that they breed with us is in order to create these fragmentation, which occurs in the multidimensional body. The soul, the information of the soul is actually what is being, in other words, utilized in order to sustain these organisms further into our reality. The hybridization program, the process is insemination, it incubates, then they remove, and then they insert the hybrid within the designated timeline, right? So the hybrid is either coming back into the reincarnation cycle or it's a part of other agendas that are being carried out, therefore. So this goes into types of insemination that we can talk about later and removals. But really, the most important part of this, and I'll just I'll end this slideshow here, is that, let me go ahead and go to stop sharing. Okay, so the most important part of that is that the hybridization program is actually utilized to move information. And so what we want to understand is that the human has the ability to embody free will by choosing with your vibrational frequency the timelines that you wish to choose. So you can break these contracts with hybridization. You can break the contracts with these experiences that are lower frequency and design your experience in this moment. Okay.
Well,
And yeah.
what you were saying though about the DNA and its activation is sort of the groundwork, I feel, for the ascension process. You know, so as we come online and remove the negative programs that have been implanted within the lineages of the DNA, we move closer to light, we move closer to the acceleration of time. And I think you've created a map there. And I think some abductions, like maybe even in your case, maybe in my case, have been an acceleration of the soul's evolution. That's what I feel. And I think it is on my mother's side. My mother and my grandmother were abductees. What were you going to say though about that? I mean,
No, that's exactly right, Alan. And I don't necessarily think that it's a acceleration, but I do think it's an awakening. It's a snapshot into our multidimensionality, which becomes available to us by peeling these layers of programming. Right? So the programming keeps us into the belief that we are just the physical, that we are just feelings, emotions, experiences, but we are absolutely not that. And the more that we bring ourselves into a state of nothing, into the state of neutrality and awareness, we have access to these other definitions that are available to you as an organism. Think of yourself as an organism of consciousness that is mostly non-physical. And so
right.
these extraterrestrials give us a vision. They give us a snapshot into those, which are fragments of ourselves. They are a projection of our own self, actually.
Well, the only thing I would say about, I mean, it kind of stimulates the idea that when we become nothing, we become the soul of creation, which is our ability to feel all of time and all of space, and we become the multidimensional awareness as we become nothing and everything. I mean, I think you can look at it either way.
Right?
So,
Yeah.
but we have to give up the identity of who we think we are in order to become who we really are. Just one quick question. Someone asked, have you heard of Francis Steiger Pascal? Talks about starseed, star helpers. No.
I haven't, no.
There's so many people talking about that. We'll be talking to Mary Rodwell later, who's had studies on all these star seeds. And so if you wanted to leave people with a way of activating their true self and tapping into this higher knowledge, give us some closing words if you can.
Absolutely. So for the deprogramming of all false beliefs is what will allow you to come into a state of awareness that transcends the limitations of everything that you've defined yourself as. So if you work gently, deprogramming all of these things, even your roles as a woman, a man, your roles in society, the product of who you are as religion defines them. If you begin to unpack all of those and really go back to the root of when these thought forms were created, you begin to understand that a lot of them were put into timelines in order to create control. And a lot of these very divine and important concepts have been inverted in our society. So it's important that more we come into a state of neutrality, we can begin to observe and identify how those things have been inverted in order to begin to correct these things in ourselves. And the way we respond to things will change, the way that we interact with one another will change, and it just brings you into this ability to utilize and employ the free will that will now no longer feed the systems that are parasitic consciousness in our reality here, that are causing more harm, more suppression, more pain to us. And suffering is always a choice. So that's a choice that we have the right to make at any time.
Right, when we know it's a choice. I'm glad we have a little more time because we're waiting for our next speaker to show up, because there's one question I've been really wanting to ask you, and there's some others in the chat here. Okay, so here we are at this moment of evolution, this moment of transformation within the social consciousness, within the timeline activity. What is do you see on the future, even though the future is an unknown and yet to be created? What's coming down from your perspective? Where are we going? What's the roadmap or the destination? Not that there is one, but what do you see in this visionary way? Because I can see you are a visionary, because you have that opening of those other levels of awareness. So what do you see coming?
Well, in reality, I think that there is no defined direction in which we are. When you get to the highest levels of this information, you understand that everything is working exactly as it should. And because of the law of free will, we can all choose to experience everything we wish to experience. And that's what's occurring here on the planet Earth. Some of us are choosing to experience fear and anxiety. Some of us choose to experience these very high vibrational experiences and begin to dive and explore other realms of possibility. But what the soul has available to them is becoming aware in the present moment here in the physical, becoming aware in astral planes, becoming aware even in death. Even in death, the moment that we detach from this physical body, we have the ability to choose where we are navigating next. And all of those choices are not just a conscious choice. They are made by the collection of information that we're storing within the DNA that creates this vibrational frequency. It is defined by that. And so that is actually what's creating. It's your expression. So what we have going forward is completely up to us. We can change what is happening here collectively by becoming very clear about ethically, morally, how we wish to experience this physical plane. And unity consciousness is that next step, that when each one of us becomes aware of these things, of how this human organism works, we really do become one. And that one can have an intention of pooling all of these souls that are experiencing in this timeline in a very healthy, nourishing, and vitality into a creation of expression of creation. But this is occurring, Alan, on multi-dimensions. So it's just one aspect of ourselves. We have parts of us that are sharing in future selves, and in all of this network of experience. We are just here to experience infinite consciousness becoming aware of itself, I think. So I would say to stop stressing on the definition of next. If you actually really come into that nothing, that is the power in which you connect to the information of how this whole wishes to experience as one. That's kind of what we would like to come into, hopefully.
Beautiful. We're getting a lot of good feedback that this is opening people's minds and, actually transforming them as they listen to this. I guess we're still waiting for, I don't know who the next speaker is. I think Ben Stewart. But the other thing I want to just ask you, because you're here and you're so, accessible to these realms, is that I don't want to ask what will happen, but if everything was to come together and each person find their own soul essence, what would the world look like from that ultimate place of being as you see it, as a potential?
A potential. I think potentials are limitless. It's limitless potentials. And we tend to look at things as form, as shape, as matter, as defined experiences. And we have to remember that our perception is extremely limited because our perception is only being informed what we know. We have to move beyond what we know. We have to, and that requires a lot of deaths and rebirths in that process in order to be able to be okay with coming into places of unknown. That is one of the biggest feats that we as humans have to experience, is the ability to navigate the unknown by still holding our space. And right now, with what's happening in the world, we're being called to really practice that, because we're going to need that in the coming years. We're going to be moving through major transition of this entire system, this global system that is employing a lot of parasitic consciousness in order to gain power, in order to for monetary reasons, to control, to brainwash. And so we're becoming aware of those things. It's time to break free from those programs and somehow understand with our intuition and by complete deep connection to this body and Our body is informed by the natural laws of the universe, of creation. When the feminine and masculine come into balance, that's when we can create. When we become whole, we enter a state of neutrality. And that neutrality is a state of massive creation ability that's available to the body. So we want to go back to that. And that has no shape, no form, no definition. It's hard for us as humans to be able to enter that state. But this is what's next. If we enter that space, what we can create is your wildest dreams. We can create societies and sorry, go ahead, Alan.
No, I'm with you. I totally get that and really enjoy that. And I think what you're saying, when we move into that state of the unknown, of that oneness, actually we become the creators of creation.
Yeah.
We can't even know at this level what the next step is because we're not there. The future is an unknown, but we, when we're so present, start to be the creators of that with divine thought coming into us, which is where all the great artists and musicians and writers get their thoughts from. You know, it just comes, it just appears, right?
Well, when you're in that state of neutrality, your intuition is wide open, and the intuition doesn't lie. It doesn't come in from deception. It doesn't come from the ego. The pure, true connection to that intuitive higher self is connected to this Akashic network that I was showing you, which then is intelligence. It has its intelligence in order to thrive, to keep all the organisms connected, all the human race that is connected to this network now has the ability to thrive and come into wellness and balance. And so intuitively, we tap into that information, which will allow us to inform our next actions.
Right.
There,
And
there was,
it's being, what's that? What were you saying?
oh, I think there were some questions. I don't know if you
Oh,
want
go ahead. Do you want to ask somebody? I just wanted to say about that. The universe is being created every single moment of our
Exactly.
perception. So creativity is a wave of frequency that is the same as what the moment of creation is. So when we tap into the creative process, we're tapping into the flow of now. So yeah, let's answer a few questions, and I'll just get a cue from Neo when to wrap up. But someone said, are the hybridization experiences physical or energetic? I would say they're definitely physical because they're taking DNA, but if of course it's energetic, what would you say?
Yes, I think they are both actually. What is happening because we are holograms, what is happening in that exoskeleton, that energetic exocrystalline body that has fragments of ourselves, we can experience things through those fragments and very much feel them in our body, or we can experience them in our body and affect other parts of us as well. And so we have to understand that the way that we experience these things are both physical and non-physical. When I was removed from my room that day, my body went through the wall and I was wide awake, and it felt like I was being broken apart and then brought back together on the other side. And so this transcends the physics that we are familiar with, of matter. They are able to move and move through dimensions in order to affect. And this is how the hybridization program also works. They are able to speed up the gestation process in the womb. They are able to remove, and we feel pregnant literally during those 3 months. And the same thing with men. Men experience a lot of side effects that are both physical and non-physical. And when they go to the doctor, it's not connecting, what's happening. So these are things that are going in and out of those dimensions.
Well, so many great things. Did you want to take another question? Because I also wanted to talk about what you're doing ongoingly, daily, to bring people into this awareness. You are working very hard, Geraldine, to keep people in tune with this creation you're bringing through. So we can take another question if you see something you want to answer there.
Sure. Well, right now what we're working on, well, yeah, we can take another question. I mean, there's a question about if DNA stores information.
Yeah,
Does
you can answer that, and then we'll go into what you're doing. So yeah.
Okay. So the question is, if DNA stores information, does receiving a transplanted organ from another human being change the receiver's DNA or perhaps influence the receiver's DNA? Yes, it does. That's actually something that there's a whole study behind that when an organ is put in, this is DNA within that organ that is storing emotions, past experiences, traumas that go down that cyclical ancestral lineage. And so when it's put into the body, there has to be a readjustment period. However, because everything is so interconnected, that organ that's coming into the body is a vibrational match in one way or another to your organism. So there will be a readjustment period, but your body is also um, uh, requiring that experience to become aware of certain parts of yourself too. And a lot of times those parts are accessed. There was a lot of experiments made on this that are very, very, very interesting, that have to do with the body assimilating new organs.
So it
thank
says
you.
about free will, not wanting to be in the program. Well, I think you answered that for me in another interview where you said you were abducted sort of seemingly against your will, if you just take it as this dimension there already is, but we are so vast and multidimensional. So do you want to address the idea of free will and abductions and all that?
Absolutely. And so in reality, the abductions are agreements that are made at a point in time where we have less consciousness, less awareness. Okay. And so, and there's many parts to this. There's the parts of the extraterrestrials that are high vibrational frequency and some that are low vibrational frequency. So you may have experiences in either one of those realms. Now, in the subconscious mind, we have made an agreement to experience this. My agreement to be participant of this was something that was made centuries ago within my bloodline. But just by coming into this incarnation in the three-dimensional plane, because in a sense, we are all hybridized. The entire race is hybrids. We are holding a cocktail of DNA within our bodies, which include these extraterrestrial races, which makes us open to those connections. And so when we begin to access the information within the body, we now sometimes often begin to have more of these activated conscious experiences like I had. So free will plays a role by you becoming aware of how it functions. Nothing can happen to you without your permission. Absolutely nothing. We are never victims. There's always an agreement made at an unconscious point that must come into the present moment, and we must work with those contractual agreements. Contractual agreements are energetic exchanges of information. And so literally they are like cords, threads of information that are feeding and informing our experience. So it's important to become aware of them and start working with them, cutting those cords, destroying those contracts in order to help this spirit through the human experience deprogram from all of those parts. All of these are programs. Even the hybridization program, in my opinion, is a program that we can choose to be a part of. On the other side of that, in my opinion, source, infinite consciousness, does not require to give out aid to any living being, because what unconditional love means is that you allow an organism to experience whatever they need to experience for their soul based on their perception. That's free will. So when anything comes and imposes itself on that soul, that's when we're making agreements in an unconscious sense. So we have to be able to become aware of those agreements, even if they look like high vibrational frequencies. Become aware of what the exchange is. There's always an exchange. So I believe that everything within this dimensional plane, we are either taking on parasitic consciousness, or we are in sovereignty, becoming aware of this whole organism, deciding to become choosing what we're going to experience. Okay, so it's a complex topic that you really need to understand the ranges of frequency. These extraterrestrials are just manifestations of ranges of frequencies, of archetypes that we are also mirroring.
Well, there's some other questions here, but if you take your logic, and I'm not for or against, someone would say, why are there children starving in Africa, or why, are so many people suffering? And from your logic, and I'm not for or against it, you would say it's a level of free will?
It is absolutely. And the problem is that when we come into the earth, we have this temporary moment where we come in wide awake, but because of the programming, we become disconnected from the higher levels of that consciousness. We are programmed to only look at the physical. We are indoctrinated with religion. The body becomes affected by all of these programs, and now no longer has its awareness of its source connection. Okay. And so when that happens, we come into lower states of consciousness, and where we become a host to all kinds of entities, attachments, and other thought forms that don't belong in this body, that are untrue, the inversions of those pure truths, those divine truths of creation. So we need to reverse them. We need to get really clear about what's real so that we're not adapting those parasitic consciousnesses and then coming into this creative state, which now has the choice of what it creates. So a lot of people in the world that are in a state of unawareness of what's occurring, make the choices to have those experiences. And there are parasitic consciousness that take advantage of that unawareness and act on it. It happens with us, me and you, every day. We can be watching television and our body is receiving frequencies that is changing, literally transfixing the DNA structure of this body with information. It's encoding programs of fear, of helplessness, of victimism. All of those things are, you can say, are an infringement of your free will, but you chose to sit in front of that television to watch it. So this is where we begin to take back our power and really embody that sovereign being that is necessary at this time.
Right. No, I totally agree. I had to shut off the news because it was just so negative and fear-based, and they're feeding fear. And so do we want to plug into the news?
Yeah, well, exactly. And one of the biggest ways of manipulation is through the lower three chakras, because these are the ones that connect us to the physical plane. So if we begin to work with the first three chakras and learning how to control them, you can close them to reset the information. You can disconnect from those cords. If you look at your body on the multidimensional level, you realize that you have all these cords connecting to you and they are feeding information into your every moment. So energetic hygiene is absolutely imperative to sustaining health in the body, not coming into illnesses, diseases, taking on viruses. Everything is a vibrational frequency. And if you are a match to those, not the outside happy face, the inside subconscious programming is what will make you a vibrational magnet to those things. And so that's another form of sovereignty and free will that we have to choose what we wish to experience.
Energetic hygiene. I think you actually teach a course on that.
Yes.
That is so important to make us conscious of the most subtle vibrations and thinking that we can do. We have to be so present not to project any of these unnecessary patterns that, our whole practice every day is to be in the present. So talk about some of the courses you have coming up as far as like the energetic high and the hybridization program and the activation of the higher DNA.
Absolutely. So right now I'm hosting 30 days of self-healing challenge every day at 12 p.m. We meet and we work. It's a workshop and Q&A. You guys can register through my website at Seeker Plus, where I also have other courses that I'm hosting, which are a complete in-depth overview of what the multidimensional body is, what it consists of, how you're storing information. We look at all the mechanics and the links to how it informs your every moment and your choice. And I also have another program that's called GPAC, which is energetic hygiene, which is grounding, protecting, aligning, creating, which is what we did earlier today. And so that's really becoming aware of how your body functions when you come into awareness, when you're in charge of this body, you then learn how you are co-creating. And we look at the physics of that, the psychology of it, and how it manifests in the physical. So it's really important. There's many different aspects to everything. So we have to inform ourselves on all of those. And so you can see my YouTube channel. Sorry.
Yeah, post your links. That's what, can you type it into the chat
Yeah, absolutely.
for everybody? Because I think what someone said about you, and I agree, you are a rising star on the consciousness scene here. So this is ongoing information. This is activations of a new awareness. And this is what I love about what you're doing. It's very practical. It's very taking people back to their own emotions, their own emotional patterns, their own ways of even holding their body energetically and trying to let go of a kind of known pattern to wake up to the unknown. So yeah, talk a little bit about some of the deprogramming programs you have.
Yeah, so deprogramming is we have to be brave for that process, because you're going to be coming into a state of no identity. The process is to get rid of false identities. We are actually a product of a lot of false ideas and concepts, and we adapt everything that the entertainment industry tells us, that religion tells us, all of these things that are creating our reality. And even defining even our sexes, right? So we have to work with those programs. And what's connected to that is the emotional charge behind them. So what I do is working with emotional triggers, more importantly, leading them back to the very root cause of when they occurred in the body. And that is where you find where the program was created. So we open up those experiences and we understand them, and you equip yourself with the tools on looking at them from different perspectives. You change the emotional charge that was created in that moment. And when you do that, you are literally creating new neural pathways in your brain that the next time you're triggered by that experience, you're now changing the way that you experience. And so little by little, you begin to do that with all of these experiences in your life. And what you'll find is that it's always actually repetitive programs that have been happening. And it's amazing how it takes us out into this false self ultimately, where we are preserving parts of us that are wounded, the ego, we're preserving and protecting that identity. And so all of these things are like a distraction that keep you coming into your highest expression. So what I do is I teach you how to do that. One thing is the concepts of these worlds, but we have to realize the difference between distractions, and what's important for this human body is to come into that full awareness in order for it to know how to navigate all this information that we're getting into. Okay. And you should be your biggest channel of information. So, yeah.
Right. I mean, what you're giving us is you're not even channeling, you've merged almost, as I see it, with this galactic information, if you want to give it a name. And so I would say you're not even channeling, you are embodying something that all of us have that potential within our DNA and psychic structures to embody. So thank you. You worked a little overtime here.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not a problem.
But I want to say you do private sessions as well. And your email is info@bayareameditation.com.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so if you want to get a DNA reprogramming with me, you can find me at my website at geraldineorozco.com, and I'd be very happy to work with you, happy to serve.
And upcoming courses. I would, yeah, I think we should do a course together. And because it's very amazing, sort of, this is sort of cutting edge in a way. And you present it in such a nice, pleasant way. So
Thank you so much. I know it's a lot of information. It takes some time to integrate, but it's good for us to see different aspects of what we're doing. So thank you, Alan. It would be a pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
Yeah, it might be a lot, but I think you're planting seeds of, possibility as people open to this new level of science, because you're also giving us science. So yes, thank you. It's been great. And we will definitely do more together. Right. So Geraldine, what I was just going to say, you're going to be back on the Experiencers panel tonight, which is 4:30 p.m., right?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Was there something else you were going to say?
Nope. I just want to thank everyone for your amazing questions. I wish I could answer all of them. I will try to remember them, and you guys can check out. Maybe I'll post somewhere else. Okay.
Great. I've been talking to Geraldine Orozco, who is, I would say, what would you call yourself? A DNA activator or a...
oh yeah, a DNA reprogrammer, a reprogrammer of sorts. We're reprogramming from old false programs into this 0 point. So yeah.
Right. We used to have programmers. Now we have reprogrammers.
Yes.
Thanks. We'll see you later for sure. I'm Alan Steinfeld. Neil, do you want to come back in the room? And we have Peter Sterling coming up, who's an amazing harp player. I just saw Peter last night. He's really ready. Did you send him all the information, right?
Yeah, he's going to be in like 30 seconds. He's almost here.
Great. And then after Peter, we have Mary Rodwell, who's a fantastic recorder of starseed transmissions. And then Meg Benedicta, who we saw the other day in the Ascension Panel. Carolyn Corey, who just did a film called Superhuman, which is about taking all of this understanding to the next level of embodiment, really being that as an advanced society. And topping off the day at 4:30 is the ET Experiencers panel, where people will really talk about the variety of ET experiences. And this is not about from people saying, oh, I think I did, or maybe it was. These are people who had a direct experience and are willing and able to integrate that into their lives for the most part. It took a lot of work, but they are definitely willing to integrate that. Rebecca Hardcastle, is she going to be on that panel? She asked me.
Let's see. I think you had her on.
I think she wants to do it. So
yeah, let's message her. I thought we had her on a panel, but I don't see her on one.
I know she said that too, but we do have on the panel Sherry Wilder, right? Sherry
yeah,
Wilder.
I'll contact Rebecca right now. I'll let her know. But yes, we do have on the panel as of right now. We have Sherry Wild, Carolyn Corey, Geraldine Orozco, Celestine Starr, and Barbara Lamb, and then also Rebecca Hardcastle.
Right, and Rebecca Hardcastle is a real expert on what it means for consciousness to go beyond this human experience.
Yeah,
so,
you're gonna have to go deep with that one. There's so many people and so much information there. You probably spend all day with all of them. You know.
I know. Well, all of them are really amazing women, actually. But I should sign off. I have this other schedule I'm doing, but I will sign back on, and I guess Michelle will introduce Peter, who's a great guy, good friend. I've known him for 30 years, and he's really devoted to music and transformation through music. So,
well, I believe Michelle's is heading out right now. But yeah, I'll go ahead and introduce Peter.
Oh, you will? Okay. Well, I can. I mean, when's he coming on? Right now?
He should be right now. Why don't you introduce him, and then I'll read his bio. We'll give him a twofer.
Okay. So, and thanks everybody for tuning in. I know Geraldine's presentation was really fantastic and a lot of information, but if you stay with it, if you review these videos again, you'll start to get what she's trying to say as a bigger integration of who we are as human beings, human potential beings. So
Peter said he has a computer issue, so it's going to be a few minutes. So I'm probably going to have time for a poem before, but do you want to just kind of do your just talk about Peter for a bit?
Well, yeah, like I said, I've known Peter a long time. I think I met him before he even took up the harp. And once he learned the harp, he found this vehicle for transmitting this high frequency knowledge that he's been exposed to in Sedona. I was hanging out with him last night, and he was pointing out all the starships in the sky, along with chemtrails and airplanes, but there was a lot of activity in the night sky last night. And Peter's really tuned into that. So there's a sort of merging, I think, of his ET awareness and the music that's coming through. So, I mean, the music sort of says it all, but yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, lots of albums. So I should go, but thanks. I'll tune in back in. I'll maybe have a comment on Mary Rodwell if I have a chance to get back. Okay.
All right. We'll see you in a bit then.
Thanks, Neil.
All right. Okay, as we're waiting for Peter to come on in the room, I'm going to do a little poem here for you all, and we will see, and then I'll do his bio, and then he should be here. So this one here, this one is actually called Hybrid Polarity, which is about the hybridization program, and I randomly opened this, not realizing we're about to have a conversation about it, and then somebody just talked about Bridget Nielsen, who I know as well, doing the hybrid children. So this one's called the hybrid polarity. I'm a gray human hybrid. Yael child, pale skin. The days of vile, evil men over, now we smiling. Too many souls trying. Path of least resistance. If you want to ascend, not leaving this earth, only this lower dimension. I hear Gaia crying, only dying to be reborn again, realizing there is no separation. The Illuminati government is our own projection. So why you tripping, protesting and rejecting is only self-hating. We are the sons of men, goddess of Zen, sons of God. Call me Zeus. Here now to choose. Linearity, ends of calendars let loose. Time is fluid from the beginning of creation taught by the ancient druids. Shamanistic, ritualistic, prolific, sickest lyricist, Atlantean crystal buried in the west, Lemurian tablets, Mount Shasta lightwork of fanatics, delusional normality where we only believe what we can see. Tap into the fifth dimensional frequency, existing in multidimensional realities, manifesting in planetary systems to teach a journey through the darkness, taking us to the peak of duality where we can see again clearly. Remember who we truly be, multifaceted beings, soul freeing. The pyramids will start to spin, disintegrate the word sin, wrap my crystals with copper and tin, conduct electricity electromagnetically, traveling astrally through the Merkaba, speed up my aura to 3/4 the speed of light, to enter simultaneous time, make the unconscious believe this. Glasses on my eyes to see the transit of Venus, solar flare, sun gaze, decalcify my third eye and enter the maze, vibrationally raised. There are many pathways to the same place. Source clears this illusionary haze. This is the end of days and the beginning of a new unconditionally loving phase. Let's see if Peter's in the room. Thank you, everybody. And Peter is with us. So a little bit about Peter. Let me pull up his website here really quick. Peter Sterling is one of the world's premier harpists in the genre of new age and contemporary instrumental music. During his 28-year career with the harp, he had several #1 records on the international radio charts. He was a bronze and silver medal winner in the prestigious Global Music Awards, and he won the New Age Ambient Song of the Year in 2017 Hollywood Music and Media Awards. He is also a visual artist working in stained glass and digital photographic paintings he calls portals of light, which are a unique alchemy of photography, digital effects, crystal and gemstone powders, which create multi-dimensional holographic mandalas. Welcome to the world of harp magic. And Peter performed at our first big event as well in 2012. So we've been connected for quite some time, done a lot with him back in the days. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Peter, you there?
Turn my voice.
There we
Hello,
go.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear
We
me
can
now?
hear and see you, bro. How are you?
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Good to be here. Michelle's here too.
Michelle's here. I think she just stepped out for a bit, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you ready to do this?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, man, take it away.
So what are we going to do?
You can, okay, so you have, let's see, you have 25 minutes. So you
Are
can
you
do a
gonna-
little.
You're going to introduce me and start off with me?
Yeah. Did you miss the introduction? I just introduced you.
Oh, I heard that. Okay.
Yeah.
Are people on with us now?
Yeah, we have everybody here. We've been going since 10:30
Oh,
in
wow.
the morning. So
Awesome.
yeah, so you can do whatever you want with the time. You have 25 minutes. I'd love for you to play some harp, but
Okay.
whatever download you may have as well.
All right, guys. Well, it's good to be here. Thank you for inviting me to spend some time with you here at Portal of Ascension. I have just returned from a 4-hour land excursion today. I had 4 beautiful souls that we were out exploring the power spots and the vortexes of Sedona today, doing a lot of deep healing, working with the harp and the crystal bowl sound tools to, clear our systems, our nervous systems, activate our codes. We're doing a lot of work on activating our light body codes today. Sedona is just such a perfect environment. The energy here just is so high frequency and just really is very activating for people. A lot of people coming here right now because of what's happening around the world. A lot of people are seeking sanctuary and are being attracted to Sedona right now. It's this amazing influx of souls coming here right now, of light workers and people who are seeking visions at this time. So that's what I've been doing all day. And I literally have just stepped out of the Jeep and here I am for you. So perhaps maybe what I'll do is I'll play my harp a little bit for you. As maybe some of you know, I'm mostly well known for my harp music. I've been playing the harp for about 30 years. And I just released my 16th CD recently, which is up for a Grammy Award this year for Best New Age Album. It's called Sanctuary of Light. And that was really inspired, the vision, the way it came to me was to create some special music was going to be needed in the future that would be really like to help people to rise up into the light and to ascend into the light and to experience a sanctuary of light at this time of great change and transformation around the world. A lot of people have struggled through the changes right now. And so music like this, music of the harp, is very ancient music. The harp has been played in the healing temples of ancient civilizations for millennia, for thousands of years. And there's a very pure harmonic tone of the harp that is like no other instrument. The way that I learned to play this instrument was by my experiences in the canyons of Sedona some 30 years ago when I was drawn here on my shamanic journey. And I was led out into the vast backcountry where I did all my medicine journeys and deep shamanic journeys into other dimensions. And as a result of that, I made contact with the angels. I heard the celestial music as I was meditating in the silence of the canyons where I just came from. And going deep into the silence, it's when my inner hearing opened up and I began to, what I call my third ear. It's so important. So what I'm receiving now is I'm going to play for you, and I'm going to send the intention to send out the harmonic sounds and the codes from the harp and from the circuit that I'm connected to assist in opening the inner hearing, the third ear. So important so that we can hear our inner guidance from our higher self, from our I am presence, or from our angels and guides, so that we can have a clear connection and really hear that as we navigate the days, weeks, and months ahead through great change that is quickly coming upon us. So to have your hearing and your inner hearing really, and have that circuit clear and connected is really important. So I'm going to play a little improvisation. I'm going to call forth the angels for all of us. My angels go into your angels. I'm going to have a little angel party here for a few moments. And so I just invite you just to, if you'd like to close your eyes and just look up into your third eye a little bit, into your mind's eye, and just as I play, see the golden light, like the symbol of portal of ascension. You see the beautiful flower of life, eternal, evolving, unfolding symbol of the flower of life there. And just see the golden light as I play. And we can just go into the golden light. You can hear the angels singing along with me as I play. So open your higher hearing, your deeper inner hearing, and we'll take a little journey for a moment. Oh, thank you. So I guess I'll just give you a little update from Sedona. It's been a lot of activity here lately. I do vortex tours, metaphysical tours, backcountry tours, but I've also been going out for UFO nighttime tours. There's been a lot of celestial activity at night here. We do have the night vision goggles, the Generation 3 night vision goggles here. And we're observing the skies every night above Sedona. So there's been a lot of craft light ships here over Sedona. I've even been seeing them in the last couple of weeks. I've had some really significant naked eye sightings without any goggles. So I just wanted to share something that happened about 2 weeks ago. I was on tour with a few beautiful sisters, and we were on a sunset tour and ended the tour out in the Western Canyons up on this mesa, taking in the great expanse of the view as the stars were coming out. And all of a sudden we were looking over kind of to the south, and we noticed that there was a moving star. My client said, "Oh, look, it's a satellite." And I said, no, I just got that that was a light ship. And we watched within a minute, this light moved from lower on the horizon and came directly above us where it stopped within about a minute. And it was just it wasn't a pulsating light at all. It was a solid, bright star, almost like, you know, something like Venus, but it was very unusual. And then we were guided to lay on our backs on the red rocks as the stars were coming out on this remote promontory. As we did that, then we perceived rainbow light kind of spiraling down from this bright light in the sky, which I identified intuitively as some sort of spacecraft light ship. And then it stayed there pretty much for the rest of the night, because we drove back into town, we were looking at it, it was still there, but it really did. And then a week later, just a few days ago, I was with some other clients at sunset again, and I was telling them the story, and then all of a sudden, a similar light appeared in the sky next to the crescent moon, and it moved, and then it completely blacked out and disappeared. Then it came back on and powered up, really bright, not flashing at all, and then it just slowly dimmed away into the twilight sunset sky of the west. It was an amazing sighting. Then last night, to top it all off, I was with our friend Alan Steinfeld from New Realities, and we were out at an event here under the stars, and Alan and I were just watching the most unusual lights in the sky. Once again, there was that bright light. I saw it again, and there were several others moving around it, and they were communicating to us in a very unusual pattern of almost like flashing Morse code. It wasn't like a regular plane that was consistent. And then these they just kind of disappeared up into the night sky. It's quite amazing. So a lot of activity going on here in Sedona, in the galactic Stargate portal of Sedona. Now, I've been exploring these vortexes for 30 years. I was drawn here in the late 80s. And this is where I went through amazing transformation here. And that's ultimately where I discovered my music of the heart, which I just played to you. But of course, you know, when I met up with the angels here, the message they always shared with me, and the vision was always one of the golden age, of the dawning of the golden age and of the ascension. And that was really what my music was given to me for, was because the heart carries the frequency, the ascension frequencies in it, the harmonics, what I call the heavenly harmonics. So now more than ever, there are many people who are kind of waking up rapidly right now. I just had 4 people out on the land. They're probably around 50 years old, and they were just drawn here because they felt they were drawn here. There was something they were to open up to in their lives. And it really happened today with these people. So a lot of my clients, I'm seeing people are shifting and changing with the shift of the COVID effect. Many people are going through tremendous life-changing changes in their life, really profound changes. So the energy is increasing, and the activity in the sky here has been phenomenal lately. So with that, what else would I like to share with you? Well, of course, because my primary spiritual light that I'm connected to is with the angels, who, you know, took me on many, many journeys up into the higher planes of the angelic and the celestial realms, that they're always wanting to share and talk with me, just even as they wanted me to bring them in as I was playing my harp for you. So we feel it is really essential, you know, coming back again to making the connection with your divine guidance right now, because things of the external world are undoubtedly going to get even more chaotic. So how do we navigate through the times ahead? And how do you know what you're hearing as far as the guidance you're receiving is true or not? And how can we open up that connection and get a greater and more clear connection to our divine guidance? This is my primary work with the high frequency healing work we're doing to align people's different bodies and make their chakras harmonic and their nervous system harmonic, so that we can vibrate to the higher frequencies. So of course, I hope we're all getting time for our meditation right now. And the main meditation I did to connect with the angels is the meditation of the higher self. So if you're not familiar with it, I just want to share it with you again, so you understand the mechanics of this, how we can connect to our I am presence, as taught by the ascended masters. And these are timeless teachings that are so poignant and important right now for us, so that we can clear our central channel and open our crown chakra and go up into our higher chakras, into our soul star, our higher self, and our I am presence. Very much looks like the logo of Portal of Ascension. Nice job with that, Neil. So what worked for me was when I sit in my meditation, first I like to just center myself, of course, and just relax. And of course, centering in the heart. And then when you have settled there in your visualization, you move your attention to your ajna center or your third eye and focus there. And then ultimately, we want to bring our awareness to the crown chakra. And then opening the crown chakra. Now we have a central pillar of light, and we can ascend up the central pillar of light right out the top of our head. So as you're preparing to do this, if you have your eyes shut, and if you like, you can even make the mudra with your thumb and forefinger and connect the circuit. This works quite well. So focusing here on the third eye, the Christ center, the ajna center here, and just energizing, seeing the golden light in your mind's eye. And then from there, with your intention, you can just allow your awareness just to rise up. And you can actually look up with your inner vision. And you can look up the central pillar of light right out the top of your head. Just like that. Now we can bring our breath into this. So oftentimes for me, I'll inhale and rest here on the third eye. And then as I exhale and relax, I can just float right out the top of my head and go right up the central pillar. Now in yoga, that's called Sushumna, right? The central pillar. But from there, we can access the higher chakras and go up to your soul star, which very much looks like the logo of Portal of Ascension. So collectively, as we're all here together, if you're with me on this, let's just look up into our mind's eye and look up through the top of your head. And see if you can see your higher self, your I am presence is the rainbow body of light that we often see depicted around saints and holy people in ancient Renaissance art. Also in the Tibetan Buddhism, they talk about the rainbow body of light. It's one of the highest spiritual attainments and goals in Tibetan Buddhism is to attain the rainbow body of light. So the idea is to ascend up the central pillar, reconnect and unify with your higher self, your I am presence or your divine self, and your Christ self. Feel the expansiveness of that, the expansive of universal divine love as we rise up into those higher frequencies, into the higher dimension of self. And then slowly relax and just allow your higher self to descend, to make a descent, and come all the way down the central channel, all the way into your body, and anchor that energy, that higher dimensional light, that radiant light of your divine self. You can use gravity to anchor that down all the way into your lower chakras. You can open up your root chakra, Muladhara chakra, and allow that energy to ground all the way into the earth using earth gravity. See, this is the goal for us light workers, star seeds, to fully embody our divine self into the flesh, to make that sacred union and to allow your expansive, radiant, beautiful divine self to come and fully incarnate into your body here. That way we're like a bridge and we're pulling and merging the two dimensions. That's why we've gathered on the planet Earth at this time as starseeds and light workers to to become part of that harmonic of, like, say, the 144,000 rainbow warriors, the awakened ones who will vibrate to that harmonic frequency. That's all we need in order to shift the planetary consciousness. So fully opening up to our celestial and angelic and divine self and allowing that to descend upon you today. Neil, are you here with me? Did you want to interject or ask any questions?
No, I appreciate everything that you shared. I actually stepped away for the first 5 minutes. Did you get to play a little harp already?
Well, I played at the very beginning, but I'll play a little bit more.
Yeah, do you want to kind of phase us out
I'll phase it out. So
yeah, with some music.
Sure, we'll just play for a couple more minutes, and you're just connecting with our rainbow body of light, our higher self, our Christ self, our divine self. See, my new album is called Sanctuary of Light, and it's all about this. I hope you guys can check it out at my website, Harp Magic. If you go there, you can. I got some great videos from the new album. I even have the one called Divine Reflection is really about everything we were just talking about, and it's beautiful images in 4K resolution with the music. I also have one called Seventh Heaven, which is a light body activation. That's the 7th song on the album, called Seventh Heaven, and the video is like a journey into the 5th dimension and the light body. It's all on YouTube and it's all on my website, harpmagic.com. Please come by and visit. So, oh, there it is. Thanks for putting that up. So one more little piece to exit as we're still communing with our soul star, with our divine reflection, our I am that I am, our higher self, our rainbow body of light, our 5th dimensional Merkaba rainbow body of light. And I'm just going to spin and spiral us out on the harp up into the light. So enjoy the ride. So nice to be with you here, everybody. God bless. Take care. God bless. From my heart to yours. Take care.
Thank you, Peter. Love you so much. Take care.
Love you, man.
See you soon.
Okay.
I can't say enough about Peter. He's really, we've known him for a long time, done a lot of good things together, and it's just so amazing. During the first few years of us doing Portal Ascension events, Peter came to a lot. He's probably one of, maybe Laura Eisenhower and Peter were probably 2 people that we had the most on our events. Because Peter, I mean, adding harp to any event just makes it so much better, you know? And then on top of that, he talks about the rainbow light body. So it just funnels in really holistic approach to consciousness. So I appreciate him so much. All right, now we're going to move into our next guest and our next host. We are going to bring on Tyler and Aaron from Journey to Truth podcast. Are you guys there?
Yes. What's up?
Hey, how you guys feeling?
Great. How are you feeling?
How are you?
Good. So you guys ready for this?
Yeah, let's do this. Yes.
All right, cool. Mary's online, so you guys take it away.
All right, Mary, are you there? Hello. I think she might be muted.
Yeah, she's coming on right now. There she is.
There she is. She's still muted.
Hi.
Can you unmute yourself, Mary?
There we go.
There we go.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear us okay? Is the audio sounding good?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
How's it going? How are you doing today? Welcome to Portal to Ascension.
Thank you very much. It's good. It's a beautiful morning here in Queensland.
Nice. Yes, very beautiful here as well. So I'll read a quick little bio and then we'll jump right into this if you're ready.
Absolutely.
For those who don't know, first of all, I'm Tyler. This is Aaron. We're from Journey to Truth podcast, as many of you may know already. And this is Mary Rodwell. She is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers and writers in the UFO and contact phenomenon areas. She is founder and principal of Australian Close Encounters Resource Network, ACERN, formed in 1997. After researching more than 3,000 cases, Mary suggests extraterrestrial encounters are a global phenomenon, and this is evident in the new humans referred to as star children, which we are going to get into today. And I'm excited about that. It's one of my favorite topics because anyone who spends any time around these children nowadays understands there is something major going on. They're brilliant. They're like a mini ascended master almost. So did we lose you?
We got some technical difficulties.
What happened?
With the screen. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Anyway, so Mary, did you want to discuss the star children and this what we're seeing nowadays with all these children and what they are bringing to humanity?
Thank you, Tyler. What I would like to say is when we're reaching this time in our evolution, which I think is, we've all been discussing it in Portal of Ascension anyway, is that we are going to evolve, and we are evolving. And what's really hard for people at the moment, particularly given the chaos on the planet right now, is I think we all need a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel to know we're not here for a waste of time, and that's really what I'd like to say about the children, is they're bringing in this hyper awareness. They know they've got a mission. Many of them talk about this, and they mention they're here with something to do, and they talk about the shift, they talk about the event. And to mention to you, only recently I was speaking to a 10-year-old on the Sunshine Coast here, and he was explaining to me that he gets visited by light beings, that he comes from a planet of light, that there they manifest instantly, and he finds it much harder on planet Earth to manifest because he said it's a bit more dense here. And I said to him, well, what do you think is going on right now? And he said, Mary, this is the reset.
Nice.
That's how he explained it. This is the reset. I was talking, and I mentioned this in my book, The New Human, of a 12-year-old that was explaining to me that he'd been here on the planet many lifetimes ago, but they, as a species, had left something on the moon to do with consciousness. And he said, we've been at this point 3 times before, and it's not happened. He said, but this time there's a 95+ chance that we will make it as a species. So they're aware, they're coming in, knowing they have a job to do. I talked to another 10-year-old in the US who told me this was his first time on this planet, and that he had come from a planet where he was blue, explained that he was a center seed to connect with the center of the planet, and he's going to help with the pollution. So in other words, when this shift happens, then we've got these aware new avatar humans that are coming in from all stations west, I call the cosmos, from interdimensional, extra-dimensional, as well as, from our own galaxies, that are coming in with skills to assist with this shift. And this is, how they're explaining it, that there is a shift, and there is going to be, if you like, as one very good friend of mine, a molecular biologist, was explaining in her understanding, is that we are shifting into 2 frequencies, low frequency people and high frequency people. And the ones that choose to stay within this density will probably choose to stay here as a soul. But the rest that are ready to move to that other level of awareness. And what we're having is these children coming in who are going to be our teachers. They're the ones that are going to help us understand what we need to do to reach that other level of existence, if you like. And they are here with skills. One young 17-year-old, he's not that now, I've written about him, Antonio, in my book, and he says that he's an ecological engineer coming from Arcturus, and he's an Arcturian ambassador, and his job will be to give us a new ecology. So here we have children that are very aware of their mandate, very aware they're here to help with this shift, and they're dealing with ecology, they're dealing with pollution. You know, this is the kind of awareness that I'm talking about.
Yes, and I think it's, I mean, how helpful would that be if we were able to remember our past lives and why we're here? And that's one gift these children have. And I think that's so crucial. And like you said, if you've ever spent any time with these children, just have a conversation with them, what they can teach us. I mean, if you want to be reminded about the purpose of life, just have a conversation with the child. It's so true, though, because, you know, that's the one thing we all forget to do is to have fun. And we forget to be a child. And it's so crucial in these times. So do you call them indigo children, star children, or crystal children? Is there a specific name?
Well, they're all in the same bucket, really, in the sense that they are the new, more awake, evolved human. They're given many names. Metaphysically, they're given the names indigo, crystal, rainbow children, children of light. There's a whole range of metaphysical terms for them, depending on their energy field, for example, and their job that they've come to do. For example, the indigo is the warrior, for example. They've come in to challenge the system. You've got some coming in with love or with skills in empathy that have come as healers, for example. I mean, a lot of these children will say that they can heal, and their parents will say, you know, I didn't feel very well, or I'd hurt my knee, and my little daughter put her hands on my knee, and the next minute I was fine. They also, many of them communicate with animals, for example. As one 8-year-old told me, his job was to show humans that we need to treat animals with respect, that's important, that we understand they're connected to us. So they're here to teach, but they're also here, as I say, to assist us with this shift. But when you talk about the crystal children, the indigos and whatever, in mainstream, many of these children are given rather dysfunctional names, such as ADHD, Asperger's, dyslexia, and some forms of autism, simply because they're wired differently and they're not operating in the same way that we were programmed to operate. And they're harder to program, which is, I think, the very point of why they've come in with different wiring, is because the problem with many of us older generations and older models of human is we've been programmed out of our awareness. We're told it is not real, that it's imagination, that there's something wrong with us. And this is part of the problem of the Western programming, particularly, not the indigenous programming, because they're very open to their multidimensional selves. But we have been programmed out, and that is part of the problem. You know, Peter was talking about connecting to our multidimensional selves and connecting to our higher selves. But many people are afraid to do that because they're afraid in some way they'll lose the plot. That in some way they will lose their balance and the integrity of understanding what reality is. But that's, in fact, if anything, we're shut off from the very source that helps us to understand who and what we are and where, and our multidimensional connection to those many lifetimes of learning and growth and understanding that we can access through sometimes hypnosis, regression, sometimes through a healing or shamanic journey. These are ways we access it again, but we have a psychology in mainstream that tells us that's dangerous. You do that and you're going to end up, you know, unwell. So we've got this conflict of trying to access that against a society that on the whole, and even within religions, it's considered often dangerous, or demonology, for example, for you to access your team, I call it my non-physical team, if you like. And that is, for me, has been the one that has given me the help to understand what we miss out on when we do not connect to that superconscious higher self, oversoul, or whatever name you want to give our superconscious.
Yeah, you just said an entire, there's so much there you just covered. And these children basically are here to remind us of what we're capable of. And when we see them healing and communicating with animals, it triggers something with us, within us, it activates us. And it's interesting what you said also about the, this whole, if anything, we're cut off to our true purpose, but that's the part of the programming, because whatever our true purpose is very scary, because it threatens your old reality, and people aren't ready to give that up, like you said. So it is a conflict, and that's where we see these people who are just kind of turning away from the truth and living the ignorance is bliss lifestyle. It's really interesting.
Well, Tyler, it's a cognitive dissonance, because we are told about imaginary friends. Children have imaginary friends, for example. I remember one of those ladies very early on when I got involved in all of this, and she said, I was telling my mum at 6 years old that I was seeing aliens, and my mum said, that's just imagination. And she said, I was forever in conflict between what was real and what was not real, because that was not allowed for her to experience her multidimensional self. I'm talking to children across the board, and parents are talking to their children that talk about, their best friend and their buddy who is blue with big black eyes, or it's an angelic being, or it's a being of light, or whatever. And they're supporting them and also taking them on journeys to spacecraft, to other planets, for example, as one 8-year-old explained to me very excitedly that she'd been taken on board a craft to go to a planet where she was being taught how to levitate and how to use her third eye, and also was shown genetic engineering, how they're seeding other planets in other galaxies and what have you. And this is a reality for her. And then you come, and I said to her, do you ever talk about this kind of thing to school? She said, oh no, they wouldn't understand. So, this is the whole point. We're living this kind of dual reality where we promote one way of interacting with our everyday souls around us, and we're having this whole other reality that may or may not be safe to talk about, depending on who you talk about. It's almost a bit like we're seeing with this virus. You've got those that believe the narrative that everything they're being told on the television is true, and you've got those that are saying, where am I? You must be joking. This is a whole pandemic. And you've got this awful kind of split in our humanity and our consciousness at the moment, between to believe the narrative or to say, sorry, but I've just taken the red pill and it's all, not true. And we're getting it with that. Heaven, what would you say if you said to somebody, well, my non-human team's just told me that this is a load of X, Y, and Z, So we're living in this really weird kind of dichotomy at the moment that, so what do you honor? What do you, what do you trust? Do you trust what you're told out there, or do you trust your core? Do you trust your resonance to truth? Because this is the challenge right now, is resonance to truth. And you are the only instrument of that. You can't rely on anybody out there to give it to you. You have to trust this, because that ultimately is all you've got.
Yeah.
Yes. Amen.
Amen.
Yes.
And then that's why it's so important to focus on your spiritual growth, because as you grow, your resonance, your intuition becomes a little bit more in tune, and it's a lot easier to just pick up on this deception, and you see right through everything. So that's why it's so key to be taking care of ourselves right now and be focused on that. I wanted to ask you about hybrid children and where they come in and what role they play, because I've been made aware that I have hybrid children. Many of us do, and it's very confusing to me.
Well, there's two things I'd like to say first, because hybrid often brings in a lot of fear for a lot of people, saying, oh, you know, are they here to take over the world? You know, that the old models will be discarded and the new hybrids will come in. Well, first of all, if you look into the history of our DNA, we are intelligently created. And that, if you go back into what the anomalies in our DNA will tell you that. And I speak about this in detail and the evidence for it. So the bottom line is that we have input from other species. And this is what is inherent in our DNA. So we're all hybrids. And yes, we have taken over the world. So let's get that out of the way first.
Sure.
But what you're talking about is an upgrade of the hybridization going on with some individuals. And many of the children and some of the adults have an innate awareness that they're a hybrid. And the young people and children that are aware of this have come in with that activated, so that they are connecting more to their star family than they are so much to the human, saying, I can't make sense of this planet. It's too barbaric. I really don't want to be here. I don't understand this planet or the way people are, because that's not me. They may connect to their star origins, which could be Pleiadian or from Orion. It could be Arcturus. It could be Andromeda, or it could be as one 10-year-old who came through another dimension, and he came through a portal in the sun and told me he came from another dimension. So we are getting these children that are activated and connecting more to their hybridization, if you like, because we all have it within, I believe, in our DNA. We have multiple species in that have added to our DNA, but it's not been activated. When it gets activated, we become more aware of our hybridization, although that might be added to. As I was talking to one young lady in Spain, and she said that she was aware her mother had been taken and had more activation through her added DNA from the beings. So that can be part of it as well. But the whole idea of most of us being the older models, are we going to be left behind? No, because we have it within our DNA. And as we open up to our multidimensional cells and those frequencies, that's been activated. And then more and more will connect to that activation. So as our frequency rises, we're activating our Pleiadian cells or from Orion, from Arcturus, and all those other added DNA that's actually in the human genome. So this is really a very simplistic way, I know, of explaining what this hybridization is. We are all hybrids, end of, but some of us are asleep and some of us are awake.
I agree with that. But what I was getting at, I guess, is it possible that I have hybrid children of my own existing on a ship somewhere right now?
Absolutely. And let me give you a bit of an example. A very good case study I did from a lady in Brazil. She wrote to me because she was actually a former air hostess. And she explained that when she was working, she was in a hotel and she saw this little girl in the corridor on her way to breakfast. And she was worried that she hadn't got her parents around. So she went up to her and said, little girl, can I help you? Where's your mum and dad? And as the little girl turned round, she was part human, part feline. And this air hostess said it freaked her out, and she ran thinking this is a monster. Only a short time later, she went up on board craft, and there was this child, which she saw, and then she was told, this is your daughter. So it was part feline, part human. And she realized that this feline being that she'd been seeing in her dreams and seeing right from a child, that was this loving, beautiful presence with a kind of motherly, nurturing energy, was in fact part of this feline species. So she said that what really was astounding was she saw another time on board craft after that, where she saw this little feline girl with others that were sisters. So she'd had other children, which were part feline, part human. And her 6-year-old human daughter was actually playing with our hybrid sisters on board craft. So
Wow.
we've got this whole new understanding that we will contribute our DNA. And there are many people, many women, I write about in Awakening the missing pregnancies, where they will have a range of interspecies creations, and they're often to go to other planets, other solar systems. And this is, from my research, often the mantis are the master geneticists, and they're the ones that are usually involved in this program. And it's a big program. They're also dealing with timelines as well. There are a lot of things like that. But absolutely, the important thing is we are part of a amazing program that is certainly way beyond planet Earth.
Yeah, that's so fascinating to me. Is there, so what if somebody out there is hearing this for the first time, something's resonating and they want to communicate with their children? Is there a way to do that? Maybe via meditation, or do you have any advice for that?
Well, first of all, they need to know that many of them, if they've got hybrid children, will be taken up on board craft and introduced to them. Even the men that may not have children on this planet, but their sperm or genetic material has been taken, will be introduced to their children, because if they've got human genetics, they do need love. So, and I remember working with a lady in England who told me her job on board craft was to help the parents, the mothers, actually connect to their hybrid babies, so that the child gets that emotion and gets that feeling as well. And some of the hybrid children, like the air hostess, she actually was shown physically her daughter in the hotel corridor, which of course was, very, very real. So yes, it's really important that there is that connection. And there are many instances where these children have visited their parents in various forms, if it's not out of body, but actually physically.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with this concept somewhat, but I'm very curious, obviously. That's why I'm asking, and it is fascinating. And I do know people that are in communication. It's insane just to realize what is actually going on at the same time. So earlier on, you mentioned these children are here for the reset for this event. Is there any information or anything that you know about what this reset is supposed to look like, or is this what we're seeing right now?
We are in it, first of all, and we're all involved in it. You're involved in it, I call the older models, like myself. We're all involved in this, but I would like to say something that's come to my attention from the Indigenous Australians to do with this whole reset. And I'll just read it to you. I need my glasses for that. Hold on. On the 21st of December, 2020, a magic box that contains a crystal will be opened by 12 Indigenous elders at Uluru, Australia. The box contains Pleiadian technology that may or may not release a beneficial frequency that's emission depends on the goodness of mankind. So in other words, if we are now ready, that frequency will assist with the reset. And this is on the 21st of December at Uluru. And this is this is the prophecy, this is the magic box, they call it. And that to me is very, very profound, because we've always known that Uluru was a very sacred place on this planet as well. So we're getting help from multiple levels, not only from our superconscious, from all those wonderful non-human teams that are around us, not only from these wonderful souls coming in from all over the galaxies and cosmos, bringing their skills to help this planet now move to that new, awakened and amazing future, because it will be amazing. And this is what I think we're sensing. But can we fully imagine what it's going to be? I don't think so. That's what I've been told. Mary, whatever you think, you can't actually conceive it yet because you're not ready. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. What you just explained about occurring on the 21st of December. That's big. That's big. So it's so important to be discussing this type of content because of what we see, all the negativity going on right now in the world, which is by design. They want us to be sucked into the fear and the panic and that low vibration. So they want us to focus on that so we don't focus on ourselves. And when we don't focus on ourselves, we are no longer an effective spiritual warrior, if you will. And we're no longer effective in this spiritual warfare that's taking place right now. So these conversations are so important. And this is the stuff that we need to be preaching to everyone. And thank you for that. We have a couple questions. Somebody wants to know, if you're saying the hybrids, is their consciousness also a hybrid? I'm not sure what they mean by that.
Are you saying their consciousness is hybrid?
Well, I'm not sure what they're highlighting, but I will say that those that have identified to being a hybrid certainly have a complex understanding of themselves and their connection to their hybrid nature and the beings they're connected to. Remember, the one thing that's going on here is they are being educated out of body on board craft and on other planets. So they're being taught everything from quantum physics right through to the nature of reality and the origin of the species. So they're getting the truth. They're not getting edited versions of the truth that we do down on this planet. And they are coming in with that awareness. Well, let me mention to you one 9-year-old that wanted to speak to me. And I said, why would you like to speak to me? And he said, well, Mary, it's because of your frequency. He explained he came from Orion. He was a light physicist on Orion, dealing with time travel technology. He'd come to this planet and he said, the nearest was Nikola Tesla, because most of the scientists on this planet are not very bright, was his way of putting it. That's what I'm talking about. This is, they are connecting to the truth, the real truth of who and what we are through their awareness and through their hybrid nature.
That's very well put, yes. Another question is, do you know if the hybrids are more likely to have implants? You know how some of us have implants? Yes. Is this more likely in the hybrids?
Now, implants can be, good or not so good. And it depends on who's put them there. If they're from the deep state, my lab, MK Ultra and whatever, obviously there's another agenda completely. I also know some have had implants by the beings which have assisted them as a conduit for what they're doing. And Tracy Taylor in my book mentions she had implants to help her with her artwork to bring in the frequencies, because the frequencies are coming in through artwork, through star language, through symbols, through the cosmos itself, through new technologies, and through the fact that we are all activating each other. So this whole package of frequencies that you're all putting together, the portal to Ascension, is activating. We all know that. And what that will do is everyone who's receptive will take that onto their energetic fields. And wherever you go then, you are taking that package. You are taking that energetic package, which is also like a virus that is activating others if that person is ready for it. So this is the beauty of exactly what you're doing now, is that we are actually doing this for each other, and that will expand out as everybody takes on those frequencies.
Yeah, yes. Thank you for answering all these questions, by the way. This is so fascinating to me, just as much as it is to everyone else, I'm sure. All right, so the big question, where is God in all of this? Where does God, I'm sure a lot of people have that question,
Well, I'll explain what a 9-year-old told me about God. She said it's neither male or female, and it lives in the Dayland, which she says is the planet of light, and it's an ultra-terrestrial, is what she said. And she said, and it lives where the angels and light live and where we come from, and we're all part of that. So my understanding is perhaps a little bit different to a religious one, in the sense that I believe we're all aspects of that source. And so that makes the most sense to me. But all I can say to people is, you know, the information is about you resonating to it. And some will resonate to that, others will resonate to a different truth. In the big scheme of things, you know, the understanding is at the top of the mountain, and there's many paths to the top of the mountain. It really doesn't matter which way you go, because ultimately you will get what you need to understand for your own soul growth.
I agree. I couldn't agree with that more.
Yes.
I absolutely believe that we're all an aspect of source, and we are all source experiencing duality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody wants to know, so earlier you talked about how some of these children who are labeled as having autism are actually these hybrid or indigo children, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
But they want to know what the relation is between vaccines and autism.
I explain that in The New Human. What I'm saying is the ones that are born that have autism is different to the ones that have it instigated by damaging inserts of whether or not it's chemtrails, whether it's the food, whether it's vaccinations. And, you know, I just say with vaccinations, for goodness sake, people, at least do your homework and look into it before you make decisions. I'm not telling you to do one thing or another, because ultimately you'll resonate to the truth of what you need to resonate to. But do yourself a favor and look into it, because we do know there are things that are suspect in a lot of these. And I have personally, and I was a nurse, I was a midwife. So, you know, I have looked at it from both angles. I don't believe in telling anyone what to do. What I do say is, do your research before you make important decisions about your child's health. And there is no doubt there is a lot of evidence to say some of them are very damaging. And that's a different type of autism to the ones that are born naturally with this different wiring. And we have to understand with different wiring. I remember a lady asking an autistic girl why she didn't look into people's eyes and directly. What was the problem with looking into people's eyes? Because, you know, many autistic children don't want to look at you in the eye. And she said, the reason I don't look into someone's eyes is because I get 10,000 images in one moment. Now, what is that saying to you? They are operating on a whole new frequency. And this is how we are going to operate. And ADHD was translated by a gentleman who wrote Close Encounters of the ADHD Kind. And he retranslated that into always dialed into higher dimensions, because he always saw so much more as an ADHD in terms of the matrix. And this is where we're all going. This is not just the new kids. It's the older models as well. We're all getting ready for this completely new understanding of reality.
Yes. And what's interesting about the ADHD thing is that I have a friend whose child was diagnosed with ADHD, and they were not going to medicate. They were not going to. So they started exploring different options. They came across this brain balance program, and they enrolled him in this brain balance program. They had him do, like, for a week, practices with a patch on his right eye, practices or with a patch on his left eye. They changed his diet. Within like 2 weeks, he transformed. He was like, became the most behaved student in class. He was getting good grades in just a matter of weeks, just by doing this brain balance program. So we're just not taught about what we need to do if these problems do occur.
One of the things, Tyler, is that I wrote in, I got Dr. Lena Olson particularly had ADHD, a slightly dyslexic, et cetera, and as a molecular biologist, she found that they use up more vitamin B. There are other vitamins that they particularly need, and minerals, because they operate at a higher speed. She also managed to measure that they are many times more sensitive to touch, to hearing, and to sight. They see more of the visual spectrum. All of these things, of course, heighten their awareness and make it much harder for them to be slowed up, which is what Ritalin does, so that they can be programmed into the old limited and limiting paradigm, which the rest of us have had to endure and break out of. So there are things that they can do. Watch the diet, look at what food, you know, organics, none of the preservatives, etc., etc. Look at the, you know, the fluoride in the water. All these kinds of things are what will limit them from being all they need to be. So it really is looking at all the different ways we're being shut down. And everyone who's listening to this know exactly what I'm talking about. The structures behind wanting to shut down us so that we don't challenge the mindset. We don't challenge the system on this planet that is broken, and we all know it is.
Yeah, and the biggest trick there, especially with kids and their diet, is, you know, what's the best way to poison somebody? Make it taste like candy. You know, you're not gonna make poison obvious. You want it to taste good. You want to crave it, and they want to make it addictive. So that's how they suck us in at a young age, you know. Somebody wants to know, have you been given any guidance on practical ways we can help our friends and family members who are struggling with this reset to come into alignment with what's happening?
Good question. I think this is a time to challenge us to speak our truth, because it's very hard when you've got so many that have bought the narrative and are very keen to stay with that because it makes them feel safe and because they're scared. To actually try and show them that there's another way, they've got to be receptive to that. But it's doing it with love. It's about stating your truth, because now we're being challenged to speak our truth. We're being challenged to own who and what we are. And it won't happen if we're scared of other people's opinions, are scared of criticism and judgment. Ultimately, we have to own this truth. This is why we're here. And so you can do that gently. You can do that with love and say, well, this is why I am where I am with this, and this is the reasons why. They've still then got a choice. They've got a choice to move to that step or not. But I do believe, in a way, what, you know, Dr. Olson, my friend, was saying, that we're separating out now into these two frequencies, and the low frequency people have chosen, I believe, on a soul level to stay put. They still want to experience 3D. And the rest are saying, no, I've done my bit on 3D now, thanks very much. I'm ready to go to this other level. And you're seeing the polarities right in front of you right now. And it certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Unless there is some amazing event, and goodness knows what that might be. Maybe the craft are just going to appear in the skies, as some have seen. Whether or not that's the reality or a false flag, we don't yet know. Or whether there's some other event that shifts that consciousness so that people can embrace this new reality. Let's face it, you know, often as humans, we have to have our back against the wall before we actually do anything, because we're pretty stubborn. It has to be pretty uncomfortable before we say, you know what, maybe I ought to do this. So our back is being forced against the wall right now. And that's important, and it's a good thing, because it's forcing people now to make important choices about what they want their future to be.
Yeah, absolutely. In a lot of ways, this entire event right now that's happening, this pandemic, whatever you want to call it, has been a catalyst for a lot of people. It has backed them into a corner, and it has forced people to explore new options and look at things in a way they would have never done before. So it is happening. And just to add to that answer, I noticed when I started speaking my truth, I was surprised. You know, obviously, you speak your truth, the people who don't belong will fade away, and the people who do belong will just be magnetized towards you. And I was surprised at the people who were reaching out to me and had questions. And that's one good way to assist in your friends and family, to speak your truth. And the people who want to know, they're going to find their way towards you. And they're going to ask you. Maybe it's just something insignificant, but whatever you might say might start them on their journey. So.
Yeah, Tyler, you're absolutely right. I think, though, now it's not about pretending anymore and putting on the masks and doing the socially accepted thing anymore. It really is about owning it. And you don't have to be cruel. You don't have to be aggressive. You can just state it as, this is my truth. and this is where I need to be. And, you know, they can take it or leave it. I mean, I found I made that decision very much when I reached my middle years was, you know, do I want my children when they're grieving me to know a pretend Mary, you know, the socially correct Mary, or should they really know who their mother is and grieve that? Because even though she may be a pain in the neck sometimes and, you know, and embarrass me or whatever, at least I know who my mother was and what was important to her. And that's my legacy to them, is the me. And that's what I think is our legacy to this planet, is coming here to speak our truth and be our truth.
That's such an important point, because like you said, I think maybe Neil even uses this term, but we all go out there and we become a cardboard cutout version of ourselves. And so many people just know that version of us. And I never thought about that. So if something does happen, they'll be grieving a fake version of you. And that should be a motivation to just want to be your authentic self all the time, you know, because all these people don't even know who you are. You know, for the first half of our lives, we don't even know who we are.
It's the self that you created to fit into society and the world, this world that we live in, but it's not the real us. Yeah. So until we connect to our true selves, then we can start living from that and living our purpose. But yeah, that's falling away. I see so many people right now are going through this dark night of the soul because they're like, oh, well, who am I outside of my job or the money I make or the car I drive or this or that? And because they've built their whole identity on all these like fake things in society, and that's not who they really are. And they're for the first time discovering who they really are, connecting to their true selves.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing that happen so much. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did grief and bereavement counseling and hospice. And when someone's facing their death in a few weeks, it's amazing what realizations come to them at that point. And many of them were regretful that they hadn't said or done what was true to them. And that was really the catalyst for me thinking, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make sure, even if there are people out there that think Mary's round the bend or she's gone crazy or whatever they think, that's fine. It really doesn't matter to me, because what really matters is how those I love look and see me and know me. And, you know, if that's my legacy, it really is about saying to my children and my grandchildren, be the beautiful, unique person that you are, because that's how the planet will change, is when we do that, rather than try and please people that make judgments on you anyway. So you're
exactly.
You know, what does it matter?
People are going to judge you no matter what. So you might as well,
yeah.
Live from your true heart.
And then another point to being your authentic self is, you know, you don't only draw the people that belong in your life, but the opportunities and the career paths or whatever it might be. When you start speaking your truth, doors open, you know, and so many people are struggling right now, but until you break free from this prison, this matrix, you know, you might continue to struggle. We only have a few minutes left here. So is there any last things you wanted to cover before we wrap this up?
Well, I think we've covered enough to give people something to think about, even if they think Mary's crazy. But what I'd like to say is don't despair, because one of the things that I truly believe is these children have come in, they are enlightened, aware beings. And even though the planet at the moment is going through a very dark time, I don't believe these enlightened beings would bother to come to planet Earth for a waste of time. They must know that they've come here and they are going to achieve what they've come here to do, because otherwise they wouldn't bother. As Spock would say, that's illogical. So the logic is that they've come here to make a difference, and they've come here because they know they can make a difference. So when it gets dark and you're beginning to wonder what's going on, just remember that. they've come here for the new world that we create, and to keep that in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I just think that it's so important. It's so important to just consider everything we've talked about today. Because man, they're just trying to pull us off course right now. That is the end game for these dark forces. So we just need to stay on your path. I really think that, that's key right now. We have a couple minutes left. Does anybody have any other questions, or do you have any questions for her?
No, I mean,
so
yeah, that was amazing.
Well, it is important to remember that, you said a lot of these children coming here because they know they can make a difference, but we have to remember that what happens on Earth will affect the rest of the universe.
Yeah.
So it's important that they make sure this planet gets through this transition this time, and that we don't slip back.
Yeah.
Important that we support them. And that means by making sure that we look after them as they're growing into their full potential, which means that, we have to look at what we feed them, how we care for them, how we honor their experience, how we listen to them and honor their understanding. So it's going to be a complete reversal of roles. We won't be teaching them. They will be teaching us. So we have to look at a whole new way of being with them to support them so that they can do what they've come here to do.
Beautifully said.
Yes.
Beautifully said. And we will end on that. Thank you so much for sharing all of your wisdom, all of your knowledge. I know that this helps so many people. And really quick, just to give ourselves a plug, guys, I don't know who follows us or not, but we did not make it through the Facebook purge. Our pages were disabled. They wiped us out. So we've lost all those followers, all that content. So if you do want to follow us, find us on Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube. You can subscribe there and follow us. And, all your support helps because it's tough right now. They do not want us talking about this stuff. It's very unfortunate. Other than that, do you want to say something?
No.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you all. And up next, we have Scott from Love Coach Academy. And I believe that's it. Thank you, everybody. Right. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Hey, everybody. I'm here to introduce Meg Benedicte, but she wasn't scheduled to go on for another 5 minutes. So I want to welcome everybody. This might be a good moment for us to just kind of stretch, maybe move. A lot of input, a lot of incredible information has been coming in. And there's Meg. I see that Meg just showed up. So I'm very happy about that. All right. Hi, Meg. I was just beginning to cover for you.
How are you, Scott? It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too. What Meg's referencing is that she has been on our show, Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, a few times, including last weekend. And so as a way of introducing Meg, I just want people to know that this is a woman who truly understands what ascension means. She's living it. She's experiencing ascension. She understands kind of our history and where we're coming from, but she has been on the forefront of the ascension movement for a long time. And what I really appreciate about Meg is that she talks about big things in a very human way, understanding the human experience, understanding what we're all going through. We're all spiritual beings, but we're in these animal bodies and these human, vessels. And Meg understands that and really provides beautiful understanding for the human experience, where we've come from and where we're going. So I invite everybody to tune in, drop in, and it's my pleasure to bring on board Meg Benedicte.
Thank you, Scott. What a great introduction. Thank you. This is a great event. I was on the Ascension panel yesterday with Deborah, and so it's great to come back here today. And we can discuss Ascension. We can take live questions. I can also do some little energy readings on people if they have questions about any Ascension blocks or barriers they're experiencing. We can do a little activation. We've got looks like we have about an hour, so we can do whatever you feel like, but I'm going to let you kind of vibe it and follow along.
Why don't you start by dropping us in? I think we just came out of a kind of a heady conversation. And so I'd love to suggest that maybe you drop us in, take us into an experience. I'll keep an eye on the questions coming in, and then I'll bring up questions. And as people ask questions, questions that are relevant to the group, we've got almost 250 people with us. There's always the ones I'm going to go to first, you know. How's that sound, mate?
Best. Yeah, that's best. The more that you can kind of dial in on what everyone can benefit from, that would be great. All right, so why don't I just kind of give just a brief summary of how I got here and what we're going to do. So for those who are new to my work, I had a spontaneous Kundalini activation in January 1994 in the Northridge earthquake in Los Angeles. And I experienced an angelic soul walk-in come in at that moment, and it completely redirected my focus and my life and my purpose. I was just a kind of, a typical corporate girl at that time. And all of a sudden, it's like everything blew open, and I saw the world for how it was, and I saw the artificial simulation running in everyone's minds, and I felt for a good decade or so like I was kind of an outsider watching and observing how life on planet Earth is and what is affecting the human mind and emotions and behaviors. And it was really quite shocking, actually. I had to really kind of work through quite a bit to be able to handle it all. But I had a lot of help. And so I've been working very closely with Archangel Metatron through this whole journey, and I've had actually some live visitations with him, and he's been in a way partnering with me to bring through Metatronian knowledge. And we work with, as you can see, Metatron's Q. We work with Metatron's Q. So we work with sacred geometry. We work with vortex energy. We work with crystal technology. This is all coming through again from the ancient mystery schools and even beyond Earth. And it's to be able to apply all this to accelerate our own personal ascension, which normally could take lifetimes and lifetimes. Think about it, we're doing this in like years. So this is really a very powerful experience. And that's why the vortex energy is so important, because we're going to open it up around your energy body and field, and it does lots of things. So it's accelerating your energy frequency. We really need to kind of rise up and out of the low 7-8 hertz density that we've been stuck in. It helps you clear energies out of your field very quickly. It helps you also bring more of your soul presence into the body. So I'm going to kind of start there. You're going to keep that in mind, and I'll connect with you remotely, and we'll go ahead and go through the activation steps, get the vortex open running, connect with our divine soul presence. Because one of the things that I noticed when I first started going through my process and then working with clients for the past 20 years is I would try to connect with my, eternal I am presence, my soul presence, and it was never inside me. It was up in the aura. And I'm like, what the heck is pushing the souls out of the body? And that's what we're clearing. We're clearing, lifetimes of trauma. We're clearing lifetimes of debilitating patterning and code and consciousness and unconsciousness. And so in a way, think of it like we've been like prisoners in our own dense vessel, and it's locked us into a three-dimensional paradigm that is of duality and separation. And so we're here to, in a sense, ascend into higher dimensional access. We're not leaving the body. We're opening up to fourth dimension, which is the astral plane. We're opening up to fifth dimension, which is unity consciousness. And so think of it that way. You're just going boom, boom, boom. You're expanding into higher dimensional access. So we use this technique to help us do that. Okay, so I'll get my little trusty crystals here and we'll get started. It takes a couple minutes to walk through the steps. If you can sit like I am and have your feet on the floor, that would help, because we're going to use the whole body and the feet to lock like magnets onto the 5D crystalline grid. And this helps pull us more down into our bodies. So let's go ahead and kind of get out of the mind for a minute and let's come into the body. So imagine you're just coming into the breath and the heart and the belly. Take a couple deep breaths and come inside with your attention, your focus, and your life force. And as we get centered into our bodies, then you can imagine your feet chakras like magnets, and they're just going to lock right onto your grounding path of light. And then we're going to go lower and connect onto the 5D crystalline global grid. Lock onto those ley lines wherever you are located. There we go. And you might even feel it kind of suction, kind of pull you onto it. And you're also welcome to connect to any of the sacred sites around the planet. I live here near Mount Shasta, so I connect to the portal of Mount Shasta. It's the root chakra of Gaia. And so not only do you ground where you're located, but you can also, just with your holographic mind, connect if there's any really favorite places that you want to connect to as well. So we're really starting to get now grounding. I can feel everything dropping. You might feel your energy kind of coming down into your hips, getting into your root, getting lower now. And so let's also connect to our team of spirit guides. So from the heart, we connect to Divine Mother, Father, Source. We connect to our divine soul presence, our God spark, our I am presence, and our soul star family. We connect to our spirit team, our support team of angels and archangels and spirit guides and ascended masters. Connect to the shamans, the elders, and our protectors. And you call your team to come in and surround you with their love and their support. We're also working with Gaia and Mother Nature. Nothing can materialize in this planetary field without nature. So let's call in the nature spirits, the devas, the elementals of air, fire, water, earth, and ether. Just breathe in. You're setting up a very sacred space right now. And we're working with Archangel Metatron. So he just stepped in. He's going to embed Metatron's cube. If you can get the image of this, there's the outer 6 circles, inner 6 circles, and a center 13th circle. So you're going to step into the center and give that sacred geometry your love, your light, your energy, your life force. And it starts to activate it. Whew. Those 12 circles start to rise up as 12 pillars of light up and around the body and aura. And they're working like tuning forks. Imagine like they're humming, they're vibrating, because they are. And they're vibrating with the 12-dimensional phi harmonics. And so this we hear as Om. So vibrating around you and Om, and this begins to rotate them. You're going to start to rotate right to left. So if you're looking down from your higher self view to your body, it's going to go right to left, counterclockwise spiral around the body and aura. And we get that spinning up now. And it starts to accelerate. And it's beginning to open the field outwards and upwards into the higher dimensions. Ooh, that's good. Opening out. And let's get it going even faster towards the speed of light. And it begins to collapse the 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional time barriers and start to open the field all the way out to the quantum level. And there we go, opening out. Ooh, there we go. And that lets us inside to the virtual particle field. This is what we call the unseen world, our energy field. And so let's come inside now that we can get in. We're going to work with our energy body, our chakra column, chakra pillar. It's also called the Ascension column. And so let's go and start at the base root chakra. We'll point our focus into the hips, pelvic floor, root, and we're going to do an inward spiral as well, an ascension spiral, again, anti-clockwise. So you're spiraling up your chakra column, and as you move up, we're going to start clearing out, spinning out density and trauma, and just like sludge, just clear out, opening up our chakra column, rising up, clear, open channel all the way up to the higher self at the top. Now we go up. And make a connection with your divine God self, however you see fit. I usually do like a heart-to-heart bond. It's beautiful light being that is your divine self. And your soul is made of light and your sound waves, your soul signature. And so now we're going to start descending the soul presence back down into the body, down the channel. So again, we're looking up our channel and we're a clear, open receiver, breathing down and in, soul light, soul sound waves, soul essence, soul consciousness. And here it comes in. It's just a stream of soul light and soul energy, soul consciousness flowing down. And it comes through the crown, down into the body. Keep breathing it down and in, filling into all your chakras, all the way down to the root. Ooh, there we go. All the way down and in. And they're just starting to pulse and vibrate with your soul light, your soul sound waves. This is your soul frequencies. And let's go to the heart. Big heart opening to soul love, soul light, soul presence. Because we've been disconnected most of our lives. So just let your heart, think of it kind of like an upward facing container, just filling as the soul comes into the heart. And it's starting to become like a big golden sun radiating your soul light through the body and the aura. And it can even go beyond the edge of the body. It's just like a big cosmic heart. There you go. Whew. Whew. Beautiful. Now, embedded in Metatron's cube is the double star tetrahedron Merkaba. This is the part of our light body. And so it's rising up from your feet where you're standing on Metatron's cube. It's starting to connect to that big cosmic heart, which is the center of your Merkaba torus. So the upward facing tetrahedron and downward facing tetrahedron where they overlaps right there at your heart center. So you're kind of getting it centered and activated with your soul light pulsing from the heart. There we go. Starting to turn it on more. Now, we're using our holographic right brain to do all this work. We're not using the left brain. The left brain is the analytical thinking mind. It's not going to work. You have to come over and use your right brain that you visualize with. It's your multidimensional brain. It's what we use to move energies. We direct energies. We visualize. We tell it. We command it what to do. So if you found you were over there in that left brain, just come back over to your psychic, intuitive, holographic right brain. And as we're just pulsing in the heart and the vortex is spinning around, we can do a quick little clearing healing. And then we can continue with your questions. So let's just call in the crystalline diamond light of God. This is the God light coming down the channel, down the crown. Imagine you're like kind of in a shower of it, just letting it wash through the body, through the chakras and organs, down through the meridians and channels. There we go. And I use this every day, and this purifies us. It helps cleanse us of shadow and pain and suffering. And so let's just use that as you're in that flow of crystal God light washing through. We ask it to flush up and out and clear out, and the vortex will spin out all energy that you're working on right now, that you're processing and you're transmuting and you're completing and you're owning it. And this could be past emotional trauma. It could be cellular memory, whatever's coming up for you. It could be some past life energies coming up. And here we go. It's already starting to release. So we lift it out, release it. We just give it our love, our blessings, release it back to source light to transmutate to light. Whew. Oh, there we go. Could be even if you were empathing energy from the volatile field that's happening right now. It's just very polarized and divisive. And so let's do a flush of that. Just releasing any energy that I may have empathed from the volatile collective, the volatile field. Again, we release that, spin it out, flush it out, let it go back to source light, to transmute to light. And let that lift off, spin out. Whew, that was a good one. So that's been weighing us down a bit. Now, when we clear and we open and release these really old energies or discordant energies, it allows more of your soul to come down in and fill inside. So let's just breathe in a little more of your divine higher self, divine soul presence, filling in. Anywhere you just clear, could be in the mental body, the emotional body, the physical body. Oh, we're getting a nice transmission coming down and in of your soul light, your soul consciousness, your soul codes. And it could be even activating more of your soul blueprint in your light body for your ascension. Just let it go wherever it's flowing in. I don't really control it. It knows what it's doing. It goes right where you need it. Whew. Another transmission coming in from your higher self, coming down and in, and these are your own light streams, your own codes, soul codes, and soul consciousness activating your soul blueprint. Ooh, and as we're opening up more of this light body, that includes your Merkaba and your channel, your chakra column, imagine that you are locking your feet right onto your ascension timeline. I do this every morning as I go through the steps and I ground onto the crystal grid. Then I command that I am now grounding, connecting, and really integrating with my ascension timeline. And there we go. And you might feel some shiftings happening. Whew. This is our home base going forward on our path fully into our ascension blueprint. All right, we'll leave it there as that's running, and I'll go back to Scott. And
Yeah, I'm grounding myself a little bit.
I know.
It's like, okay, I've got to function here.
I got to talk.
I want to invite everybody, feel free, everybody, to put in the chat box any experiences you're having. And a reminder that all experiences are okay. There's no right or wrong. There's no better or worse.
Right.
You know, we each are unique little vibrations of this incredible thing. And so we each going to have our own experience, even if it's uncomfortable.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All experiences are okay. And there was a wonderful question, which I want to hear your response to, and then I have to admit I have a little bit of a question or something I'd like to add to it. And Mark Schneider wrote, is this an exercise of imagination? Physically, what is happening? Is this an exercise explainable in terms of normal human experience, or is it all in your mind? So I think it's a wonderful question.
All right, so it's definitely not all in your mind, because once you clear this density and you raise your vibration, you'll start feeling everything that's happening. And in the beginning, I didn't feel anything either because I was so dense. I had so much still that I had to open and release. But once it started to just kind of like peeling the layers of the onion, right? Things started lifting over time. And then all of a sudden I start feeling the tingles and I would go, oh, whoa. And I would say, all right, move there. And it would tingle there. I'm like, oh, okay, things are actually really happening. So it is working on all the bodies, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. But if you aren't experiencing it, then I would continue to do the clearing so that you can. We are kind of using both electrical and magnetic. So we're using the mind, the right brain, mind to direct and command and move the energies and visualize what we're doing. And then that tells the body what to do. But we're also using the magnetic, the heart magnetism. So we're using both masculine and feminine, right? Mental and heart, masculine and feminine. And the heart is what's really working like the magnet that pulls in what matches you. It pulls in more soul. It pulls from the quantum field what you're visualizing. It pulls it into your reality. So you're working with both dynamics within your 4 bodies.
Beautiful. And I just want to acknowledge all the people who are describing the different experiences. And again, some are comfortable, some are a little bit uncomfortable. I'm noticing I haven't smoked pot this year, and I feel like I just smoked a joint. Right?
I know, you're like, woo!
So that's what I'm happening for me, which is, I just want to vulnerably own. I'd love for us to talk for a moment about imagination. I'm a big fan of Einstein, and he writes a lot about the power of imagination. And so often in the world we live in, we shut down our imagination because it's not supported. It starts when we're children and we see somebody or we see something, and the parent says, "No, honey, there's nothing there," and then we stop seeing it, and so it goes. I'd love to hear, Meg, what you think about how imagination and opening our imagination fits into the ascension process.
You're so right, because as children, we come in and we are quite open, and that right brain is really working. And that is what we're using for visualizing the imagination. I think the 5D field is the field of imagination. It's a holographic field that whatever we project into it, so we use our imagination and we project into it, it begins to respond to us, and it starts to, kind of ferment and begin to create. And then we use the heart magnetism to pull it in. So without that imagination, in a way, you're cut off from the powerful quantum field. And isn't that interesting that our society says, "Oh no, don't do that, cut that off"? Why would they be doing that, right? So it's actually disempowering us, right? It's literally separating us from the power of the right brain, the holographic field, the imagination. But one caution is, what I found is a lot of light workers are really just kind of living in an imaginary world, but they're not grounded at all. So it's not grounded spirituality. They're basically fantasy thinking. They're not bringing any of it in. They're not using this powerful magnetism, momentum, and getting in the body and making it now show up in your outer reality. So that's a caution. And I think as we play with imagination, we begin to realize, oh, it's not really showing up. I'm doing all of this work, and I'm visualizing, and I got my vision board, and I'm doing all this, but it's not really working. It's not coming in. And that's when you begin to then get that more present in the heart magnetism, and then the law of attraction can actually really work. So I think it's when I go in and I look like in clients' right brains, it's almost dark, like it's dormant. We've shut that off. And so that's what we're actually turning all back on. And the other thing that I noticed too is this third eye of ours is fascinating, because it kind of works like a camera lens. And so whatever we're visualizing gets projected through the third eye, like a laser beam of photon consciousness goes right into the collective field around us. And then that's when things begin to materialize for us. So we also want to get the third eye opened up so that we can kind of become like a television camera, right? And we're projecting what our outer reality will become. But there's a lot of distortion in the third eye as well. So that has to kind of get cleaned up. Think of it like, I see like almost like camera filters, distortion filters that we've gotten from our family, ancestors, the society, and all that. And those have to kind of get peeled off, cleared off, so the third eye is literally a window to the universe, and we can work with it.
Beautiful. When you talk about the distortion filters, there's a term I've coined actually that I call veils of past pain.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Right, it is, because it's like we all have these veils of past pain that come down, and then we have to know what our veils are so we can be aware, oh, I'm not seeing you clearly right now because my fear that you're going to judge me is getting in the way, or whatever it might be, right?
True.
So identifying that is part of the self-reflection work that's important for this kind of movement forward.
That's true. And it can also be distortion veils of how we see ourselves, right? So we see ourselves as insecure or inferior, or I can't do that, or as a victim. That's a big one right now. And so it's getting those filters off as well. So but boy, once you start removing these, then you really aren't getting triggered or reactionary like you used to, right? You're getting out these patterns, healing those pain trigger points, the core wounding, and then you are able to see clearly and consciously make choices and begin to create your reality with the holographic mind.
So Meg, kind of talking about the brain, because I'm big on that, and I know you are too. Obviously, when we are triggered, as we all know, we can get abducted by our reptile brain.
Right.
And science is proving that actually every generation further removed from trauma spends more time naturally in the frontal lobe and the temporal lobe, the empathy center of the brain, the observer part of the brain. The Dalai Lama, when they did research with him, his synapses entirely fired in the frontal and temporal lobes, even when they showed him pictures of Chinese soldiers burning down a Tibetan temple. So that's the movement forward. How does the ascension process, as you teach it, go along with that movement from reptile brain reactivity to frontal lobe responsiveness?
Well, that's a great question. And that is work I do every week. So it's like deprogramming the unconscious programs in that reptile brain. And I see them come in, as you mentioned, like, they say 6 generations, but at least we've got quite a bit of ancestral unconscious programming running in that reptile brain. And we also have societal programming running in the reptile brain. So usually what we do is watch for where you're triggered. So that right there is telling you, all right, let's say this person just pisses me off all the time, or whenever this, keeps happening. So you watch for, those are your clues, all right, this mirror is reflecting back to you those clues. And then you start focusing on, so let's say it's a certain behavior, or feeling betrayed, or feeling jealous, whatever it is, whatever the trigger is, you kind of lock your focus on how that makes you feel. And you start fleshing all that light into the reptilian brainstem and command that out. So you're saying, all right, I no longer allow this program to run within my own being, and you start, in a way, we come in and we take command of our own territory, and we start, I call it internal house cleaning. We get in there and we start clearing these programs out. I find we usually have to do some kind of cord cutting. If it is ancestral, we have to cut the links to the family. It is like a web or an entanglement that's been passed to us. We have to cut loose from that and clear that programming out. But I'll tell you, once you get it out, it doesn't show up in your outer world anymore. And if you even notice someone with that behavior that used to trigger you, you're just like, you're just totally neutral. That's telling you, you got it cleared. So watch for what triggers you. That's where I started, because I didn't know where to begin, but I knew I had to clear it. Maybe watch how your family treats each other. That's a good place to start. Or sometimes our work is our faux family. Watch what's happening at work, because that's also kind of mirroring whatever we have running from our family. And then also too, if you meet someone you have a really strong charge, there's probably some karma there, and it could be past life karma. That's your clue. Oh, there's some energy here. I need to neutralize. I need to heal. I need to clear. And so again, you just focus on it, let the feelings come up, and you begin using that God light to start to transmute it. And we have to own it. We have to acknowledge it, and we have to own it, but we don't have to re-experience all that trauma again. That's the beauty of this. That's why it's so fast, because you're just holding with it, right? You're just being with it, and you're owning it, and you're like, okay, I am ready to liberate this out of my body, heart, mind, and then it starts to go. So it's really pretty a powerful transformation that happens.
Beautiful. I want to riff on a couple of things that Meg just talked about. She mentioned very briefly this incredible scientific fact that before we are even born, when we're in utero, we receive a genetic download from our mother of all the trauma of our ancestors going back at least 6 or 7 generations. Now think about that. 6 or 7 generations becomes exponential. That's a lot of people, and that's a lot of lives. And so inevitably, you go back that far, you're carrying the experience of being raped, the experience of being murdered, the experience of watching your family die, the experience of being in war. We all get that before we're even born. So we have this ancestral trauma. And that's why it's very important for us to understand when we're doing this work, how much of this is personal, based on my personal experience in this life, how much of it is ancestral, which I think oftentimes people might experience it as past life, and that's okay, whether it's past life or ancestral. it's still in the archetypal consciousness
Yep.
of ourselves. And then how much of it is transpersonal? How much of it is just, especially those of you, most of the people I'm imagining in this group that are watching us, the 230, are very empathic. So you're feeling what's going on in the world. So setting that up, Meg, how do you suggest people differentiating between personal, ancestral, or past life and transpersonal?
Well, that's a good question, because you are going to have to allow yourself to get more sensitive. I know people don't like it. Like, I don't want to be so sensitive. I don't want to be an empath, but you actually need that. That's a gift, because then you can read energy. You can, you're really in there and you're really understanding. I first started out as a clairsentient, so I feel it first. But then over time, the clairvoyance, the clairaudience, that started to get stronger. So, but first I just feel like, let's say as a child, I was obsessed about the house burning down, and I wake up in the middle of the night in a terror, right? And I'm like, oh, the house burning down. Well, I obviously had a past life where I burned, and then I also have some ancestral history where we burned, and then we might even have some collective where we burned. And so at that point, I just kind of worked on all of it, Scott, at once, because it was really, in a way, our service to help clear the collective as well. So as we're tackling our own, we're also helping clear it in the collective as well. So don't feel like you have to kind of compartmentalize it, kind of go all at burning. I'm just going into the burning, or drowning, or starving, or whatever. These are like primal fears that come up for people. And I had the starving one too. So it's, you just, again, you own it, you love it, you give it the light, and you just start helping your cells let it release. You're helping pull it out of the chakras, you're pulling it out of the body, you're pulling it out of your auric, astral plane. And you keep at it, because it probably will take a few attempts. It's going to be a bit of a process, because that stuff's deep. But if so, as I got more sensitive, I realized in my soul blueprint, I'm part of the group that's here as a transmutator of the planetary energies. So then there'll be times where I'll wake up in the middle of the night and it's like, oh my God, I'm in a battlefield. And it's like, what's going on? And I realized, okay, this is global work. I'm transmuting like the war trauma that's held in the global field. So you might find that this stuff is strange, because then it doesn't feel personal, but it is still coming in. You are feeling it, and you are helping clear the planetary field of just this, massive history of wounding that we're here. So there are many lightworkers who are transmutators. That's part of their job. And my caution to you, because I didn't know this as well, was if you are a transmutator of the collective field, try not to move that energy through your body, because it makes us ill. So one of the things that I was guided to do, which may sound a little silly, but boy, is it working. I felt a lot of Lemurian energy, Lemurian Syrian support come in, and I work with other practitioners, and we all around the same time started getting images of the whales and the dolphins and how they're cleaning the oceans, and they're like, do it like them. And so it's like, bring the energy like through the gills and flush it out and transmute it, and don't bring it down into the body. So that's actually been working, and it's very helpful.
I want to take a breath, put that in. I've never heard that before.
No, it was new to me.
What a wonderful visual, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can actually do that by bringing something in through our nose and exhaling through our mouth, mm-hmm. or vice versa. And the way it doesn't even come into our lungs or the rest of our body. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah. That way we're keeping, this healthy. We need this to be healthy. But we also need to do what we're here to do. So it works great.
Beautiful. A couple of questions. I'm going to take Ariana's question kind of, because it's long, but I'm going to kind of isolate it. She's essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, wondering how we can learn how to empower a benevolent timeline versus an apocalyptic, that's my word, apocalyptic or malevolent timeline.
Yeah. Well, I think that is part of what we're being called to do right now, because in a way there's this, especially in 2020, right? You can just feel these different timelines are trying to kind of grab hold and anchor in, and you have quite a bit of the light workers that have somehow gotten pulled into an Armageddon timeline, which is not helpful. It's not good for them. It's not good for anybody, but we can choose. So it's conscious choice of what you want to put your energy in and help anchor in. And so it was probably about like 2006, 2007, 2008, I really started getting guided by Metatron to bring in this new Earth hologram. This is the 5D hologram. Now, I'm not the only one doing that. There are others of the Wayshowers doing this, but we've been really, that's what I use my holographic mind. That's what I focus on. That's what I lock on. I'm constantly, think of it like you're a tent pole. You're bringing this thing down and you're grounding it into the Earth plane. You're an anchor point for it. And when these other more destructive Armageddon timelines flap around, I just spin them out like, nope, you don't get to come in. Because for some reason, and I don't know if it's kind of the Christian end times running through the New Age group or what, but it somehow people think we need to like burn it all down. I don't think we need to. I think we're transformers. We're alchemists. We can come in and transform it into this new Earth paradigm. So I follow that route. I'm not giving any of power or energy to the burn it down Armageddon way. I don't think we need to go that way. Personally, I think that's a repeat of the Atlantean timeline running through people, and you guys don't want to be giving your energy to that. We're actually here to not make that same mistake. So I hope that answers Ariana's question, because it's really about what, again, we're talking about kind of the camera lens, and what we're projecting and what we focus on this new paradigm that is already live in the field, it's active, and we're here anchoring it in and living in it.
I want to address that because working with my clients, it comes up a lot. And I think, again, it goes back to what you mentioned, going way back to remembering Atlantis and previous big blow-ups. Yeah. But also, again, if you go back 6, 7 generations, we all have had ancestors who watched their home burn down.
True.
Watched something that they had spent time building physically burn down, either through war or bombing or whatever it was. Yeah. And so again, we all have a genetic memory of seeing what was precious to us burn to the ground. And I'm especially aware of it right now because of the California wildfires.
Oh, I know.
And in our show, we're donating money, and every day I'm talking to fire victims because we're supporting them. And so it's really in our memory going back, and it's in, again, the collective consciousness, because a lot of people's homes are burning down right now. So again, then we take it in and we then apply it to our world, and this fear, which is an understandable consciousness of, oh my God, it's all going to burn down. Because we're clearly in apocalyptic times, but it doesn't have to be a Christian story of apocalypse based on whatever you might have been taught. Apocalyptic is just massive change. Meg is pointing us in the direction of 5D heaven on earth reality change, which we get to choose, but we also have to recognize when those other fears and those other stories and those other images, that whether they're coming from our history or our archetype, are coming in and fueling us. Does that make sense?
Yes, and those are like, they're kind of like traumatic memory imprints that, so once you feel that panic, like where I live here in Ashland, Oregon, we had fires in Ashland and burned 2 towns next to us, flattened them out. That was like, whoa, I mean, that just triggered a lot of panic. Again, the burning down panic came up, and it was, it's like, think of it like an injury imprint. It's almost like a bruise on the soul, and so we have to bring the healing light and be just really in a caring space with yourself and heal that, so that we're transcending this kind of generational collective trauma that's happened over thousands of years. And that Atlantean one is a doozy, boy. That was so catastrophic. And then most light workers had a timeline there. And so that needs to be dealt with. It needs to be acknowledged, owned, and healed. So we're not, because if we don't, we repeat it, and we don't want to repeat it.
All right, we've got 10 minutes left, and I want to get to some of the questions. Catherine asks, how to effectively clear the energy of being owned by men?
Well, it is about ownership. And so first you cancel any, let's just do it. So anybody, so if you feel you are being owned by anyone for that matter, let's just say that so everybody can work on it. So you want to focus on where you're feeling there is any claim on you or ownership. It could be a parent, a spouse, anyone. Okay, so we focus on it. We're getting the crystal God light running through into that energy wherever it's held within us. And we cancel or revoke any allowance of any claims or ownership placed on us, on our bodies, on our hearts, on our minds, on our energy fields, on our abundance. We cancel, revoke it now, and we start reversing it out. So we use the vortex to spin that out anywhere it is active within us. And you start releasing it. And it could be even like a spell, claim, or vow. It could be an enslavement code from past lives or generational. Cancel or revoke any enslavement vow or ownership or claim throughout all time, past, present, future, of all dimensions, space, time. And you laugh, ooh, and that comes right up the back spine, out of the brainstem. So it is starting to move out of the unconscious mind. And we release it back to source light now to be transmuted to light. And it's lifting. Ooh. I always feel those like we're caught in a web. And so as that starts to break loose, still releasing. And then after we clear any kind of claim or ownership or enslavement, then just come back in and you're going to reset inside to your divine soul presence, your soul code, your soul blueprint, your soul essence, your soul operating system as a sovereign being, as a child of divine mother, father. And in a way, you are claiming your essence, your life force, your power, your life. And there we go. It's like a reset, goes right back in. That was a good question.
Yeah. Here's another good one for you. Nisa asks, do you think it's possible to transmute the toxins in the world, chemical waste, nuclear waste? Is there somehow that we can make them neutral?
I do. And I know of grid workers that join every week and are working on this. So if that's something that calls you, that might be something to either form a grid group, a transmuter group yourself, or join another one. And we basically follow how Source wants us to do this. And so we use the vortex that spins around the planet. It is an anti-clockwise vortex that spins around the planet. So, why the sun, rises in the east and settles in the west. So it's all moving that direction. And you can use it. So you lock onto, let's say, toxic pollution in our waters, and you start flushing the oceans, you start spinning this stuff out. And so you can point that anywhere that you are finding toxins, because it's everywhere. We have a toxic planet to clean up. And so this is great work to do. This is a calling for many. So yes, please do it. It's and you can work with the elementals and the dolphin whales. You can work with all the plant, animal, and crystal kingdom that are here helping to, because this is where Gaia is literally healing, arising out of that kind of carcass of the lower earth that's dying. We're just helping Gaia also ascend into, and when you really get into this fifth dimensional field, Gaia is like shimmering crystal lights, vibrating. She's beautiful. So we're just helping whatever is left kind of in the lower physical earth to clear and heal.
Beautiful. I have brought up Meg Benedicte's website, and I want to because I think many of you are going to want to get a lot more experience of Meg. So tell us a little bit about unlocking the sacred keys to becoming a divine human. How do people learn that from you?
All right, so there's a couple ways you can just dive in. I have my book that's all about how to unlock those keys. We also have a podcast that I do every month. It's a global podcast. We do global activations. If you really want to get involved in working with the planetary field, I do live global activations every month. So you would go and listen. There's 10 years of podcasts there. We've been working on this a long time. Our next one is this October 17th. We're doing actually a mental health global activation. And also on October 28th, we're doing a global peace activation. I would love everybody to join. So those are some ways. There's lots of courses there that you can take to work with my healing modality. It's called Quantum Access, and working with Metatron and jumping right in and applying it to your own personal ascension as well.
Beautiful. And that's by going to your website, which is www.megbenedicte. So that's BENEDICTE. And thank you, Tanya, for putting that up in the chat box for us. Any last parting thoughts that you want to share, Meg?
Well, we're in such a volatile time, but it's also like game on, right? You know, now we know, because I'm a long timer. I've been doing this for 26 years and wondering, I think we thought what was going to happen in 2012 is actually happening now. This is the year that everything has kicked into gear. We're getting more and more into the physical ascension now. It's not so much, you know, kind of an esoteric path like this is, it's literally getting into us. It's changing us. It's mutating our DNA into crystalline 12-strand DNA. There's so much happening. Our light body's activating. So anything you can do to support this process, please, you know, just get grounded every morning. See if you can carve out just even like 10 minutes to meditate so that you're coming more inside, being present with your divine soul presence instead of, you know, all the distractions out there. Get used to being within yourself. And also watch whatever energies that you're bringing in, because we're constantly ingesting energy into our field. So watch, you know, of course, what you eat, but also, you know, what you watch on YouTube or who you're hanging out with, or, you know, just be careful, be careful, you know, be discerning of what you're allowing in. I find even I have to clean my field every night. I take a salt bath. I do an energy cleanse, because even I'm empathing in energy from the chaos field. And so it's about self-care. We need to also try to be as calm and balanced as we possibly can as the changes continue, because they are going to continue. So our job is like stabilizers. We're here to just kind of hold the field stable, keep focusing on this beautiful new earth paradigm that's alive for all of us. That's why we're here. We are the transmuters, we are the senders, and I'm excited about what's coming.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Meg. Let's all twinkle her in our own way. Bless her. Thank you very much. And, you know, as she was just saying, we are the transmuters. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Yeah. This is the time we've been preparing for. And I just want to take a quick moment to remind everybody that tonight, after Portal to Ascension, we go right into Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, which I co-host with Deborah Giusti. And Sharia, who is a big part of this conference, helps us to put these shows together. And tonight's going to be an amazing show. It's dedicated to healing the relationship between the divine feminine and the divine masculine. And we've got John Gray, Satyan and Suzanne Raja, Pato Banton and Antoinette Hall, Eden Amadora, Paul Sterling, Ariel Brown, and some amazing music with Indubious and Nina Gray. So join us at 6 p.m. on Pacific time. And then one other thing I just want to mention is I do a show on Sunday mornings called Sacred Sundays. And I thought, well, given this weekend, I invited Michelle Anderson, who's such a big part of this conference, to be my guest. So tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we're going to be kind of tuning in and really talk about how to make every day, every moment divine. So you can find both of those on Love Coach Academy. Just go to the Love Coach Academy. It's my organization page, and you'll find us. All right, the hits just keep on coming. Coming up next is going to be Leonard O'Neill from Orion Rising. He's up next. And Leonard, as soon as I see your camera go on, I'm going to put the spotlight on you.
Thank you,
There he
Scott.
is. Meg, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Meg. That was really good what she said. You guys have to realize when you go out there into the world, you get ickiness. Don't bring it home with you. You got to cleanse, get that stuff off you every day. Be diligent.
That's right. Good point. Yes.
If you're not diligent, then you don't know it. All of a sudden, your life starts acting really weird around you. Things start going awry. You don't realize you brought something home with you that you didn't need.
Yeah, you got slimed.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, that was really good. So thank you, Meg.
It's my pleasure. Always great to be here. All right. Have a great rest of the show, everyone.
Scott, thank you very much, my friend.
Yeah, my pleasure.
So yeah, things are going really good. I kind of like what's going on with the energy thus far. Halfway through, I guess we're about the halfway mark now, right? For 5 days, we're about halfway through at this point in the time. I think things are building and going well, constantly continuing to go well. What do you think? Oh, he muted his microphone. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking to me. I think it's going.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to be talking to Carolyn Corey, but I don't know where she is or if anybody knows where she's at. No one has said that she's actually in the building or primed to come on.
Well, I will be happy to dialogue with you while we wait for her. That's
right?
for sure.
So yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I was supposed to be doing an interview earlier today and he didn't show up, and so we didn't know where he was. And then he called in and said he had the wrong time. So yeah, I mean, if she's in the house, we're good. If she's not, I can talk. We can talk. You know, whatever you want to do, right? Fill in the time slot. So yeah, you guys. I think it's a really good thing. I'm sorry,
Caroline will be in like 3 minutes. I'm just contacting her right now.
So I think that so far, the way things have been going, it's been building really well, the energy of every single speaker that I've seen. And, you know, I've tried to sit here as long as I can each day to catch all of it, you know, except for like, you know, earlier, Omar, I saw in the chat, had to get up and go stretch his legs. I had to do the same thing, you know. But wow, the content and the things, you guys out there that are sitting out in the audience all around the world, you're getting the largest free 5-day running webinar seminar from the craziest people that you would have to pay tons and tons of money to see normally. And you guys are getting a sample of what they are about, what they do. Portal to Ascension, putting this stuff on. Neil and Saul, I love those guys to death. Met them a few years ago, been trying to help them any way that I can, whenever I can, promote them, do anything like this that I can do for them. This is just a fabulous thing that we got going on here. And I love the content because the range of what people are talking about and how it is all encompassed. And there's Caroline, speaking of the range of what everybody talks about and how it's all encompassed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you?
Welcome. Yes. So yeah, man, I don't know if you got to hear any of this craziness that's going on, but these guys are fabulous. And you, on top of all that, is just going to be like a cherry on top of a big ice cream for the day.
Woo!
In my opinion, purely, but I'm a fan. I talked to you. Awesome. I interviewed you once back in 2017.
Right.
Do you remember that? I don't know if you remember me, but you were getting ready to let the documentary go. Which one was it? There Among Us? That was the one.
Yeah, at the time. Yeah.
Yep.
Now I have a new one out. It's called.
I see.
Yeah. Did you see it?
Talk about all that. I haven't seen it yet. But I was looking at your bio and looking at all the stuff that you've done. You know, even since then, I mean, you were already writing and producing and directing, but now you're like on television as well. You've been on the History Channel. You've been on all kinds of different things. What was that? Ancient Aliens. You've been on the other show with William Shatner. You know, all kinds of stuff. And you're just amazing person because of the knowledge that you have. You know, being a filmmaker, being a producer, and now you're even acting, right? Writing your own stuff. That's insane. It's crazy, but it's cool because it shows, you know, for those you women out there who don't know who she is, look her up, okay? Because she's like, she should be wearing a shirt that says Girl Power right now, okay? Because what she has done with her life, and we're going to talk about that. I'm going to let her go, and you guys are going to hear what she has done with her life. Proves that I don't care who you are. If you put your mind to doing something, you can do anything you want to do. right? And then look what this woman has done. So, okay, so you have a new one out. Let's talk about that. Tell the people what that's about. So if no one's heard they don't know who you are, because there's going to be a few, because we're broadcasting around the world. There's going to be some people who are just brand new. They're going to go, who's this woman? Tell them a little bit about some of the stuff that you've done so you can blow their freaking minds.
Well, thank you for this amazing introduction. Yeah, so I am actually, right now I'm a filmmaker, but I wear many hats, as you know. I've been doing all kinds of work in the field of consciousness, because since I was 5 years old, I would have experiences. I was able to see beings and hear them and telepathically communicate with them. And I would look at someone, I would see their subtle energy, you know, what was going on with them, what was going to happen the next day. I could see what was on the other side of the wall. I could hear people's thoughts. I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff since I was very, very young. And so that kind of opened me to the idea that we are tapped into other worlds and other universes. But for me, the question is how? You know, I wanted to not just share my experiences, but tell people how I was doing it so that they can also do it, because this is really innate in all of us. And so
you are one of the few people that actually say that, because I say that to people. Everyone, you guys can all do this. You just said that. And out of everyone that I've interviewed and talked to, I think you, other than the people that we work behind the scenes with, we all know that, but we don't hear people say that enough to the public, like what you just did. Continue, please.
Yeah, because I mean, I was sure. In fact, when I started having these experiences when I was very young, I didn't want to talk about it because I thought everybody had them. So I didn't want to like be embarrassed and say, oh, you know, I can see on the other side of the wall. And then, you know, my friend would say, everybody can do that. You know, like I really felt that this was supposed to be this way. It was much later, of course, when I grew up that I realized, okay, well, not everybody's, you know, doing this and why. So that's the reason why I got into the field of consciousness and the mechanics of consciousness. How does it work? How does it operate? And because I see the subtle energy very clearly, I could see the structure of space and how the mind channels interact with other beings, with the universe, this type of detail, if you will. Right. And so, you know, I've written books and I developed methodology for energy medicine, for consciousness expansion for like 15 years. You know, I've been teaching and facilitating. And then at one point, I started working with scientists because I knew I was getting validation, like, you know, remote viewing, then it gets validated. I work on someone and it gets validated. So I knew this was real. And I started working with scientists and we would do experiments. For example, long distance, I would tap into their laboratory equipment and then I would intend for something to happen and it would happen and it would be repeated. Of course, this is under scientific conditions. So we would create baselines and, you know, it's not like just fluke. And so then we worked with water, we worked with DNA, affecting the pH of water, all kinds of telekinesis. I started doing telekinesis in person and remotely and seeing, you know, taking measurements and things like that. And so because it was under laboratory conditions and because it was verified and measured and repeatable, more importantly, that I realized, wait a minute, this is such important material that validates what everybody's been talking about, that the mind, our consciousness, is creating our reality. It has an actual measurable effect on the body. This is not crazy woo-woo stuff.
Yeah, it's not.
And so that's how my last film came about, the one that just came out. It's called Superhuman, the Invisible Made Visible.
Yeah, I will be watching that soon. I wasn't aware of that. Well, oh, she has a new one. I gotta have to see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. You have to, because this is at a whole new level. I mean, so people can go to superhumanfilm.com and they'll watch it. It's on Amazon and everywhere. But the idea is we didn't just talk about, you know, it's like people tell you the mind does this, the mind, the consciousness. Yeah, but this film literally demonstrate on camera in real time, scientific experiments, how we set up the experiment to have the intent affect the water, have the intent affect, telekinesis, in a Faraday cage, so it's very real. It's very powerful, and validates, all the people who are into even UFOs. And don't forget, when you have a UFO experience or you have contact with a being, I mean, what are you doing? It's your consciousness tapping into that intelligence. And so when you understand the mechanics of it all, and you now have validation,
right,
like proof, really evidence that this is how it's working, this is how your mind is working, it's very, very empowering. And so I'm very, very hopeful for this film, because not only it validates, but it supports a lot of people's work,
right,
people
agreed.
who, yeah. And so
for the first time, it's not behind closed doors hidden by the military or the industrial complex, where they've been doing this a lot, but they never show it to anyone, because they always want to try and weaponize it in some way. And now finally, someone like you have done this to where you're actually showing people the stuff they've been keeping secret from us all forever, right?
Absolutely. And we talk about that a little bit in the film, but not too much, because I didn't want to distract, from the point.
You don't want to get them mad at you.
Yeah.
Because then they'll go, no, don't put that out, right?
Yeah. And so of course, most people know about the remote viewing program, the Stargate program, right. And, it's being taught now openly, but they don't realize that the government was also, and is, by the way, I know for sure in China, for sure in other countries, for sure, they are still investigating telekinesis, levitation, teleport, all kinds of things like that, people who have those abilities. So this means that this is very real. They're not going to waste their time on stuff that
they think is hocus pocus, right? Yeah, if they think it's not going to. I've read a lot of research where they were doing that, especially over there. You mentioned over in China, and I read some research where the Chinese government, actually, I got that from an insider in the CIA, but it was the government was filming and watching these Tibetan monks as they were levitating with music, these 4 or 5 ton blocks, and pushing them up 150 feet in the air as they floated up to the guys who put them in place. And they were, really doing that. But that information never made it out to anyone except for the CIA got a hold of it somehow, and that ended up being filtered down to guys like me. So that's crazy, because you're right. They're not going to go and investigate something that they don't think is real in any way, right?
Yeah. And another thing that's crazy, I mean, this film really takes it to a whole new level. So not only that we demonstrate a remote viewing, telekinesis, water, pH, and things like that, but also you may have seen this a little bit on YouTube or, floating around, there are people who can see, they can put a blindfold on and are able to see. Now, I know that, I mean, I can't speak for the people that I didn't investigate, but I started investigated this methodology, and there are different groups around the world. This is very legitimate. This is very real. In fact, I did it, and I teach it. And so, this is very real. So scientifically, the way we were able to demonstrate that this is real, it's not fake, people aren't cheating, right, is we introduced a device that measures the amount of light that is inside the mask, and there was no light whatsoever.
Right.
In another experiment, we were also so if there's no light, you're not supposed to see.
Yeah, you can't pick anything up. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then that was validation, but also other folks are measuring the brain waves as you are reading and seeing completely blindfolded, and the brain waves behave as if there's light coming in, as if you were reading. So, so that's how we were able to support and to demonstrate that this is not fake, this is real. Plus, like I said, I know hundreds of people now around the world who do that. Right. And we just taught classes online. In fact, this morning, The kids we teach online. After the second session, they can read, they could do puzzles. I mean, it's insane. And my adult class, after the third session, I think maybe even less, I can't remember, but people were seeing shadow, they're seeing color, they're starting to see, that to me, again, is another whole level that tells us that our consciousness is tapping into the intelligence of the universe
right
beyond this physical form.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen
So,
studies where people who were blind in one eye or in both were still able to reach over and grab a doorknob and open the doorknob, and they would change the doorknob shape on them to see if they would to grab it. Because the one that sticks out, you grab a different way, and the one that's a round one, you grab a different way, right? And
yeah.
so they actually did that to see if the person would, just grab for a doorknob and then adjust their hand as they touch the doorknob, but they didn't. Even though they
Yeah.
couldn't see, there was no reason for them to be able to know that this doorknob was not round. It's one of those elongated. They still grabbed in their hand, grabbed it the right way, and turned it the right way to open the doorknob. So that's, it ties right into what you're saying. And I love that the kids, it shows that the children are less distracted and pre-programmed than we are. We get more distracted and pre-programmed, and it takes a little bit longer for us to accept the reality that, hey, we can do this, and the kids are just all ready for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So when you teach kids, you tell them, okay, so they're blindfolded, of course, the parents verify, the teachers verify, it's all real. And then you tell them, what color paper do I have in my hand? They'll just tell you. They'll just say it. But the adults, there's like, well, wait, I'm blindfolded, and how am I supposed to do this?
Going on. They're too distracted.
Yeah. So the method to teach adults is very, very different. It's much more methodological, like dealing with the mind chatter, the belief systems, and getting yourself to that place of, kind of childlike play.
Learn everything that you've learned, because
Exactly.
the reality isn't what you think it is, right? But the kids don't know yet. They're just a sponge still. They want to know what reality is. And so if you don't tell them, that's why it works so well. That's great.
Exactly. And so to me, I feel like this movie is really, there's nothing like it out there. I mean, there's people talking about these concepts, but putting it all in one package where you see it with your own eyes, you witness, and also the way we were able to bring, the scientific experiment, how it's set up scientifically, and the caliber of experts and scientists in my movie. I mean, we're talking Harvard, UCLA, Stanford. I mean, this is the real deal. And so I feel I'm very, very hopeful, because people will be encouraged. So whatever they're doing, whether they're into communicating with UFOs or even their guidance system or anything like that, this is the ultimate empowering tool, I feel. So I'm very, very excited about it. I think everybody should check it out. It's superhuman.
Definitely. But one of the people in the crowd, in the audience, just typed in there the CRIS, the CRIS, right? The CRS.
Yeah.
Typed in the audience. So all of this aside, my friend just levitated off the ground right now as we were listening to this. He was just there, and he just looked at me like, "What can I do?" He says, and floated off the ground. She said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but what a beautiful discussion, and it was just very special occurrence." So she had to share it. Wow.
Yeah, well, why don't you get it on video and send it to us, because that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So we have a forum of all these people who are taking the classes, and normally you're supposed to teach all this in person, but because of the whole situation, we're having to do everything online. So this is very new, and and people are getting it. It's working. And so we're uploading all these videos on this forum, where the kids, actually some of the kids from the first session, they were able to see color, and others. So today's class, they can see the stuff behind their head. in all
Wow.
directions.
Nice.
And again, no question. You tell them, so you hold something behind their head, and then you say, what am I holding in my hand? And it's like an orange card. I mean, like they don't think like, wait, I'm not supposed to see behind my. They don't.
They're
It's
so
incredible.
deprogrammed. So the CRS said, where would I send the video? You said, send it to me if you get it to film it. She said, where would I send it to?
They can send it to my email. Is that okay? Can I put it in there?
Yeah, they could Dropbox it to you. Yeah.
Just go. Just put it to. I don't know if I can put it in there, but just send it to production at omniamedia.com. But also just go to the website. That's
even better, right?
Yeah, go to the website superhumanfilm.com, and you can see all the workshop. This name of the film. Can I type it in? Is that okay?
Please.
Yeah. Okay.
Type in anything you want to type in there. You want to put in that other website, and yes, please feel free.
Yeah.
So everybody in the world can see that, and they can all go to that website.
Yeah, so this is the website superhumanfilm.com, and the movie is called Superhuman: The Invisible Made Visible.
And that one that's your new one. When did that one come out? How long ago?
Oh, just like 3 months ago.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's why I hadn't heard of it yet. It's only been a couple of months.
You need to see it.
Yes, I do need to see it.
Oh my God, you're going to be blown away. There's nothing like it out there. Nothing.
No, there was nothing like the first two that you did. You got how many awards? How many awards have you won? You've been nominated quite a few times, right?
Yeah, the last movie I won 9 awards. This movie, I think 5 or 6. I can't even remember.
Well, it's only been 3 months. Give it time.
Yeah.
Right? Now, guys, if you don't know, she was the first person, or is, I can't say was because it was past tense, but she's still doing it. She was the first person on the planet ever to win an award for this type of movie that she put out, this type of documentary. Because, there's other people who have put that stuff out now since then, but back then, nobody acknowledged, first of all, that aliens were real and they were among us. Second of all, testimony by people, any of that. And she won 9 awards over that. So, and then now continuing with this new movie, she's already, would you say up to 5? So
I think 4 or 5. I can't even remember.
That's just insane, because of the work that you're doing was considered like laughable to the whole world 20 years ago. What? Aliens? No. Moving things with your mind? No. Seeing behind your head? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And how people are waking up enough to be more open-minded enough to say, you know what, that was great work and we need to reward her for that.
Yeah, and don't forget now, for people who don't know, this is the film business. So the festivals, even the smallest ones, where it doesn't have to be like Sundance, and there's tons of them, but there's like they're very really reputable, festivals, and they receive thousands of submissions of different film. I mean, there are filmmakers all over the world in all types of topics. So the competition is massive. And like, for example, when I submit my documentary, I am up against, not against, but I mean, I'm in the same category as, The Life of Whitney Houston and like all documentaries out there.
Right. Yeah.
And so already to be accepted in a festival is already huge, because they go through thousands of admissions.
Right.
Then to have an award, that's another. I mean, and so
just to be nominated in the beginning,
exactly,
and then to actually win one. I remember it wasn't too long after I had interviewed you, we heard you won the award, and I was like, "What? No way!" And so it was just incredible. Right.
Yeah. And so, for example, the UFO Congress, I won both. I won Best Film and the People's Choice Award.
Yes.
But that's kind of like the topic. So, I mean, it's more understandable. But the other festivals are more mainstream.
Yeah.
So that's why, like I said, you're up against or with the same category as just any documentary. So for you to get picked in the mainstream festivals, to me is very, very, like, it's incredible, because it means that even with topics like that, they're still recognizing the value.
Right.
You know, but I also
Right.
have to say that the film is very well done. Like it has high production value, is very well produced. It's not like a cheap production. So that is also
Well, I
part
think
of
that's
why.
why they took it so serious, because you did such a great job in being like very meticulous and having it be exactly that, really big production.
Yeah.
So that they couldn't deny the production ability and say, well, you were just some guy with a camera running around with, you know, and talking to people, and it didn't work out right. That's for a smaller film festival. This was done in a way. I remember when somebody, I don't know if it was someone who worked for you or just a fan, posted your commercial for it, and you hadn't released it yet, or you were just about to. No, you hadn't even released it. And I saw that and I went, oh my God, I need to talk to her. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen produced this way. And that was just your commercial. And, you know, then I saw the whole thing and went, wow. Right?
Yeah, you're gonna love Superhuman. You really need to watch it. Go to Amazon.
And
if
you guys out there on the planet, if you haven't, you should watch it as well. It's already starting to win awards, guys. So you know it's going to be bigger than it is now, just as time goes on. So watch it.
Yeah, and if you like it also, you know, of course, to support the work, you know, like write a review, you know, to help others who come on the page to be interested and attracted to the material. But it's doing very well, actually. And so we just want to, you know, spread the word even more. But like I said, this is supporting your work, you know, supporting, you know, validating everything, you know, these I'm sure folks who are on this call who have been part of the this conference, this is what their interest is about tapping into other realities, our superhuman abilities to get beyond, get past the physical world, and especially how the consciousness affects the physical body. So
here's a question from someone in the audience.
Yeah.
The question is, how can we practice more to become more, is it clairsentient?
Yeah.
And all of the clairs? That's the question.
Yeah. So like I said, I started out at a very young age, kind of having all these experiences, and I developed this methodology as you know how to sense things, how to discern, like you didn't make it up. Like how do you know if I'm tapping into you right now, I'm trying to help you with something you're struggling with, or just getting guidance on something. Like how do I know I didn't make it up? And so that sort of discernment, the guidance, becoming more sensitive, all of that, I've developed classes. I mean, people can just go now and download the classes. So, but that's on my consciousness website, which is carolinecorey.com. carolinecorey.com. So go there. And also I have a lot of free stuff. So if people want to just try, you know, start to kind of just feel it out, go to carolinecorey.com and then go to the YouTube channel. And on the YouTube channel, I have like, I don't know how, like 150 or something free guided meditation and classes and lectures that give you all kinds of tools and information about all of this, to how to develop that.
Speaking of that, Johnny J said, my experience with a meditation with Caroline changed the way I look at the world, the way I see the world.
Wow.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right?
It's very, very powerful, Leonard. I mean, seriously, this stuff is very powerful. And it is
affirmation, like you were saying, you were just saying, for you know, I work with a lot of people who have and develop people's abilities. I help to try and raise their vibration and develop their abilities, because everybody can do it, like you said earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
The most important thing is, because everyone doubts, the most important thing is validation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. And so that's why also, you know, the work that I do also is very experiential. It's not like a lecture. It's not like, okay, this is the way you do things and whatever. Because I experienced it myself, and I really took the time to figure out, okay, what did my brain do when I got it right? What did my brain do when I didn't, you know, all of that, you know, very methodical work that I did for 15 years is all in the classes. And so and in every single meditation. So people can start with the meditation on the YouTube channel if they don't want to, and then if they want to get more serious, go to the online classes, and then you'll see a list of things that you can study, how to sharpen your guidance system, your sensitivity, all the clairvoyance, all of that stuff. And then when they want to get to another level, like telekinesis, moving objects, seeing with the blindfold, they will see also those classes on this website, but also on the Superhuman Film website, because that's specific to the film as well.
To the same thing. See, so that's really, really good information that she just gave you, and that's all like free information. Go there and take a look at that, but you got to watch that movie as well. I have to watch that movie as well because I haven't seen that one yet. And
if you watch it, please send me your feedback. We want to hear more. We want your comments. We want to, I want to expand this and create a community of empowered people that, enough of the, the old paradigm of this isn't real, stop doing this, it's crazy. That's not true. It's like, this is our time. Yep. This is our time just to be out there, to do it, to be it. And these are the tools. So we want to all connect. I already have a huge community of people who do that. And so we want to bring on more people as well. And so we would love to hear any sort of feedback or comment.
Oh, absolutely. And the world does want more. Otherwise you wouldn't be winning awards. You know what I mean? You would have set that out there and they would have went, okay, whatever, yawn. But they didn't, because the planet is really shifted. There's been a really big shift since, I hate to say it, but since 2012, because everybody thought the world was coming to an end. And I think that started to push people to start really looking inward. And now with the coronavirus, like you said before, it's hard to get together, but I think it's really started forcing a lot of people to better themselves, because they have to be with themselves. They can't pretend and run off and do stuff anymore. They have to be with their families. They have to be with their children. And so because of that, it's either making you people or breaking you. And the good thing is, thank the whatever gods you pray to, that it's actually helping more people than it is hurting. Right? Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, this movie is more timely than ever before. Right. Because we're all confined in our own space, and we think we're we're having to succumb to the, the madness and the craziness that's out there. I mean, what else do we have other than our own mind to shift when we don't want to shift out of this reality, right, and focus on what we can create? So that's the reason why, more than ever before, this is the time to focus on this type of work. Strengthening your discernment, your concentration, the power of your mind to shift. So when we're doing an object, when we are, doing telekinesis work and training our mind to move an object, it's not about the object. It's not about the piece of paper. That's not the point.
That's not the point.
It's about, if you can do this on a piece of paper, first of all, it validates, that is what is happening, that your mind is capable of doing that. But then you're also training your mind to concentrate, to focus in such a way, and you can use that tool on other things. So now I want to create a relationship. Now I want to create money, abundance, whatever it is. It's actually the same principle. Because when we try to do that and our mind is chaotic and all over the place, and the subconscious mind is, going crazy and saying the wrong thing at the same time, that's the reason why we don't create. So all of this training, the telekinesis training, the blindfold training, is for you to strengthen the power of your mind, period, so that you can apply it to any area of your life.
See, and that's a perfect segue, because you're going to be sitting put here, and I'll be stepping back, and we'll be bringing Alan back on, because you guys are actually going to do now a workshop. Am I right?
I'll let Alan.
We're doing a panel that includes Caroline And
there you go.
hi,
And what is it? Sorry about that, Alan.
Here's
Alan, guys. I apologize for talking over you, Alan. Take it away. I was just still enamored with talking to Caroline there. It's just I'm a really big fan. So I will step back now, and you have the floor, my friend. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, Leonard. You bring out the best because you're so excited about the work Caroline's doing, and it is fantastic work. So coming up, I guess we're about to start. So thanks for hanging around for another session, Caroline. This is going to be the experiences panel. And we have a few more people coming on. So I'll just say that was an interview with Caroline Corey, who just produced an incredible movie called Superhuman. Just give a little wrap up of the movie, Caroline. So
yeah, again, the movie is about the power of consciousness over the physical world, over the physical body. What makes this film different is that it's not just information and talk in theory. It's actual demonstration, scientific experiments done in real time, on camera, under laboratory conditions that validate that when I focus on water, I want the pH to change. It does. How does it do this? That when I focus on a piece of paper, I want it to move this way or that way. It does. I can have blindfolds on, be completely blindfolded and still be able to see and do all kinds of stuff. So I feel this movie is at a whole new level of not just talking about this concept, but demonstrating that our consciousness is not limited by the body. It's tapping into the intelligence of the universe. And so if I can do that on a piece of paper, then I can use that principle to tap into an intelligent being that's floating in my space, an extraterrestrial, a UFO, whatever it is. So it's incredibly powerful. It's incredibly timely. And I really, really would love everybody to watch it because it's supporting your work. It's supporting what you've been doing. And that's superhumanfilm.com.
That's right. And that's a great intro to what I hope we can really talk about today here on This is the Experiences panel at the Portal to Ascension Summit Conference. And we have some amazing women here talk about their experiences and their interaction with experiences, but taking off from what Caroline just said, because she's an experiencer too, I would like this panel not to just talk about, oh, I've had this experience and that experience, but how does the experience at this time in our history start to integrate into the social fabric, into society? It's like, yes, of course, it's shocking if it's new to you, and there are people just kind of starting that process. But if you've been around the phenomena, if you've had interactions, and I think everyone here has had an integration of their experiencers, contact, then something else I think is happening at this juncture in history. There's not just an acceptance, but an influence that's starting to exert itself in a more mainstream population. I think that's how I see it. And I think that's why movies like Superhuman are getting out there, because they're told from a bigger perspective. So let me just introduce the panel. And I've been talking to Caroline Corey, producer, writer, and experiencer. And she's also, you could also see her on Ancient Aliens and lots of places that she speaks at, Contact in the Desert. Thanks for being here, Caroline.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, let me just introduce myself, actually. I'm Alan Steinfeld. It's always good to know who's talking to what. Alan Steinfeld for New Realities. And I have to say, I'm obsessed with this topic for whatever reason. I've had contact, I've had, should we call them abductions, whatever. I had something that said to me, there's something else going on here. And I need to know what that is. I need to find out. I need to interact and understand it and even accept it and see what that can bring to the rest of the planet. So it's sort of been, I guess, 25 years search for integration and making sense. And it's great to meet people who are here who also accept this as a fact of life and a fact of existence, and not just saying, oh wow, but learned how to bring this into their everyday awareness. So I'm very happy Barbara Lamb is here. She's a hypnotherapist, and she's been working with contactees, experiencers, abductees, whatever you want to call them, for many, many years, taking them back, regressing them to that point of contact and finding out what that's really about. So we'd be talking to Barbara. I know you have to leave a little early, right, Barbara? It's okay. Okay. And we have my friend Rebecca Hardcastle-Wright, who's just written a book on exo-consciousness, and she actually coined that term, exo-consciousness, which I feel is what we need to do is expand beyond the human drama. We need to go out there and realize there's other stories to tell about our human existence than just the same stuff we see in movies and the everyday chatter, or watching the football game, or going shopping, and all those mundane. There's a bigger story, and we're all a part of it. So thank you, Rebecca. And then you have Sherry Wild. I've seen you, Sherry, at Contact in the Desert, and you have a fantastic story of transformation, as from what I know of you, going from someone who's been traumatized by contact to embracing it and bringing it to another level of awareness. Is that fair to say about your story, Sherry? What would you like? Unmute yourself for a second. Yes, there we go.
I would say that's my message is the whole, you question whether you should call it an abduction. I agree with that. I don't like to call it an abduction. We have an encounter, and as long as we're in fear when we have that encounter, we will view it as something nefarious. And it's a matter of changing our own, being neutral about it, changing our own perspective on it before we can really get to the bottom of what's happening to us. So that's kind of my message. Try to take the fear out of it.
I'll get to Geraldine in a second, but can you talk about a little bit how you changed your perspective from going from fear to acceptance?
Well, I guess as I went crazy after I found out that what my lost time meant to me through hypnosis. The lost time meant that I had been abducted by these little gray creatures. At the time, I was 36 or 37 years old when I was investigated and that was discovered, and I was not prepared for that. I was very pragmatic, level-headed businesswoman, and I couldn't accept it, and so I fought against it, and I tried to find any kind of a clue that I could that would cause the whole thing to come unraveled, and I couldn't find anything. There was all the proof went the other direction. There were witnesses, and everything that was coming out was sustaining that this was the reality. And I couldn't wrap my mind around it. And then it started to happen to me in real time. As I was trying to unravel it and figure it out, they were coming for me and had been, but I wasn't aware of it, the signs. So I had to figure out what was going on because the fear of it was going to kill me. It was just it had destroyed my marriage, and my career was suffering from it. So I had to get to the bottom of it. And all of a sudden, I had some people reach out to me and offer to be my support system. And one of the guys in that group, he was the one responsible for changing my perspective on it. He said, what would it look like, Sherry, if it turned out that you weren't a victim? What would it look like if you weren't the victim in this? If you actually, before birth maybe, or at some level had agreed to this? And I thought that was crazy. But I thought about it. I don't want to just dismiss anything without giving it a fair chance. And so I started to think on it, and I started to explore that. And I realized that it was true in my daily life that actually whatever you looked at, whatever you encountered, whatever you dealt with in your daily life, if you dealt with it from a place of fear, that tainted the experience. and that we could change the way the experience was just by changing our perspective on it. And I started getting into the Course in Miracles and things like that. And so it was a huge awakening for me. It was just huge, you know, it changed everything. My whole belief system was knocked out from under me, and I had to kind of rebuild from the ground up what I really believed in and what was really true in this world.
Wow, thank you for that. That sort of leads us into Geraldine. Welcome back for the third time today, Geraldine. Geraldine Orozco is someone who has a similar experience, I think, if you hear her story, where she was just, well, you tell it. I don't want to tell your story, Geraldine, but then how did you come to a place of acceptance? That's the key that I would love for you to share.
Thank you. I definitely resonate with that journey of at first coming into a shock of what you experienced and trying to place somewhere in your regular everyday life something like this that is connecting you to an interdimensional, space. And I think that it took me a couple years to be able to integrate the experience, to even allow myself to be able to speak about it, outside my very intimate circle of my small family. But by the time I came out publicly to speak about it, I think at that point I had already integrated, and I went through a process of deep healing and awakening to create a very strong spiritual foundation that helped support that transition from everyday life into learning about the interdimensional reality, our multidimensional aspects of ourselves. So it was a process throughout 5 years, and it was actually through hypnosis, through support groups, and it was through, going into a connection and a kind of revisiting of our reality and the way that we look at the structure of our reality that helped me understand that we are more than just physical. And it's when we enter those aspects, when you dive deep into the spiritual aspect, at the very end, you're going to be met with the interdimensional question and consciousness. You're questioning consciousness. And it's the same when you go down the path of extraterrestrial research. You're going to be met with consciousness. And that's kind of where everything links, is, how we are meeting these two different paradigms of reality, of existence, how life manifests in itself.
That's great. That brings up some really key, a bit of an echo here. I don't know where that's coming from, but that brings us some key points in this discussion, that it is all about a deeper level of awareness, and this is what we are becoming as exo-conscious beings. So, Barbara, do you want to talk about working with people and also finding that level of acceptance? Because I realize that people listening are not all at this level of acceptance, but I think this panel, because we're all pretty grounded and have worked through something, can help make a difference in people listening. So how do you work with people and help them find this acceptance and bring it to this next level? Because that's really where I want the panel to go, to this next level.
Absolutely. That's what I want too. And for years, I've been giving talks at different conferences and emphasizing the positive aspects of extraterrestrial encounters. We know that there are many, many different types of beings out there, and many of them do come and visit human beings on Earth. And some of those beings, admittedly, seem to be more self-serving. They may be sort of scientifically trying to figure out our biology and our society and how we work, and they tend to do poking and probing and a lot of physical examinations. And of course, people who experience that are not happy at all with that. In fact, usually they strenuously object. But that's just a tiny part of what goes on with the huge number of beings whom I have found out do actually have encounters with human beings. So I've been doing this work since 1991. And by that, I mean that I have been doing hypnotic regressions as a licensed psychotherapist. I've been doing these hypnotic regressions with people to find out the details of these odd little bits of experiences that they typically remember, like being visited by unusual beings in the middle of the night, or maybe driving along, and then suddenly there's a beam of light coming into the car, and the car motor stops, and the person pulls the car off the road, hopefully, and then beings show up and the encounters begin. Anyway, I have certainly found out that the encounters can happen anywhere and anytime, even when the person being visited is in a big crowd of people. And as many of you on the panel know, but maybe not everybody else knows, these beings have remarkable abilities. They can switch us off. That means that even the person who's going to be taken for the experience gets switched off very soon after the first very few moments. That is, put in a state of not being consciously aware. They're not harmed, they're not knocked out or anything, but they just are not conscious of what is occurring. And so that's true of anybody who happens to be accompanying the person who is being taken for one of these encounters, that these other people are switched off out of awareness too. And again, not harmed, but just simply.
But how do we get conscious? How do we stay conscious? I mean, how do we take response if we're switched off? How can we possibly integrate that into the bigger picture? Is my,
Well, very important question. So most of the people who have come to me have had a number of experiences where they're aware of just the first very few moments of visitors, extraterrestrials being there, and then they are out of consciousness for typically an hour or two, and then returned, and then they may be aware of being back in their car if they were taken from there, or back in the bed. So because we don't remember in most cases, that's where hypnotic regression is tremendously helpful. Right. Because in a regression, we can go back to the event that the person is wondering about, to those first few moments, and have the sense of living through those first few moments right through the whole experience until they are returned again. And in that process of hypnotic regression, I just admire it, and I'm so thankful for it, because it certainly seems like we get all the details moment by moment by moment, as if the person is totally reliving that experience. I think the way we can understand this is that the subconscious part of our minds, is true for all of us, subconscious part of the mind records absolutely everything that we experience. It even records those things that we are not consciously aware of. And so when we go back into a nice, really deeply relaxed state that I help people to get into, state of hypnosis, in other words, that we can access the material in the subconscious part of the mind, we can go back to that incident and then live it through every moment as if it were happening right now.
Well, that's where I want to get. That is where I want to get to, as far as, okay, accepting it, moving on, and integrating. Did you have something else to say? No, I cut you off for a second. What were you going to say?
No, that's all right. I've forgotten now.
No. But I want to talk to Carolyn, Corey, and this is sort of like everyone can jump in also. But Carolyn, that you've made all your experiences conscious, haven't you? And I want to get to the place of integration, because I think as a planetary civilization, yes, it's shocking and awful and traumatic, but let's see where it's all going. And so how do you talk about the integration, Carolyn, based on your experiences?
I think for me, this is really my main focus. It's like we already know that this is real. I know, many people know. And so the focus of my work is not necessarily to rehash or keep trying to convince myself or others that this is real and this is happening, but rather to say, now what? What can I do with these experiences and how can I apply it to enhance my physical experience? So that's why everything that I've developed, my 15 years of work in the field of consciousness studies, energy medicine, has to do with specific tools and things to just enhance those abilities, and
what
so,
ability, which abilities?
Yeah. So the first step is to acknowledge that all your experiences are real, to kind of let go of, did this happen? Does not happen, and am I crazy and all that good stuff? So let go of that. That's step one. And then start to question and focus on, wait, what did I do to download this Pleiadian message? Like how did that happen? When I was asleep, how did I come in contact with this intelligent being? So when you start asking these questions, you're now focusing on the mechanics of your consciousness and how you are interacting with other beings' consciousness, and also the container, the parameters within which this communication and this contact is happening, meaning the mechanics of the universe. So now you are no longer still questioning and, focusing on just the experience. You are now at the level of integrating. You're at the level of putting in practice what the experience has brought to you and figuring out, wait, if I did this to communicate with this extraterrestrial, for example, when you do this type of work, you sharpen your consciousness and your mind to such a point that you get a certain amount of discernment, because your brain is not functioning in the same way. Your brain is not functioning in a linear manner. Like, right now, you're asking me a question, I'm responding to you in the English language. And so my brain is firing, from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe to the language center. It's all over the place. But when I come in contact with an extraterrestrial that I've never seen before in my life, I'm sleeping at night and here comes this entity. I have no idea. It's not like I spend my time researching, all the types of beings. I'm talking about the first time this happens. Your brain is kind of merged. The way that communication happens is completely different. You're operating at a whole different level. And in that split second, everybody can as well, but I could see, hear, sense, understand, know everything about this being. In this split second, he doesn't have to introduce himself like, hello, I'm from this planet, the way we do it down here. It's this merging of consciousness that allows this instantaneous communication and understanding of everything, of consciousness. Right. And so just imagine if you figure out how you did that, which means that you can then apply it to other things. You can apply it to quickly merging with the outcome of something you want to do, quickly merging with a location you want to go to, if that makes sense. You begin to operate at a whole different level if you understand what your brain did, what your consciousness did.
We'll get to the merging part, because that's like the next level. But let me just talk to Rebecca too, because Rebecca, this is your work, this is your field. You different functionings or different ways of functioning human brain. Talk about what you're creating with the Exoconsciousness Institute and your Exoconsciousness Journal.
We have an international community. It's called IXO, the Institute for Exoconsciousness. And we are a worldwide community of ongoing conscious experiencers. So we have, we're not first-time experiencers, but any first-time experiencer is certainly welcome to join us. And our work is basically to come together to as Caroline said, to use and apply our context. So exoconsciousness is the innate, so all of us have it, it's the innate human ability to contact, communicate, and most importantly, co-create with ETs and multidimensionals. So we take our contact, and from the contact, as Caroline and Barbara have talked about, and Sherry and Geraldine, we take that contact, and from that contact, we say, how do I use this in my everyday life? And so the two missions of our institute is, number one, that we're going to seed exoconscious entrepreneurs. So if you're a healer, or you're a writer, an artist, a scientist, a mathematician, someone that invents technology, that we are there for you to bring forth this innovation that you're bringing into the world as co-creating it with yourself as a contactee with extraterrestrials. So it's a co-created joint enterprise, but it's not emerging. I want to make that clear. It's not merging. So it's that humans, as exoconscious humans, retain their sovereign moral autonomy. They retain their humanness, and certainly develop an exoconscious self, as we say, as this process unfolds with extraterrestrials. But this is really about our humanness and bringing something new to the planet. Our second mission is to offer training so that if you become, let's say you bring a new technology to the planet, then as a member of our community, you will also train other people in your technology. Maybe you brought forth a new healing modality, so you train others in that modality. So those are the two ways we go. Integration is huge for us. If you, as Sherry and Geraldine talked about, and I can't wait to listen to Celestine, hi. That integration piece is so important, because once the integration takes place, then you can be at peace with who you are. And as Barbara talked about, what your mission here on Earth is about. And then you can join our community or any community that's bringing forth this. We actually call it that we're building an exoconscious civilization. So we're putting the work in of the nuts and bolts to bring something different to Earth as a co-creative ET multidimensional innovation, inventions.
We exactly are building an exoconscious civilization, and all the people here, all the women here are part of that foundation evolution, because I talked to pretty much everyone, and they are, I mean, I have to say though, part of merging, and we could talk about this later, once you have an experience, you're already sort of in this other level. So Celestine Starr, welcome to the panel. And I know Celestine, I've just talked to her a couple of times last week about the levels of conscious contact she has had and how she's integrated. So this is sort of what we've been discussing, this integration of the exoconsciousness or the star beings with life on Earth here. So how do you understand it, and what have you done in your life to make that possible?
So what I'm hearing is that having had the experience, how did I integrate it? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, and also we want to take people to a global integration with this panel. How do we, as you know, sort of pioneers, integrate the planet to accept this and work with this as a reality? So that's sort of my question.
Okay. So my experience has been from the time of birth, and I let people tune into their own experience and just see how they've been gently moved forward in their awareness. And I have to say, like, the 60s was a big awakening for everyone through the songs and the music and even the medicines. They kind of just broke open the mind frame that was kind of, as they say, the square mind frame, where it was from the old schools of Europe and the peasantry and the royalties, and just breaking the barriers of going from individuality to community. and going from, Americans and Europeans to global. And we had the first, Gregorian in space, which gave us, the ecological communities that began to feel for the earth and be with the earth. So we are the next phase. And those of us who have had that, we are the sensitives. We were born this way. And we were born specifically to be able to recognize that there are other intelligences that are working in the forces of nature and in planetary systems and coming in and talking to us, whether it's, oh my goodness, there's a light orb. What is that? And being able to stop and just say, what is that? I had light orbs in my yard. I called the neighbor. He comes in. He's like, what is that? I don't know. We're just standing there for 15 minutes. And we started saying, we love you. And they're whirling around and changing colors and, just having these interactions. They build. There's a building. And so we've gotten to a place where many of us who are here, I just love each and every one of you, have had enough experience that you could speak from the heart and know that it is true. As you said, Alan, we are embodying that experience. And so I love what you're doing, Rebecca, and taking it to the next level. It's like, so the work that I do is individuals. I work with individuals, and it was years and years of just, polishing the mirror, just getting all the traumas out, the traumas and the dramas. And so all of a sudden people started taking the leap to like into their divinity, and my experience with the galactics, which has been, my, since I had my near-death experience, and in New Mexico when I was 7, a direct experience inside a starship, being with my whole family, where we were being modulated and checked. Since those times, I started seeing with people that they need to go back to the first time. I was given this by the Galactics, go back to the very first time they came to Earth. So they gave me the ability to take people through trance work. I've done hundreds of people now, and they go back to the very first time they came. And what's really amazing is they begin to come in touch with who they are. They awaken to like, oh, my hands, I have 3 fingers, I have 4 fingers. Oh, I'm tall, I'm a light being, I'm here, I'm here reconnaissance, I'm doing here for resources. Oh, I'm in a group. Oh, we came through a Stargate. No, we can't. And so having distinct understandings and such detailed, and then we go back to where they came from. And that's a whole different level. And once they go there, they awaken to their almost their divinity. And
that
then
is consciousness you're teaching people. I mean, I would say, right?
Yeah, so they come back in, and so it's just a very natural. It's like the aurora borealis, the snake biting the tail, but it's an alchemical process that was given to me as an encoded transmission.
Right. No. Okay. Go ahead. Do you want?
Sorry. I want to finish with we do Skywatch. We do Skywatch, so that I do open ones and I do advanced ones. The open ones is for people who just want to come. We do it in a sacred ceremony. So always a ceremony is going on. We're doing the rounds. Everybody does the prayer to the mother, because the galactics I work with there's no differentiation between nature and themselves. Right. So the radiant ones. So we let them know that they are, a part of what's happening. And by the time the galactics come out and start showing themselves, it's a natural awakening. So then they come home and it's like, okay, here's your homework, so here's the homework. So they have the experience, and then they're journaling and writing. And then when they come the next time, they're going to bring something with them. They're going to bring a writing, a teaching, or something. So we're always developing them in group. Yeah. And we're individuals. So that's what I would say.
We'll get back to that. I just want to ask Sherry, based on what everyone says, it seems like there's a new way or different way we have to use our mind as we go beyond the fear and kind of the lower levels of humanity, if you want to call it. It's sort of what Caroline's teaching in her movie. But would you say that's true of you, that we have to cognize reality in a new way, Sherry? And what's been your process?
Absolutely. And I'm so uplifted to hear how fast we're moving forward and moving out of the old paradigm of fear. When I was first introduced and awakened to my experiences, it was right before 1990, right around into there. And everything was about the encounter experience was based in fear. And you couldn't find anyone who was talking positive, having anything positive to say about it. And when I tried to say something along those lines, that maybe this isn't all nefarious, maybe there's actually some positive to this, I was told that I had Stockholm syndrome. And so, I'm so happy to see that we're moving past all that and we're treating this in a mature manner. So yes, we have to go to a higher level to deal with it, because the beings that we're interacting with are coming in from high frequencies. Usually they're fifth or sixth dimensional beings, if not more. And they pull us, our frequency goes up when we encounter them, when we're with them, and we join with them. It's a multidimensional thing that's taking place with us and with them. And we need to, move out of kindergarten. It's way past the time for humanity to move into and step into the power that they are. So
right. That's why I don't want to address questions about good, bad, or I don't know, there's some other questions in the chat or just about the old paradigms of why they are here. But you, Sherry, were given particular downloads, weren't you, to share with the rest of humanity? Do you care to share anything that came to you?
Well, they were very forceful in the 3 important things to know, which I went into the book. They wanted me to share that with everyone. The 3 important things to know being that monitor your thoughts. And the other one is we are multidimensional beings existing on more than one level simultaneously. And the other one was we are all one with the Creator. And those 3 tenets are the things that they say if we just know those. Actually, if we could just get the first one, which is we are all one with our Creator, they told me if humanity would get that and just live by that, that would solve all the problems on planet Earth. But the thing is, it becomes, like I always say, it becomes a bumper sticker. People know it and they say it, but they don't live it. And that's kind of the problem with it. And I think that a panel like this and what's going on here with all of the conferences that are happening now, these online conferences, it kind of opens the door for so many more people to be able to come in and listen to these kinds of conversations and discussions. When Contact in the Desert and all the other conferences are great, but in some ways, this is a benefit to what's going on right now on the planet, in that we can all join together via the Zoom connection and share this information. So it's raising consciousness.
No, I think this is great that we can share in this sort of forum with so many more people. And it is about a shift of awareness. I mean, this is your work, Geraldine, too, about how to shift people's ways of looking at the world. So talk about that. Talk about how you do it and any communications you may have gotten from ETs.
Well, one of the things I want to add to the last comment that you made that we want to kind of look at is if we look historically at ancient civilizations that have come to a pinnacle, a certain point of knowledge, of wisdom, of technological advancement. Every time they have reached that point, it's almost as if there is that contact, there is that awareness of our multidimensional expression that we have in this universe. And every time that we've reset that clock, it's almost like we are now going through that process as a whole globe, our whole Earth, our whole universe is evolving and reaching a point in which technology has also allowed for this new understanding. And when technology is advancing, in talking about technology and artificial intelligence, that artificial intelligence is mimicking this organism, which is also a technology. It's one of the most advanced technologies in this multiverse. But within that, we become aware of our multidimensional aspects that are available to us. one of the things that we have to understand is that even our system here on Earth has created a lot of compartmentalized thinking about ourselves and our multidimensionality. There's a lot of agendas that have taken the extraterrestrial topic and made it a fringe topic in order for it to be taboo, to be shameful, to be something that is not talked about and shamed. And that's something that we want to break at this point also, as experiencers coming up to the plate and talking about these experiences openly, so that we can
are
begin
breaking
to,
it. I think this is happening.
Exactly. It's happening already. And so the invitation is for all those that are new to the extraterrestrial topic to kind of come in and know that, you know, we are the ones as experiencers. We are that disclosure. You know, we seem to get sometimes sidetracked into just looking at ufology, just the UFOs that are in the air, but we forget that there's a whole other aspect of it, which is the experiencer that has firsthand experience at this kind of interdimensional contact. And so when I work with my clients, you know, through Hybrid Mother, I do support groups for people that are having experiences on the hybridization program. And the purpose is that we're learning that within the body, within the DNA is encoded this knowledge, this awareness. It's already a part of us, that when we enter certain states of consciousness, we're activating DNA, which stores the information that allows access into these parts of us that are, you know, extraterrestrial, in fact, interdimensional fragments of our own self. So it's an ability for us to access the information through what's here already. We don't even need to look outside of ourselves for healing, for information, for wisdom, for even the most advanced technology we can mirror, and, you know, from the functions of the body. And when we look at these UFOs, we look at technology that our physics doesn't work with. So we're also expanding our mind in those directions of sciences, which are now going beyond, you know, what we've been taught in school. So it's breaking a lot of different barriers that we're here to hold space for, hopefully.
Absolutely. I mean, I love what you said. I think contact disclosure is an inside job. It is. So, let me just ask Barbara, because she has to leave soon, right? So what places of new awareness, when you've worked with hundreds of people in your practice. So what revelations, how are they changed? How are they different, and maybe I could say better people because they've integrated and accepted their contact experiences?
Well, you mentioned a very good point about they're having to find out about it in the first place from the little hints and wonderings that they've had. And then integrating it does take some time. And the more that they look into the experiences that they've had, the more that they realize that a lot of those experiences with the beings have been extremely favorable, and in many cases out and out helpful, even life-saving. So in other words, among all the experiences that people have, many of those experiences involve physical checkups and then healing done by the extraterrestrials. I've had so many clients, I've had more than 2,030 people I've progressed to ET experiences, and many of them have been physically healed, even from really serious things like life-threatening cancer or heart disease. And not only that, but sometimes on board the craft, these people are taught to do healing, which they bring back here to Earth, and they become healers. Some of them actually change their whole vocational jobs and become healers full time. So anyway, there's a lot of information given to many of these experiencers, and it expands the consciousness. It expands the whole realm of understanding of reality. I think that through these experiences, people have come to know about other dimensions of reality, because some of these beings seem to be in a 3D physical reality, but many of them are in other dimensions of reality. So our consciousness, the more we know about this, it just keeps expanding and growing, increasing, deepening, widening. I think it is really wonderful for humanity that so much opening up is happening. We know, of course, that on the 3D level here on Earth, oh my goodness, there's so much dysfunctional stuff going. And yet this other part of reality, I think, really gives us hope. And especially the more that some of these really highly conscious, benevolent beings give information to us through the encounter experiences, and sometimes often through channeled information, the more that that helps us as a world community to really enlarge our point of view, enlarge our understanding, to get out of all the little nudgy-goodgy awful things going on that are brought to our attention over and over and over again with the public media and even our fiction. But anyway, there's so much more out there that is really high consciousness, high-minded, excellent. And fortunately, more and more of that is coming through. Part of it, of course, through the extraterrestrial encounter part of things.
I think that's what's changing in this sort of forum that we're doing here. And let's see where we're going. I think this is what Carolyn Corey's Superhuman film is about, taking us, okay, we're multidimensional, yes, we have non-local awareness, but then what's coming, Caroline? Where is this all putting us as exo beings and multidimensional consciousnesses? And what's the next step here?
Yeah, exactly. It's about acknowledging that this is all real and now putting it to practice, you know? So that's the reason why the film is no longer talking about the theory that our consciousness is beyond our physical body, has all these abilities. It's more to demonstrate, you know, validate and do these, you know, show scientifically how this is possible, and to provide, you know, show how many people around the world are using these abilities to expand their consciousness and tap into the worlds beyond. And so now it becomes not just integration, but practical application of all of these experiences and our innate abilities. So that's why I'm very hopeful for the film, for people to use it as a tool for themselves, to kind of try to use these tools to stretch, to expand and extend their awareness. And for example, instead of knowing that, okay, I'm connected to my guidance system, to my spirit guides, I know I can communicate with an ET when I want, for example. But how did I do it? Can I consciously summon another entity? Where is the entity? Is it in this? Is it somewhere located within this time space? Is it beyond this time space? All of this specificity, you know, those details of the mechanics of how I'm doing it, adds to your innate powers. Because if I can do it, you know, by, you know, for speaking to a specific ET, then I can do it and I can apply it for something else and something else and something else, which eventually enhances my ability to create my physical reality, my earthly experience.
Exactly.
So that's why.
Enriches, I was just saying, it enriches our lives as humans in a sense.
Yeah, and also you take charge. You feel like you are in control. The experience didn't just happen to you. Like this guy just showed up and downloaded this information in my brain. Okay, that's great. But wait, can I, you know, be in charge of this experience, summon it exactly in this way, you know, summon it exactly in that way. And if it's something, you know, that is just happening to me, change it or stop it, or, you know, then you are empowering yourself. You're taking charge of your human experience. And that's, I think, what this is about. We're supposed to come in this human form, but apply our multidimensional consciousness capabilities within the human form.
That's what's
So-
changing about our civilization. And the more we discuss these topics of exo-consciousness and our abilities, the more it empowers us. So Celestine, you've had those experiences of showing up and communicating, and you're calling them in on your sky watches. Talk about that a little bit, because that's what Carolyn was alluding to, that kind of practice. So
Yes, well, it took some time for me to formulate and work up to having the immortals to appear. I call them the immortals. And when you have an immortal that appears to you, it's pretty special. So in the beginning of the sky watches, they would, their ships would come by, and I'm driving on the freeway or something, and they would travel with me. And as they traveled with me, they would telepathically talk to me about what they wanted to share. So it just was a natural unfoldment. We started when the oil spill happened in Mexico, in the Gulf of Mexico. And, you know, they said, as they came out in the Bay Area, and there was thousands of them, I thought to myself, oh my gosh, we're really in trouble, because the fleet is in, and what's happening is they are here to have meetings about what's happening over in the Gulf. And sure enough, they said, we need to help you, but we have to have a human permission. So that was the first time out. And so they spent about 15, 20 days before we had the ceremony where everybody, 30 of us came, and they did come out, and we did give them permission. And the funny thing was, 2 days later, this 22-ton apparatus came, and I remember the news report said, we don't know where this came from, but, you know, and they stopped the leak. Now, things are still happening in the Gulf, but we said, oh, you know, maybe we were a part of that. So we decided to continue the Galactic Earth Council. So for me, they gently come into my space. Sometimes it is just something will come in front of me, and it's my choice if I want to continue the communication. Like I just had a communication with Tanandor. He is the one I communicate with through the High Spiritual Council. And they'll give us a theme. Like they're saying 1111 is coming up. It's called the mirroring. And it's about seeing how the outer world is a mirror of the truth that is within the heart and then the core self, right? So the next Skywatch that we'll do is for advance. And so they'll be working with me. And I started connecting them in with the moon cycle. Believe it or not, they're very sensitive to nature and to the forces. I've had orbs in my yard, and they come to communicate with me. And I've recognized, since I started doing these works of taking people back to their galactic origin, that they've created a Merkaba, and it's an organic orb around them that they travel through time and space. And so these little orbs that would show up, I'm going, okay, these are the people of they've created their little Merkaba, and they're out and about, and they're doing communications with people. And so, yeah, it's very natural. And if you, as you tune in and as they become more familiar with you, you know, so I've had the one-on-one where they just morph right into the field. And I said, okay, this is the temples, the days of the temples, when they would pray to, you know, they would do the prayer and the being would show up. I mean, it really happens, you know, or I could be in the council room. I could be taken, literally physically taken out of this dimension and brought into the council room, complete with the flame and the being standing there. And that's another interesting experience, right? Or I could be just walking in nature and I see a ship go by and I instantly talk to them. I could telepathically have a conversation because I'm not looking at the ship. I'm communicating with who's in the ship. And they start communicating with light. They do this light synchronicity. So there's all kinds of forms, and I'm, you know, it's a natural. And I encourage people, you know, keep your head to the sky.
Right. Keep paying attention. Keep opening your mind.
It'll all come, you know, all the dots will come together. And generally it's your lineage. I tell people, you know, who you're communicating is more than likely you created it. So whatever the incident happened, so that you would wake up at the right time.
Right.
So you
And
accidentally, I'm sorry.
that's why we're doing this. This is the time And I also think the whole experience of contact is changing. Sherry, do you think, I mean, my feeling is that the abduction, whatever you want to call that, is not necessarily happening the same, something shifting in our relationship to these beings. What do you get about that, Sherry?
I totally agree with you. I don't think the abductions, I'm not sure that they're even happening anymore. The classic abduction case coming into your bedroom at night or taking you out of the car. I'm not aware of it. My guys, my interactions with them it's changed a lot. It's more mind to mind now. It went through different stages, and I don't know if it's tied to the times we're in or if it was tied to my own evolving and my own acceptance of them. But it's more of a communication, a give and take communication that you have mind to mind. And my guys are more concerned right now with what's happening on the planet with the Ascension. And it's
what are they saying to you? Like what? What are they saying?
One of the things that they're saying is love is the most important thing. It's the only thing that matters, and we have to. Love is everything, and that we need to always put that first and always be aware of our consciousness, of our frequency. It's just they're spiritual, but there's also an aspect of them that's involved in the politics somewhat, because that directly ties into how fast humanity is going to awaken and when we're going to gain our freedoms and all of that and move beyond the 3D paradigm. So they're tapped into that. I don't know if it's different levels, different groups of them. I mean, I deal with a lot of different races, so.
There could be waves, like I think a lot of us, Barbara, yeah, what do you think, Barbara? I know.
Yeah, I have to leave in a couple of minutes, but I'd like to bring forth the idea of the reality, actually, that many of the extraterrestrial beings, the different species, are creating hybrids. Now, I think most of us have heard of the hybrids who continue to live on the spaceships because they're not human enough to be here. But there's a whole other aspect of hybridization that has been going on for some decades now that we know of. And I know of probably 16 or so of these people, and there probably are more. Anyway, these hybrids were created by very benevolent extraterrestrial beings to be primarily human beings who are born here on Earth, and they are here for special missions. A co-author and I, Miguel Mendonça, and I wrote a book called Meet the Hybrids, and the subtitle of the book is The Lives and Missions of ET Ambassadors on Earth. So these people, there are 8 of them we interviewed extensively for this book. They are here, born from human mothers, but having been hybridized before conception or during life in the mother's womb. So they're born here as a regular human child, but with usually 4 or 5 different species of extraterrestrial genetics in them. And so they are here to do the work, the benevolent work that these beings would like to be here and to carry out on Earth themselves. But since they're too different than the rest of us human beings and would not be able to stand our viruses and bacteria and so forth, they can't be here. So the next best thing they can do is to add their genetics to some human beings and then continue to visit these human beings throughout their lives and encourage them to carry out their mission. So to put their mission in a thumbnail, it would be to help to evolve the consciousness of humanity and to help humanity to evolve in the ascension process. So many of these extraterrestrials who have created this type of hybrid who live on Earth, they would like to see us evolve enough to be part of the great galactic federation that is there out in space. And to be part of the galactic federation you have to be much, much more highly conscious and benevolent than we as a human species have been.
We're trying.
And this is the emphasis of this whole conference. Hopefully, we are making some strides in changing the consciousness of humanity so that we really can evolve and ascend.
Thank you, Barbara. That is a beautiful way of wrapping it up. I feel like that's somehow my genetics have been shifted, and I feel like all of us here are on that mission. I mean, Geraldine Orozco works with hybrids in many ways to get them on track, to understand their reality, and also get rid of any programming that may have interfered with their initial mission. So Geraldine, talk about that work that Barbara mentioned about the hybridization.
Yeah, you know, and Barbara's absolutely right. I mean, we can look at the work of Barbara Lamb as well, who talks about how these hybrids, I mean, have come in incarnating in these timelines, and it's really just magnificent to see these beings that are so highly evolved. They have an understanding of the physics and science that are surpassing, you know, college level understanding of the world that we live in. And so, but the way that I study these and work with hybrids is unlocking really the hybrid aspect that is encoded within you. I believe our entire human race is actually a hybridized race that has kind of evolved from an origin point. And even though we are being inserted other hybrids that are a cocktail, a design cocktail of DNA, we are also holding that cocktail of DNA within our body, which I think allows us to have the connections to these interdimensional aspects of ourselves. So the work that we want to do is to deprogram all of the false programs that we take on as children when we're born. You know, we are wide open. Our energetic spaces are open, but it's through programming that begin to inhibit and break down and create a disconnect between that higher aspect of ourselves that is available to us. And so we begin to deprogram that, doing some meditation, doing inner works, during a very deep inquiry to try to understand who we are. I think the divine blueprint of the body is actually one that is so interconnected with all things around us that this awareness of hybridization and the connections of those things become aware, like happened in my story where, you know, I was introduced to the hybrid children, and that, you know, opened up psychic abilities for me. And then I was meeting you know, other aspects of my experiences, ET experiences, which allowed me to see that these hybrids, I had been working with them throughout my life. And hundreds of women that message me now talking about their hybridization program experiences, you know, having the children, working with them. And there's a whole process to how these things are carried out. Everything from the gestation process in the womb to the birth of them, either in this timeline or within these kinds of hybridization crafts, in which they are oftentimes distributed to other, you know, galaxies or other areas of our universe. There's many different agendas. I believe thousands of agendas of this kind of hybridization program. And as you heard earlier in my presentation, discussing how our soul plays a huge role in the recording of those experiences. And it's through deprogramming that they begin to emerge. This information begins to emerge. So I think it's an amazing time to have these conversations. And I know that there's a lot of hybrids that innately connect to this information. Some people have been fascinated with the ufology and extraterrestrials since childbirth. You know, and they are familiar with this topic. And I believe it's those people that have conscious experiences, these people that are connected to this information are here to bridge the gap between the interdimensional realm and our physical plane. They help bring light to that, and we're bringing it, grounding it into the space in which it becomes something that we are learning to navigate, like Caroline was talking about. You know, we're learning how to navigate our multidimensionality. So, yeah.
No, thank you. That is great. Look, this is why I think Rebecca Hardcastle's work is pulling it together as as an institute, as a foundation for people like all of us here to start to express and kind of create a central focus of what this next level of civilization is about. So Rebecca, can you tell us then what is the purpose of your institute? What do you hope for as we kind of go to the next level? What's your vision for all of us and the planet?
To go back to what Geraldine was saying, this idea of hybrids, or if you see yourself as a star being, however you see it, we as an institute began to see how important it was that we sustain and advance natural human consciousness. We began to see that technology and transhumanism was possibly going to interfere with our ability to open our chakras, to open our meridians, to move out into this natural field of consciousness and do what we need to do due to maybe prohibitions of synthetic biology. And so we began to see ourselves, I know it's a funny word, but we began to see ourselves as remnants. But if you look back at the history of ancient aliens or the history of ufology, where we look back in time, there's always been ET hybrid type beings on Earth that come forward and sustain and grow a civilization. And sometimes that growth happened after maybe a flood or an asteroid or destruction, that humanity lost something, and ET beings step in and say, we're here to help you build a new civilization. That's literally what we're doing with the Institute. We are saying that those of us who feel called, and I loved, Celestine, when you told that story about the Gulf and the oil leak in the Gulf. At that time, I was working with Dr. Edgar Mitchell in Washington, D.C., and he was so hurt by that oil leak in the Gulf. And we were at that time working with 0 Point Energy. And that's really what happened with the Institute was I began to see these amazing hybrid and extraterrestrially connected multidimensional consciousness people that were kind of living on the fringes of life. And they came to us and they said, this is my invention. And I mean, at first look at that invention, you would go, oh yeah, right. This doesn't make any sense. The second look at it is that, well, maybe this does make sense. And I just was really caught up in the need to say that it's hard to go and bring an invention into the world. It's just hard. I have so many colleagues and friends that have done it. I mean, it's very difficult. And we felt that if, as an institute, we got behind these people and said, what if we could have an incubator for you? What if we could have a training for you? What if we could introduce you to a network of people in the community of Earth that would support you bringing this forward? And that's really what our mission is. And every invention, every innovation, every new idea that someone wants to write a book on or make a presentation on, all of those are building blocks for an exoconscious civilization. It's not just one person in charge. It's really just a massive movement of people that have been allowed to say, I am multidimensional, I received information, and I want to bring something new into civilization, but I need help in doing it.
Wow. We should form a think tank of everyone here and lots of people listening and just spend a couple of days kind of working it all out so there can be a platform for approaching the public with the multidimensional, not a possibility, but fact that we live in that kind of consciousness. So it could be a part of education. It could be a part of just teaching children, which is what Caroline's doing, to realize who they really are. And this is really the change I think we want. So Caroline, I want to talk to you because I think, I don't know if you've said you're a hybrid, but you seem to be very much in touch with those ET realities that are, immediately available to you. Do you want to talk about your process of waking up to that?
Whoa.
I don't know. I didn't mean to throw that at you. I mean, you're.
No, I'll share what I
Yeah.
can share, but
Yeah.
I pretty much came in knowing, where I had come from and my process and how I took on a human body. So yeah, so I kind of already was aware of all of that. And so, but certain things kind of kept kind of coming in, adding to the story, if you will. So I'm not a hybrid in this. Well, first of all, I think everybody is a hybrid on some level because you have the human body, so the human DNA, but you come from another system. Even if it's this planetary system, it's still a different configuration. So you are a human plus something, a different human configuration, a different material configuration, or a different planetary, galactic, or universal configuration. So that's one way of being a hybrid. However, yeah, I'm speaking and I think I'm not, people can't
You're on.
see.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. So that's that. But then there's a different way of also becoming a hybrid, through the abduction and this whole thing, and the genetic engineering. That's a different type. So I'm definitely not that. I am aware of my other configuration and how I had to, like I said, apply it and bring it into this human body. And so my consciousness is not planetary, if you will, and because of that, whoops, because of that, yeah, all of the information that came afterwards was more like additional tools of how to do this, how to expand consciousness in the human body. So to answer your question, are you a hybrid? I am, but not in the way that I just described. It's more of
Well, yeah, no, but my question really was, okay, now what? That we all acknowledge we are connected to the stars. That's sort of a foundation for human beings. And how does it look to openly interact with these beings? How does it look for a society? How do we find a smooth integration to those realities that we want to create here?
I think the first step is for you to understand what is your configuration, who you really are, because that is the point of coming into the human form. So the more you understand your true origin, your true essence, the human DNA plus whatever that is, the more you integrate it. So now as a human, and as I become aware of my original essence, everything that I say, everything that I do, everything that I project is now charged with my human aspect plus my other, aspect. And so now I'm contributing, I'm pouring that frequency, this new, never been done before, never put together in this way before, into the collective consciousness. So if I do that and you do that and she does that, and you're pouring your Pleiadian, she's pouring her Arcturian, and she's pouring her, so we're all now literally contributing to the evolution of the human species and the human DNA. And so the first step is to recognize and develop and integrate your original divine essence. I say divine because it's really is a divine essence. And then put it all together and then consciously send it out, emit it through everything that you do. So, sometimes people get confused, like they think that, in order to contribute to the human evolution, I have to write a book or be a healer or, do like build greenhouses or something like that. This to me is like a day job. We're talking about, we're talking about frequency and programming, and we're talking about configuration of DNA that gets integrated within the collective consciousness. So that's the real work that we're here to do. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That is so important. That's why I was hoping for this panel to start the integration of the reality that ETs are here. They're a part of the world. They're integral to our future. And we need to wake up to what's really going on. We're doing a panel on disclosure tomorrow, but I think it really is here with the experiencers that we have to really ground the reality, because it's true for each one of you, these experiences. So Sherry, what does the future look like, do you think, once we integrate this on a big scale to the fact that, hey, we're not alone? Wait, can you unmute Sherry? Neil, are you listening? Neil, oh, there. Wait, do one more time, Sherry. Yeah. Okay, go.
Somebody muted me. Well, the future looks great. It looks fantastic. It's amazing where we are as a species and where we're headed. You can see it's on the horizon, and it's fantastic. I'm so excited about it because, along with the contact with our star family, our cosmic family, comes all kinds of advancements. And the program that's been running on this planet of keeping humanity enslaved and keeping them small, and everything that's been done to the human species, it's heartbreaking. And that's all coming to an end. It's being broken right now. That's what we're watching in the news. Well, if you watch the news, but if you're aware of what's going on out there, they're breaking the back of the controllers, and they don't like it. But that's what's happening. And so I think we have a fantastic future ahead of us, just fantastic. And the sky's the limit, as far as what can happen. Humans are going to, I don't think they can even comprehend how great it's going to be. You fast forward 3 or 4 generations, I think it's going to be just a whole different world, not even close to what we're living in now.
I agree. I'm excited too. Thank you. That's beautiful. What do you see, Celestine, for our future, our unfolding, our possibilities?
Well, I love what you said, Sherry. Sky's the limit. And I believe in humanity. I feel the world all the time, and I feel this awakening. On 4/4, we had 5 million meditators just focusing in when the energies awaken. So I understand that they're gently moving forward. We're seeing more ships. They no longer have to cloak, from what I understand, what I've been told, because our frequency, we are modulating. The Schumann resonance is now up beyond 30, it's up in 300s. And so we're interfacing with the frequency of our galactic cousins and relatives. We're actually at a place where the shift is happening in our brains. And they're very patient, the synapses, we need to have that synapses. So all of this understanding that we all are galactic beings as they see us in a human seed, the signature form, and they resonate that we are the tone of Earth. They actually hear the tone. They've taught me to hear the tone of Earth. We represent Earth. We could be so proud of that because we are the children of the Milky Way. But Earth has a signature tone. And so what they're trying to do is gently guide us to understand that we have something to contribute, but we have to come out of the barbarism of trying to hold each other down. And they said, as long as one child doesn't eat, as long as one doesn't have a place to sleep, we're not seen as a intelligent species. So there's more work to be done. And so they're working now through the modulations of inner communication. And we love those that do meditation, because in the silence of the meditation, the word can be spoken. And we look at all the singers and the performers, like Prince, he was visited by Venusians. We have the Beatles, we have the Beach Boys. There was a gentleman who did a talk one time, it was so fabulous. 34, 35 different, he just like listed them all, and they'd had a visitation, and that was way back in the 60s. So it continues. This is not something that just started yesterday. This has been happening for some time now, since we blew out the shield. This is my feeling, my experience. When we blew out the shield with the atomic bomb blast, and I saw the sky torn in two, and the Native Americans, my parents took us there, and we did, they brought out the ghost dance and they started dancing. This was a kind of a turning point for humanity. And the choice between taking power over love, and so there was a group who did take the love, and they carried it, and we're still carrying it, and we're here doing the work, and I'm so hopeful for humanity. So hybrids, I've worked with them. I did many, I have a clinical hypnotherapy, so I work with abductions and all of that and so everybody has their place. Mm-hmm. And I love what Carolyn said about function. So they say, what is your function and your quality? And so they work with you starting from that, like what were you birthed into the creation for? What is the radiant one birthed you as an expression of creation? And from there, understanding what your name, your vibration, what you're here for, then integrative processes can happen to guide you. So I've been guiding thousands and thousands of people. We've been working for, this has been 40 years, just standing before you today, many of you. And I love seeing beings who awaken, they come in and they go through the polishing of the mirror, they awaken, they become fully integrated, and now they're in society being beneficial to everyone. So
that's what we're doing.
We have offices everywhere, Alan. You don't have to, there's no worry about that because there's so many of us now. We get to have our say. This is our time. And, as Rebecca, you were saying, or I think it was Geraldine, where, you try to get something happening and they would shut it down. Mm-hmm. Right. And so, but the cat's out of the bag. And I feel like what they've told me in the Skywatches is when people come there, they say, who are you? What do you need? Right. So if you're a communicator, they can take you into the inner realm, into the cities of light. There's close enough modulation of the frequency that you can actually go there and breathe and be at one mint. I've been into the archives and stuff, and they take you there. How could they show you? They want to give us the technologies like the tachyon energy. They told me to speak about tachyon to use for communications and computers instead of the microwave. So they're ready to give it to us. And so it just takes whoever it is. So even when I bring you out to Skywatch, you have the opportunity to speak to our grouping, and they will then help you and assist you to find the ones that can bring you in and give you the information. So it's wide open.
Put your Skywatch information in the chat, and then thank you, Celestine. Geraldine, I want to know, as you emerge and do your own work and process, how's the vibratory field of your own body shifting? I can just talk about me. It feels like it's humming or buzzing sometimes. And what's your experience of this integration and evolution?
Yeah, I feel that the levels of the body being able to hold this unconditional love are growing and growing and expanding in the body. And I feel that we are evolving. It's an evolution of this human organism in the physical form, that as we spread all of these beautiful messages and talk about these tools that we can use to heal our own body, to become this sovereign beings of free will that have the ability to implement our own healing abilities and transformation through those, aspects as we explore this duality that we're here to experience in this plane. It's such a gift, and every single person that is here, I mean, thousands of people that have tuned in to listen to these panels to try to inform themselves and learn about it. You guys are so beautiful. My heart explodes when I see that, because you are the ones that are asking those questions and bridging the gap, and you have wisdom that comes through you that opens up space for us to be able to hold that. What happens is this amazing coherence that is created, this connection. We're interconnected energetically, and I feel more and more that my physical self, my identity, the self of myself, becomes dissolved into this collective whole that we would like to move forward to. More and more, when we wake up, when we start leaving that identity of the self, we become one, and you feel it. You feel it at the cellular level, you feel it emotionally, physically, and energetically. I feel that this interconnection is opening and activating telepathic communication. We're kind of all moving through the celestial bodies of our universe and picking up like radio waves this information that helps us know how to move forward, how to move next as a collective. So for me, it's a constant moving in and out of dimensions and merging with this awareness that we are one. And that's the hope for this extraterrestrial topic, is to, once again, it's the alpha, the omega. We are all of it, and at the same time we're nothing, embodying that and seeing how we can co-create from that place, I think.
Beautiful. Thank you, Geraldine. Thanks for being here. Rebecca, what does the future look like for exo-conscious planet? How does this world in 20, 30, 100 years look as we embrace who we really are?
Interesting. I've been looking at the chat every now and then. There's a big conversation about COVID, which is interesting.
Oh, yeah. Someone wants me to ask, why doesn't the aliens help us with? I think, we created a mess. I think we have to get ourselves out of the mess, and we can't look for people to save us, because, where we need to start to reconnect to our true essence. I mean, that's my answer. But so that's why I wanted to keep the conversation sort of at another level, like where we're going, and everyone knows where we are, but where are we going and how are we going to get there? So that's what I was.
I think a big part of where we're going is that, COVID may be a lower energy to talk about, but I think many of us are coming in right now, and we have the inventions as healers to address something like COVID, but we haven't given ourselves permission to use it, and maybe we have the technology to address it. I kind of see. Do you know what an antidote is? It's like if you have a disease or whatever, or like a created disease, for example, there's always an antidote for it. And I kind of see extraterrestrial experiencers, exoconscious entrepreneurs as antidotes. So we are really here on planet Earth to say, we're here to work. We're here to bring in new inventions. We're here to address issues. It may not happen overnight. It may not be an ET miracle, but it's going to be something that is co-created. So we see ourselves as exoconscious entrepreneurs as being, and some of us have used these terms as morally autonomous individuals. So we hold ourselves to kind of a higher level of morality and ethics as we bring this new exoconscious civilization forth. But it's also something that, as Caroline mentioned, it's important to raise your frequency. But energy is also about movement, and movement is also about action. And this is a time that is going to demand of humans that our movement into this multi-dimension is going to bear fruit. It's absolutely going to bear fruit. I don't know what that fruit's going to look like. I've got some ideas of it. And we at the Institute certainly feel that we want to begin, and I know, Alan, you love art. We want to begin to kind of paint that palette of art of what this is going to look like by actually bringing in creation. So we use the word co-creators. So we are co-creating with extraterrestrials. And I think that this is probably done different times on Earth. This isn't a new thing. I think there's always been a cosmic consciousness component to humanity, and that they've used it in different ways. But this is our time to do it. And many of us have come in from, past lives, maybe in Atlantis or Lemuria or Lyria. And we're bringing that knowledge in at this time and creating this together.
Yeah, I think we're creating a superhuman race of possibilities. And of course, yes, there's viruses, there's problems, there's suffering. And I think we do have the technology to deal with it if we can all come together and be aligned in a kind of multidimensional singular consciousness of a common humanity. I think that's what the ETs are waiting for. So Carolyn, you could wrap it all up for all of us and say, once we all become superhuman, what does the world look like? What's the reality here?
Yeah, I think this whole situation, the current situation, is a good stepping stone to increase the contrast. So it's in our face. This is what it looks like to be in separation and in fear. Make up your mind. This is your choice. This is the time to take charge of your own destiny and create your reality. So I still feel this whole madness that's happening right now is getting us to the ultimate destination, which is unification. So if we can keep that picture, that vision, that fast forward a little bit through this separation, this chaos, and start working on yourself, start practicing right now all of these abilities that you already have, strengthening, enhancing your consciousness, begin to create what you want to create in your individual life, then visualize it for your family, visualize it for your community, and then visualize it for the whole world. But then let go, because other people are going to create whatever they're going to create. If I were to look at it this way and I fast forward, I see an intelligent being, the new human, as very, very highly sensitive, in the sense that even communication telepathically would become second nature. It would be like a no big deal to retrieve information spontaneously from any point in the universe, bypassing all the institutions. And that's also part of the reason we're going through this, is for the collapse of the current institutions that are no longer relevant. This is such old paradigm that needs to collapse and be done with, And so then you fast forward, and now you are in a place where you can create a coherent, intelligent species that creates institutions that are in resonance with its true nature, which is free, which is connected, which is aligned with the intelligence of the universe, with the source, directly with the source, no middleman, on any level, in any societal whatever, through education, religion, finances, no middleman. You are directly connected to the universal source to manifest what you want. So your physical body is healed spontaneously. Your innate abilities, sensitivity to hear, see, sense, telepathically communicate, levitate, teleport, all of that becomes second nature. Also to the point where your physiological structure changes. You need less sleep because you are so energized from the actual free energy that's coming from the sun, that's feeding your body, that's feeding the planet itself. And you can sustain your body in this way through this natural source chi, if you will, coming through your body. So you need very little food, very little water, and you are communicating at a whole different level, creating at a whole new level. that is the species that I envision on this planet.
Beautiful. That is a great summation. That, I feel, just gets us to a level playing field where that's where we're supposed to start from. We've had to undo all this other stuff and build towards that, but that's the future I see as just connected, supernatural, feeling, emotional, creative, in touch, intelligent beings. Thank you all. We should just go and kind of give your website, Carol and Corey. Tell us Superhuman, and what's your website?
Yeah, for the consciousness work, it's carolinecorey.com. The movie is superhumanfilm.com.
Great. Somebody said incredible panel. Excellent. Okay, great. Rebecca, people are asking about how to get in touch with your institute.
Oh, the Institute's website is i-exo.com, and my website is exoconsciousness.com, and that will also take you to the Institute.
Okay, and we're going to bring all these people together for a think tank of exo.
I love that.
Okay, Celestine, great to see you again and being part of this. What's your connection, your website, how to take people out to Skywatch and all that?
GalacticEarthCouncil.com, and we're doing galactic origins for those who really want to dive deep into who they are. Even if you think you know who you are, it's really kind of amazing. Yeah, so there we have celestial activations for those who want to, who are kind of awakened but need full, a little bit more integration into society. And we're just happy to be here. Thank you, Alan. This has been amazing, and I love everyone who's here. Thank you all.
Everyone here represents the next level of consciousness. Sherry, do you want to talk about how to get in touch with you and your work and what's coming up for you?
Thank you, Nia.
I can be reached at, my website is The Forgotten Promise. It's the name of my book, theforgottenpromise.net. You can reach me through that. As far as what's coming up, I'm working on getting my health restored. I've had some health challenges, as some people know. And there is a film in the works. The book was optioned, and started working on a movie, which kind of morphed into now an 8-part mini series. And that's being worked on. It's nearing completion now. So they will be looking for streamers for that. So hopefully that comes out, and that will help to awaken people, I think, in a big way, in a very big way.
Is it too much to ask what The Forgotten Promise was, or is that a whole?
The Forgotten Promise was, after I wrote the book came through me. I didn't want to write the book, but the book came through me and it showed up. And after I was done writing it, I decided not to have it published. My family, I have no contact with any of my family. My daughter threatened to disown me if I published the book, had it published. So I said I wasn't going to publish it. Wasn't going to let it come out. And my guys came to me that night and said, Sherry, I understand you're thinking about not letting the book go to press. And I said, yeah, I'm not doing it. You know, I can see what's going to happen if I do. My life's going to fall apart. I'm going to lose my family. And he said, you took a vow. Have you forgotten the promise you made? So there's the name. I changed my mind after that conversation, and the book came out. I lost my family, but the book came out, and I fulfilled my mission.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing it. And I think, I think people won't have that same sort of problem in the future like this, because as we integrate more into the mainstream culture, it becomes more acceptable. So thanks for doing all that work, Sherry, and putting yourself out there, and we'll do more together. And
absolutely.
Thanks for being here. Geraldine, how do people get in touch with you and what's coming up? And don't you think what happened to Sherry is less likely to happen now?
I certainly hope so, Sherry, and I totally feel for what you went through. It took me years to feel comfortable to speak out, in my journey as well. So I know, and there's hundreds of people that are experiencing that shame and that fear at coming out. So for those of you that are here listening, please do connect with all of these amazing people on the panel that are open to holding space for this, as we understand that we don't need to feel so isolated, from society. We are here to bring this into the norm, into this open communication. If you want to need some help in the support group, please get in touch with me. I am a hypnotherapist, and I also do a support group for those that are looking to understand and integrate those processes, those experiences better. So you can contact me at hybridmother.com. And if you wish to continue this journey in the spiritual realm and get a deprogramming with me, reprogramming into that new, more expansive self, please do check out GeraldineOrozco.com. And I also have a YouTube channel, which I have a lot of awesome free content that you guys can check out. And let's hold space, everyone. Let's move out of that space of fear and judgment. And all of us play an important role in creating a safe space for each person. That's the law of free will. Opening space for each person to express themselves, even if it's something that we don't agree with. We have to be able to hold space with that by owning what belongs to us. And that's everything that's inside of this space right here. So thank you for this incredible panel, and Alan for being such a great host. Thank you.
Well, thanks for being here all day, Geraldine. Let's kick this off in the morning with a great meditation. So we are becoming a new culture. We are becoming an exospecies. And thank you for sharing all this. This is a wrap up of day 3 for Portal to Ascension. Of course, we want to acknowledge the hard work Neil Gore's put in. Neil, do you want to come on a little bit and sum up today? I mean, it's this kind of conversation that maybe Facebook didn't want us to hear, didn't want the planet to hear, but we did it anyway. So, let's just wrap up the day here. And what do you think the highlights were? Maybe.
I think the whole day was incredible, and thank you all so much. And I love just the way the energy is being, like, the momentum that we create throughout the day. We started out, and then we just keep building on top of it and on top of it. And the whole intention for this really is just a nonstop stream of awareness, and whoever picks it up at whatever time they need to pick it up is exactly what's going to happen. We're just going to keep getting this content out there. But the amount of people that have collaborated on this experience, look at this panel. Well, this is a pretty big panel for online, right? Just the amount of people that have collaborated on this experience just shows all of our intentions, really. And I love it.
And there's been 200 people consistently in the Zoom room from 10:30 in the morning to, what is it now, 6 after 6. So yeah, we're reaching people, and just what was said here on this panel has already shifted me. It's also given me more hope. I've had hope that the transformation is happening, but each of these women have integrated this experience in a way that is part of the new humanity. And so thank you all for being models. So coming up tomorrow, Neil, do you want to just do a quick highlight?
Yeah. Let me just say thank you to all the panelists. I appreciate you all so much. Every single one of you have the reason why you're here is because of a connection and a spark, and the fact that I resonate with all of your information, So I just appreciate everything that you're doing. Keep doing it. And you have our support and you have the world's support. I love you all.
Thanks, Neil. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Neil.
This is ongoing though, so stay in touch, and we're gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, we're gonna keep this going. I think we should do more online panels.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. So to wrap it up, what we have going on for tomorrow is we're going to start. So we're basically 2/5 of the way now in the event. Just a few hours ago, we were at halfway point. So we're nowhere near complete yet. We have a lot of more information coming out. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start, open the room around 10 o'clock. And I think we'll start early again, Alan, and maybe have a little chat before we go in.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
then we're going to move into Adrian Valero from Disclosure Fest, the founder of Disclosure Fest. Michelle Anderson and myself are going to talk to him, interview him, talk about the initiatives, the practical steps that his foundation are doing to really combat some of the sicknesses and the ailments of the world, you know, from the fact that we have homelessness and people starving. So we're going to talk about that. He's going to go into the mass meditation at 11:11 a.m. Pacific. And then we have Grant Cameron, and Alan, you're going to be interviewing Grant, right?
Right. He's a brilliant mind. I mean, he's really at the forefront of the contact experience. He's the one who said to me, let's forget about governments. It's the experiencers that have the answers to the whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he was actually on today. So he watched a lot of today. I think he was on for a good few hours. So the cool thing is a lot of these speakers that are actually on here are actually coming in throughout the 5 days to attend to learn as well.
Right.
You know, that's incredible. So
And then,
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah.
So after Grant, we have Costa, and I forget how to say his last name. I think it's Macreas, right? Macreas. So we have Costa. He's also ET experiencer going into full Gruber with Alan. And I don't know if you want to say maybe a 30-second thing about about Phil.
Phil's a very funny guy. He has an interesting way of looking at the ET situation in terms of pop culture. He has a whole theory about the Wizard of Oz, and I'm not sure what he's going to talk about today, but he also has a lot of esoteric knowledge. So he mixes deep metaphysics, almost occult, with spirituality and ET consciousness. So it should be interesting.
And then after that, we have Brooke Grove. And Brooke, I just stumbled across her in August because I was running the International Near-Death Experiencer online conference, and she was one of the speakers that had a near-death experience. And through her NDE, she tapped into all this awareness and these like energy healing powers, basically, and awareness of past lives. So she's going to be here. Shariah Dharma is going to be interviewing her, and that's followed by Misha Johnston. Are you familiar with Misha at all, Ellen?
I know I think she worked with Geraldine. They run experiencers groups, and they really welcome anyone into their group to share whatever level of experience. And that's so important for people to acknowledge their experience as reality and to have people listen. So yeah, I like Misha.
Yeah, and we're actually going, just looking at this now, you know, I just picked people I resonated with, but now I'm actually taking a step to look at and read every single name. And there's a lot of experiencers, you know, and it's really because we've come to the time where we've talked about the information and the fact that this is real. The government's released it. The different, you know, Department of Defense organizations have basically said that this is a reality. We don't need to really know that right now in this community. We want to now explore what is happening with the experiencer. You know, what is actually occurring from all these different people.
Because they are the experiences like us and everyone who was just here are the interface between the extraterrestrial and the human. And it's experiences that are going to bring this into a mainstream reality.
Exactly. Yep. And then we have Rebecca Hardcastle. It's going to be on at 2:30 tomorrow. Shariah is going to be interviewing her as well. And then we have Kathleen Martin. And Alan, who's Kathleen?
Oh, Kathleen holds a major position within the UFO world, in the world of ufology. She is the niece of Betty Hill, Betty and Barney Hill were one of the early abduction people. They were abducted in 1961, and they really set the framework for what an abduction was about. And Kathleen was young at that time, but she was in on the conversation between Betty Hill and her mother. So she's at the forefront, Kathleen. She has the history of the abduction scenarios. She's very important in this field.
Yeah, and I just got introduced to her. We did an event with Ray Hernandez, Grant Cameron, Kathleen, and yourself. That's on both of our YouTube channels. That was like a 2-hour experiencer panel, basically. That was pretty cool. So yeah. I really love her. And then we have Dr. Lynn Katai, who is the Phoenix Lights lady. She talks about what happened at the Phoenix Lights. And she'll be on at 4 o'clock. And Alan, you'll also be interviewing her.
Right.
And then that's following Sherry Wild is going to be next. So Sherry, you're going to be on again at 4:40 Pacific tomorrow.
And who's interviewing Sherry?
Shariah is interviewing Sherry.
Okay. And then to top it off, at the end of the day, we have the disclosure panel.
Yeah. And this is going to be really cool because we have Kathleen Martin who's going to be on there, Grant Cameron, Adam Apollo, and JJ and Desiree Hertak.
Right.
So
and they are all experts. So they're going to take the whole idea of government cover up to a new level and talk about how it's really an evolution of consciousness that the government finally coming out about this. That's how
Yeah, these actually people on this panel is really awesome because they have their feet in both worlds. You know, when it comes to the consciousness element, but then also the nuts and bolts. Even Adam Apollo talking about galactic technology, you know, and the Hertax as well. So that's going to be great, and that's at 5:20 Pacific tomorrow night.
Right, Neil, great job. Thank you for, putting up so much hard work, putting it in to reach thousands of people and make this a success and awareness and education. So
Thank you, brother. Yeah,
see
we're
you
just going to keep moving forward. You know, like the unity is the intention right here. All the conversations are beautiful. We're really creating this great energy, and we're just creating ripples in the universe and the cosmos, just sending it out there.
Right. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. I'm gonna end off with another poem, because why not?
Oh yeah, sure. Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna do a couple poems, and we'll do what we did yesterday. We're gonna phase out with a video at the end. So thank you all so much. Love you very much. Truly honored to be walking this path with all of you. So this one's called All I Want to Do Is Be. I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities, asking the universe, what is the next task? All I want to do is be. All I want to do is breathe. Conceptual knowledge made manifest. Take action to myself. I confess I am all that is. I have moments of ecstatic bliss, and I thank the universe for this. With utmost gratitude, elude the confines of cerebral masculine energy that defines this path that we're on. Moving into the feminine, the earth, moon shone down upon, cast eclipse over the sun. A pathway to union where we'll all finally feel one. You see, I have the world at my fingertips, but I don't grasp. Infinite possibilities, accelerated time is moving fast. All I want to do is be. All I want to do is be free from self-expectations, projections of false promises, achieving through external operation. Hope is misplaced in changing the earth without doing the inner work. You see, my soul, it will be gone soon, heading back to Saturn's moon, contractually living a lie, created a fragmented reality based on who, what, where, and why. So I fry my mind to numb out the fake, but it's all a game. And we're all playing a role in every moment. I know I'm an old soul, but it's not just about what I know. Orion war, karmic balancing on planet Earth, forgetting our simultaneous lives, universal worth. History repeats like when in Rome. All I wanted to do was go home to Arcturus. Density got me on my knees, was so furious, questioning my own creation. Who is this and who am I? An internal fight. At the end of the Earth tunnel, there is something that shines bright. Embody the darkness, full spectrum being, so I can transcend and I can live in the light.
Thank you, Neil. Beautiful.
Thank you, brother.
That's the passion you put into this, creating this whole conference, really.
Thank you, thank you. So love you all so much. Thank you, Alan. I'll be seeing you in the morning.
Yes, right in the morning. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Everyone watching online on all the
Great
streams.
work. Yes.
Thank you.
It's been an honor.
Yes.
Keep it going.
Yeah, we will. Mine too. So that's Celestine. Have a good night.
You too.
Have a beautiful evening, everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.